Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Asian Regional Qualifiers for IESF WEC 24 Riyadh. Me and Rashi out of nowhere, back with Mirko. Hopefully, I see will be picking yourself a small break. Had a banger of a match. How do you feel about the happening so far, Mirko?
I feel very great, man. I feel good as usual, man. Every single time people ask me how I feel about these matches, I just gotta say great because especially this time, we got our first full best of three. We've been waiting for this moment ever since even the African regional qualifiers. And in the African regional qualifiers, everything went in to a full sweep, even until the very end. Luckily, we finally get, that full best of three. And what better of a match than the previous match, Cambodia versus Myanmar, to take us all the way to 3 games. Some close games, some crazy tactics being shown as well, some crazy drafts as well. And man, I'm very excited to watch and to cast for the next match, Indonesia versus Malaysia, because Indonesia-Malaysia, this is personally my highlight match of the day.
Oh, fun stuff, man. I mean, for us personally, there's stakes as well, so we're gonna stay professional, of course, always. But there's some stakes here, man. We have a lot on the line here, and we're expecting the best out of the best in our own region, actually. So we'll have to see, especially with the changes. A lot of people have said that if you're already on top, it's hard to kind of be as adaptive. Usually you want to be a bit more consistent when you're on top. So we'll have to see that for Indonesia right now. Can they have that adaptability with the changes, massive changes when it comes to items and the quote-unquote meta as well?
It's not just that, right? For them, technically, they also have Albert in the jungle, so not their usual jungler that they have in their normal team. Same goes for Malaysia, though. Team Malaysia, this is SRG, but with a new mix, right? Technically, Gorgeous is already part of that team, but main lineup, it's usually Cram, and in the gold lane, it's usually Innocent. So the fact that for Malaysia, they have 2 changes, and for Indonesia, they have 1. I'm definitely going to be very interested to see how that dynamic plays into this match, right? Because these teams are great, sure, but how different are they going to play compared to their normal selves now that it's technically full Malaysia, full Indonesia? Because for Indonesia, at least, we technically already have the data. We know that for Indonesia, with Albert, they're playing to, I would say, a pretty similar level to usually, back when they used Kyrie, especially in the qualifiers to actually represent Indonesia in IESF 2024. So here it is, the match card.
Up next, man, Malaysia versus Indonesia. So we have to see. Like we mentioned, it's really a different situation altogether. Now, I think we are really looking forward to the small changes, right? I think we are already past the bigger changes with the roster, with the different players, different strategies. But the micro adjustments right here, especially knowing that there's a lot of data for both these teams, both are very notorious for actually doing very well in scrims, even with the other teams. A lot of coaches we talk to always talk about this Malaysian team, Malaysian roster being quite deadly as well.
Yeah, and here it is, the lineups. I think for Malaysia, we're going to introduce them first. Yums, Stormy, Skies, Gojes, and Lolios. I think for Stormy as well, and I think for every single one of these players except for Yums, this is going to be the first time ever representing their country in an international tournament, right? So that's going to be very, very cool for them. But they will have a little bit of a lack of experience compared to Team Indonesia, right? Yums, he's been here for the longest time. I believe he was with Todak last time around in IESF 2022. That was what I remember back when we were casting as well for the main stage, Arashi.
Oh, yeah. Wow, what a throwback. But yes, an absolute veteran. Yums, been here, done almost everything at this point. But as you mentioned, Mirko, the lack of experience, that is something that is definitely very important, can be understated. So for sure, they have preparation, but up against them today, the roster for Indonesia, Boots, Albert, CW, Sans, and Keyboy. Wait a minute.
It's interesting.
Wait a minute.
Wait, that is very interesting, right? We thought it's definitely going to be Lutfi there, the main XP lane for Team Indonesia, for Team Fnatic Onyx, the team that is going to be representing Indonesia. But I don't know if this is going to be a mistake. Maybe in the game it'll be Lutfi, or maybe they actually are going to try out Boots here. It's been a long time since we have seen Boots, play. I think the last time was in the regular season of MPLID, and that's a long time ago. We're already almost like 3 weeks away from the playoffs itself. So the regular season, that was pre-patch. That was all the way back when the game was just so different. Very interesting stuff, man. But still, yeah, it's going to be CW, Sans, and Keyboy. Those are the three players that will just not change. That trio mid, technically, the duo mid and the gold lane.
We're talking a bit earlier about, of course, Albert. That's the name that always comes into play whenever we're talking about this roster when it comes to the international events, right? He doesn't really show up in the regular season, so this is where he gets to really show off his skills. Because by all means, even though he's not in the main roster, he's still a very proficient player. There is a reason why Fnatic Onyx picked him up here, and we'll have to see what changes here. We thought it's only going to be Albert, but with even Boots coming back in the mix, I think they must have some kind of play, some kind of strategy in mind here.
Yeah, it might be one of those, moments where they want to actually save their strat for later on. But honestly, now it's a group stage, and up against Malaysia, I don't think you can really, go up against Malaysia with a saved strat. I think Boots is already still really good, though, right? We're talking a whole lot about Lutpi. He's an amazing XP laner. He's been better than Boots, at least in MPLID, but who's to say that Boots hasn't, improved himself as well? Based on the break, on the scrims as well, maybe he's been able to improve to a level that is even higher than Lutpi now.
Oh.
It would be very interesting if we see, a new Boots coming out of the hyperbolic time chamber, right? After all this time of not playing, after him being kind of a pseudo coach for the team for the longest time. Maybe he's taken that coach role a bit too seriously. Now he's got that macro brain to take control of the game, but it does seem like we are going to be seeing a little bit of the draft. All right, this is the previous match draft still, Myanmar and Cambodia. I guess we get a reference here, right, Arashi, as to what we might see later for Indonesia, Malaysia.
I think for me, right, I'm biased as a mid laner, you know this, but I'm seeing a lot of mages. I guess the changes to the glowing one makes it just such a versatile item. It just brings so much value for so little cost comparatively, because it combined the benefit of two different items. And not to mention the new item, the wishing the wishing lantern there just adds so much more burst damage, more versatility to the longer ranges, and not so much for the short range fighters. So I've been noticing that a lot. So I fully expect a lot more like front to back compositions here, because that's where these mages can really get to do their best work.
I'm actually expecting more assassins to come through, right? So me and Naisu, we've been talking about how, sure, the mage items have been buffed. Technically, we got some new items in the mage position that it can be utilized really well. Technically, even the Sky Piercer could be utilized as burst, right? But for some of these mages, but I'm looking at these assassins, and it's going to be really tough to play these vulnerable mid lanes, I feel, right now. Like the Novarias, the Farsas as well, especially if the Ling is left open, if the Hayabusa is left open. These two picks, the Ling we have seen just yesterday from Team Indonesia as well, but from MLBB Women's. We saw Vival pop off on that Ling, obliterating any sort of backline that the opposing team had. It was up against Brunei Darussalam, and their backline just definitely didn't have a good day at all. Definitely didn't have a good matchup against that Ling. And that's something that we have to talk about when we're talking about Skies and Albert. Both these junglers are known for their assassins as well. Skies, I think, more towards the Fanny, but Albert, definitely that Ling.
Well, he has been notorious as the best Ling in Indonesia for a long time before Kyrie showed up and technically took away the title from him. So I think for sure the assassins are a lot more prevalent right now, and the backlines are a lot more vulnerable. But teams can draft around it, right? That's what makes this so interesting right now. Because now with the assassins more viable, even if you want to go for a front to back, it has to be calculated. And even if you want to go for a full-on dive comp, there's still considerations here about how you want to really craft something around the potential of diving in, but still dealing with an assassin on the enemy team that can still do great work, still farm a very healthy amount. Like we saw earlier in the match between Cambodia and Myanmar, even though you're behind and your team isn't really having the advantage, you can still farm up and still be a relevant threat in the game if you're left alone to your own devices.
I think if we go back to the point of to the rosters, right? The fact that Boots is playing, does that mean we're going to be seeing more of the Terizlas, the Lapu Lapus come up and show up in the XP over the usual Lutpi picks that we've gotten accustomed to in the MPLID, right? He's been playing a lot of the carries like the CC, the Mashas as well. Some of these damage dealers on top of just the playmakers that he usually goes for. Even the Paquito. We haven't seen a single Paquito game, not a single Benedetta game all throughout the Asian regional qualifiers and even in the African regional qualifiers. We've seen the Benedetta, but not the Paquito. Oh, drafts. All right.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, the drafting phase for the first game. between Malaysia and Indonesia. And you're seeing a lot of familiar faces here. The Moskov coming in, the Loyi as well. But to no one's surprise here, the Khedira, always respected from Sans. We just saw it earlier in the first match. And man, in the hands of Sans, that Khedira is equally threatening. And he won't be making an appearance now on the Khedira. But we'll see. On that Loyi, is it going to be more of a macro approach here from Indonesia?
And by the way, Arashi, so we gotta confirm, so it's gonna be Lutpi who's playing, not Boots there.
Oh.
At least the name suggests that it's Lutpi, unless again that's like a miss swap, maybe made swapped in, I don't know. But it looks like it's Lutpi based on the draft right now, and it's gonna be a Valentina ban to take away the threat of someone that can take the Primal Wrath and also the diversion. And man, the Edith has been phenomenal. I think today as well, if we don't count game number 2 of Myanmar versus Cambodia, Edith in Rome or in mid has been pretty okay. It's been pretty good, right? But on NXP, not as much. So still a good flex pick. They're actually going to ban out 2 mid laners here for Stormy, really respecting Stormy in the second phase. And it's going to be the Arlet ban coming in from the side of Malaysia, trying to take away, I guess, that flex potential of the Edith. I guess trying to maybe force the Edith either to roam or to XP.
If they can kind of lock down where the Edith is going to be, that definitely is a big value when it comes to the strategization of the drafts. But Masha here, ban away again, certainly is one of the picks that Onyx was using very well. So it might show up today as well if it's not banned away. Now with the first pick in the second phase for Indonesia though, usually you would think it's going to be the EXP here first, just to, hide that final card for Indonesia a bit longer.
I think now that we're honest, that we're seeing the Masha ban. I think, yeah, by the way, the fact that the Masha hasn't shown up at all, but okay, the Brody does. And okay, Arashi, yesterday, when me and Naisu were casting for some of the games, we saw the Brody ban in the first phase. And I was already talking, I was hyping the Brody up right after the patch. I was saying, all right, Brody's busted. I've been spamming the heck out of Brody. I'm an official SPA, Arashi. You know what that means?
What is that?
I'm an official Sky Piercer abuser, bro, and I play the Brody all the time with the Sky Piercer, man. You get so much base damage already with the Brody. You technically already have an execute mechanic in your kit. On top of that now, Sky Piercer. So you can execute some of these members even harder, and the fact that Malaysia have shown the Moskov so early on, it is going to be a good matchup for the Brody. But there you go, that's an Aurora for Stormy, a signature pick for the man. Though it may look kind of, weird, Stormy plays this a whole lot in MPL Malaysia.
And it can be a great pick to really punish the clumping up. If Indonesia carelessly walk into a diversion, an Aurora can absolutely punish everyone. And it's a great way to really follow up on potentially something like a big wild charge or a penalty zone. So definitely looks weird, but it's still kind of legit. For Indonesia though, you're seeing more flexibility in how they want to take these fights. They can go for longer fights, but they can also go for something a big pick-off. And in team fights, not really a lot of combos, but they do have a lot of crowd control and AoE. So they can hold their own here, depending on how the fights really do start, get started. As they pick up an Exburg as well, more damage, a great solution to the Terizla as well.
Okay, so the Expo are going to be going to XP, and it seems for the Edith, it should be, on the hands of Keyboy. There we go. We get to see the swaps as well as we get ready to jump into the Land of Dawn. But Arashi, you're the analyst here. I got to ask you, based on the draft, what do you think? Especially after the patch changes, right? Do you think Indonesia have adjusted to the patch better, or do you think that Roger Jungle is going to be too much for Indonesia?
I think, honestly, Roger Jungle is... it works differently now due to the changes, the patch, of course, but in a way, it's something a bit more familiar. And now for Indonesia, I think the fact that they have solid frontline and then have a lot more AoE and potential. Usually, whenever we see this roster with something this flexible, even though maybe they initially can be overwhelmed or they can start losing in some kind of fight, some kind of pick-up potential, they can eventually recover and adapt. So I gotta kind of favor them in my predictions here, Indonesia.
All right. Seems we're just going to jump straight into game number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia takes on Malaysia. Type in the live chat right now who you guys think is going to win. Hashtag Indonesia win or Malaysia win in the comment section down below as we get to see the jungle. Albert versus Skies. Roger versus Fredrin. Also, Temporal Rain for Albert. Whoa, interesting. The new emblem on the Fredrin. We don't get to see this a lot, by the way.
Temporal Rain. Having a shorter, like a cooldown reduction effect on your skills when you use your ultimate. I guess he's intending to spam it out while farming in the jungle. Federans do that, but we'll have to see how effective this is because it takes away from some of his combat potential, especially pre-level 4. But Keyboy, as you can see, already diligently protecting the jungle, making sure that so far no real big plays are happening. But especially with the low Yi, I expect Indonesia to really start ramping up the aggression, particularly right now.
And I love the fact that right now, oh, that's an onward by Keyboy, just doing some damage over to Yums there, poking him down. But I like the fact that a lot of the fighters in the XP lane, they're just going for Impure Rage now over the Brave Smite. I think it's because of the change to the War Axe. Now you technically have the Bloodlust Axe built in already, so you already get the sustain from the War Axe, right? So you can just go for even more sustain with the Impure Rage if you don't have mana, but if you have mana, then you can just stay in lane a lot more while also using your abilities to get the War Axe sustain off.
Yeah, the sustain coming in from the War Axe makes that item, in the same way the Glowing Wand is just so value right now for the mid lane, that War Axe now is just so good. I was expecting a lot more fighters to show up, but Lutpi now getting focused down by Stormy who rotates, but now you can see the follow-up coming in, and whoever clears the way faster here will get level 4, and that will be Malaysia for now. But you can see that for both teams, they're taking this very slow. They don't want to be the first main aggressor to get punished. But here now, the big value from Indonesia really shows the fact that their jungler is a fighter that can't be zoned as easily. But look at this, Stormy.
Stormy goes in for stun. Good purify from Sans. Getting out of it now as Yums cannot go for the wild charge. Not just yet. Is still level 3. Hovering over, but finally gets level 4. As Keyboy now looks forward. Wild charge and Afflictor combo into the back with the penalty zone as well. And lock Lutpi down. But Keyboy does the same with the Earth Shatter and the onward. As that's going to be the Praisers Rapid. Gorgeous wins out the retry battle. It's not the jungler. It's the XP laner. Gorgeous though will fall and Yums will be forced back. It's a 1-for-1 trade and Keyboy wants to make it 2-for-1. But in the end, it's a win for Team Malaysia early.
Wow, it's just how we expected, man. Indonesia and Malaysia, there is always going to be fireworks, going to be chaos. At first turtle take, usually we see something a bit more disciplined for these rosters, but when it comes down to it, it was just an all-out brawl. And like you mentioned, Miracle CW with the sky-piercing abuse coming in.
That's an SPA right there. CW, he's just like me, you know, he loves to abuse that sky pierce, so we got a replay.
That's this turtle fight right here where Malaysia just barreled through and they're kind of holding back Indonesia. And in the midst of everything, Gojes, out of everyone, was the one to secure that turtle. So small win for Malaysia, but overall, it's still a very slow game. But Malaysia is doing a great job just staving off the aggression and the level 2 power spike technically from the low Yi. So we're gonna have to wait a bit longer to see some kind of big play, but Gojes getting roasted here in the lane.
Yeah, forced to recall now as Lutpi gets so much more space to pick up the turret shield. And he'll actually just be going for both. He's letting the minion waves go for the turret shield, getting him down now in the mid lane. It's going to be Keyboy frozen up, and that should be the kill for Skies as he's able to deal with Keyboy just through that stun. And also a Spear of Destruction that's going to be used up just for the damage. He won't teleport there, he'll just stay in lane.
Great play here for Malaysia, picking up a kill. But on the bottom side, you can see the rotations coming in. They're trying to make sure they get as much advantage as possible, especially when they have control over the map before the diversions coming in from Indonesia will start to be an issue. You can see that they respect the potential of ganks as well, because Lolio with the Purify is going to be a lot more difficult to really pick off, even though CW is on the Brody that can facilitate some of these ganks.
Okay, set up for the second turtle now. Lutpi doing the same thing he's been doing to Gojes up top, just roasting him down. But Skies is rotating up top, trying to deal with the Faraga armor. Actually jumps in as the War Axe gets completed by Gojes. Keyboy with Earth Shatter, going to zone Stormy away from this turtle. But look at the barrier there placed down. Albert won't be able to take full aggro on it. Gojes gets taunted up, goes in for the penalty zone, connects onto Lutpi. Their retreat battle, and it's not going to be any of the junglers winning it out. Look at this! Look at the damage coming from Stormy and the CC, as that's going to be him taken down. But Stormy now running away with the passive. Gojes flickering forward to find Lutpi as Keyboy deals with Skies in the Primal Wrath, and CW rotates from the bottom lane, but will give out so much more prio in the bot towards Lolio. Spear of Destruction connecting on the CW as Yums gets taken very low, but is still able to survive, and Lolio decides to go in. That's a stun on the CW, and now with a Lycan bounce, they're able to get the kill. CW forced back, and Sans is able to get a few more of these trades on, but in the end, it's an all-out win for Malaysia.
What a great play for Malaysia there. They were able to focus down the targets even more efficiently than Indonesia and still get the global presence play. And look at that though, fight still breaking out all over the place. Lolio coming in with the Spear of Destruction earlier was just an absolute win. He knows his team was still in the fight, was still having the advantage. He joins in and just shuts down CW in that fight as well. And just off screen there, Yums was able to find yet another kill. So it was the turtle taken away. It was the bottom tower taken as well. Malaysia here is pushing on the pace on Indonesia.
Doing a great job so far. Look at the goal lead, 2,000 almost to the hands of Malaysia on this composition that honestly, yes, can snowball as well. But you would think, especially with the Moscow, that they would actually wait a bit longer to get that power spike, right? And the Moscow, yeah, it hasn't hit his power spike, not just yet, it's just a corrosion scythe.
I think it's just a great play by them to just use the early game power spike. You can see a Sky Piercer completed for Skies as well on the Roger. So a bit of that execute threat for the members of Indonesia. And as we mentioned, Gorgeous with the War Axe, he was already doing so much damage, being so tanky early on. And right there, steal attempt as Albert tries to retaliate.
Good wild charge to escape. Albert now jumping forward. That's Razor's Wrath dealing a whole lot of damage to Stormy, but he gets frozen down. Penalty zone to lock them down, not really giving Indonesia a chance to take Stormy out. Meanwhile, all in the top lane, you can see Loliel just dealing with the minion waves, now shoving in Albert, looking for a play again onto Yums. That's going to be an onward and an Earth Shatter combo to take him out, and Indonesia finally get a trade that's worthwhile, but it's not going to be worthwhile for long. That's a turret traded up top for the kill on the Roamer.
This is just Malaysia using this macro plan so well. The fact that they can send a gold laner to just keep farming again and again and join these fights from so far away is giving them so much more space. And as a result, you can see that Indonesia, they do have damage, but they're struggling to lock down and find pickups, because even the roamer that's supposed to open up the map for the side of Malaysia, it's a grok that's just so difficult to really lock down. Diversion though from Indonesia, can it pay off?
Yeah, straight into the bottom lane they go. They tried to just get that position, and they will be able to get that over Malaysia. They set up for the turtle again. That's going to be an onward, and the Earth Shatter locking Yums down as Lippy deals with that damage. Oh my god, the dispersion and the rotation almost takes Yums down. Lippy will be able to burn him down to the ground, and that should be a free turtle over to Indonesia, as Malaysia just look to trade on the other side of the map. Moscow still just farming.
It's a great play for Indonesia to just decisively go for it. And if Malaysia obliges, they seem to be in position to go for a fight. But knowing that Loliel is usually a bit further away, penalty zone though from Gorgeous.
Yeah, with the flicker comboed in together, now when Spirit Destruction goes in as well, Gorgeous might be caught in sort of our memory as they go for the diversion, and Stormy committed the flicker as she used the ultimate too, trying to catch some of these members. Indonesia able to bait out some big resources.
The diversion set up inside the bush. Crafty stuff here from Indonesia, but their troubles are still around. They haven't been able to use a lot of these diversion plays because they don't have control over the map overall, just because Yums has been aggressively contesting vision and information, and Keyboy on the Edith is just not as mobile. Not a lot of ways for him to really escape from a full-on chase, so he's just forced to play a bit more conservatively. And right now though, you're seeing that possibly the top lane turret might fall right there. Lutpi is one of the only members that can just keep pushing while having a guaranteed way out from a surprise gank from Malaysia.
And so far, no turrets have been taken down by Indonesia. It's still an equal game based on gold, but Malaysia definitely have much more of an advantage coming into the 9th minute of the game. Albert dashing forward, catching Stormy now with the taunt as well. Keyboy going to be able to isolate him with the onward, and the Earth Shatter is timed to perfection. Just to that passive, as now Stormy has been picked off. Yums in the mid lane, tries to walk up, and now gets dispersed, rotated as well, forced to flicker out, and now they're looking to go for this turret in the mid lane. Penalty zone, locking them down, diversion to escape once again, and Indonesia only one member decides to take it, and it's Keyboy to go and take and those resources, those minion waves that have been shoved in by Loliel in the bottom lane.
And that's what you've been seeing from Indonesia, man. They're using these diversions to really match the macro play from Malaysia, not really to initiate their own pickoffs. Sans here though, getting caught by Skies.
Yeah, feeling a bit of damage, but Lutpi is able to fend for Sans.
Great play from Malaysia there. Just going for these flanks, knowing that they have control. That is what Indonesia ironically need to do as well. When they were able to locate Stormy in the middle of those fights, I think they have to try and do that, unless they want to just go for a fight and allow Stormy to just keep pumping out this damage. That's the mage presence we've been talking about just earlier. With the Lord spawning though, we already talked about the damage, the extra damage that it does now. can see that Indonesia are very calm about this though. Still going around, still waiting around because they know they have a diversion play available. Take a look at the items. Queen's Wings rush for Lutpi to try and be a bit more relevant, but Albert gets jumped on.
Yeah, they go for the diversion now, but Albert is going to be taken down. The Frigid Glacier, as well as the onward from Keyboy, gets into the Frigid Glacier. Yums will be taken down by that sky-piercing damage of CW as the Primal Wrath gets used up by Keyboy. Now trying to steal some damage on the Gorgeous, and the Torn Apart Memory gets rid of him. That's going to be a stun on the skies, but now with the Lycan Pounce, CW will be shut down as Keyboy flickers forward, but is unable to find anyone, and now uses the onward just to disengage. It's a 2 for 2, but it's in favor of Malaysia. Both or all three of their damage dealers are still alive.
All damage dealers alive, but they have no front line. They'll be forced to play a bit more conservatively right here, but no, never mind. They go for Lutpi, but he does have the Firaga. He might get taken out though. Whew.
No, he gets out with the flicker. Almost taken out. Yeah, Loliel is definitely pushing the pace now. And I think at the 11th minute, he already has his power spike as they go straight for the Lord now. Indonesia, they need to try to contest this right now. The goal lead is still 50-50. Stormy, oh, Frigid Glacier going to be baited out. And that's going to be the knockup from the Lord, revealing Yums. Keyboy with the Earth Shatter. Not really going to be using flicker. Wild charge into the back, catching Albert to stop any sort of retreat play from happening. Keyboy with the onward and the Earth Shatter. And Calvin Winata, CW, will be able to pick Gorgeous up. It's a 1-for-1, a kill for a Lord.
Definitely still value for Malaysia though, and immediately everyone scrambles into position to try and manage the minion waves. That was a great play for them to just go straight at it, knowing that they have the crowd control advantage. But they have to be a bit more wary now, especially if they want to go for a prolonged team fight, because we saw in the two fights, the fight before the Lord was taken there, Keyboy on the Edith now is doing quite a significant amount of damage. So you can see Loliel early getting dueled by him. They have to be a bit more careful on the positioning and who takes what damage. But look at this wall charge.
Good wall charge to catch CW, and a diversion does get them up top now as the Spirit of Destruction is in the bottom lane. Loliel will be able to rotate over, but look at that. Keyboy gets isolated completely from the team. The team has basically left him all alone in the bottom lane, and it's going to be Malaysia with the capitalization. Lutpi still kiting away from this Lord as Sans deals some damage back on the Lord. Ooh. And now it's going to be Stormy with the flicker forward, catching CW with the Frigid Glacier, and Skies looks for it, but now Skies will be outplayed with a stun by CW as he buys the Rose Gold Meteor, and Indonesia will still be able to defend. Not even a tier 2 in the mid lane falling just yet.
That was a respectable outplay attempt though by diversion. Now going on to Loliel.
Going for the fight again. Penalty zone catching 2, and CW is going to be compromised. Now with a wild charge 2, it's going to be Sans and CW locked down, with Sans get a bit of that damage. The Spirit of Destruction connects, and Calvin Winata will be taken now. Lutpi still roasting in the back as Albert gets slain. Loliel is going crazy with a double kill now as he's looking for Lutpi. One more Abyss Walker to the front, but now the last Insanity gets rid of Gorgeous and Yums to claim another few kills for Indonesia. But still, it looks like it's a win for Malaysia.
Both teams just going at it, man. Like we said, the kills are so equal, and actually the gold lead as well is starting to get equalized. It's Malaysia seems to be still winning, especially when it comes to the structures and the map control, but this gold has to be a concern for them now that Indonesia has a lot more spammable abilities in the late game. If they can go for a proper fight without any surprises coming in from Malaysia, it's going to be quite dangerous for them. If you take a look at the damage dealt, the highest damage dealer is actually Lutpi, who is relatively ignored, so he's just flaming everyone down. But on the other side, Gorgeous, who is supposedly a frontliner, is just doing an insane amount here on this Terizla. That is definitely something that Indonesia will struggle to try and deal with, because their main damage dealer, Calvin Winata, has a bit more of a burst style of a hero, so it doesn't really shred through this Terizla as easily.
Slowly but surely, it does seem like Malaysia are outscaling Indonesia, right? Wild charge again into the penalty zone. Keyboy still going to be able to flicker out of that, and that's 2 big ultimates used up for the flicker. Who gets more value out of that trade, Arashi?
Considering that the Lord is just up right here, I think Indonesia technically has a bit more value to be taken, unless they can't really get forced to go for the Lord because of the macro play. The bottom wave gets getting pushed out. Diversion is available for Suns to bring CW into the fight, but we'll have to see how Indonesia wants to play this.
Okay, Lutpi in the front trying to zone them away now on that X-Borg as Suns gets the conceal of Keyboy to go back into the mid lane to clear this wave, and he will be able to do so. Athena's shield now bought up by Keyboy, so a little bit more sustainable in the skirmish. As Albert, you can see that the Lord Dance is, not as good as it was before, as the Lord takes so much of your HP away. Albert is down to a quarter of his HP, and now it's Lutpi who's trying to take the turtle or the Lord aggro. And again, so much damage already outputted by the Lord. This new change is definitely changing a few, dynamics in the game. The Lord Dance is so much harder to do. Oh, Keyboy, onward, and Earth Shatter right into the Frigid Glacier. They're all going to be baited in. And CW now in the back. It's going to be Sans who gets taken down by Loliel. CW gets some damage down, but Wooden Nature will be able to save him. And Loliel gets the outplay onto CW. Lutpi's next to the chopping block. The Spear of Destruction connects, and Loliel teleports behind him. The Faraga armor still ready. He will use it to just clear up the wave in the mid lane, but he will not be able to do so. One more cannon minion. They might be able to utilize all of this to go for the game end in game number 1. Just one cannon minion. One more hit to the cannon minion, but it'll be enough for Team Malaysia to secure game number 1.
What a performance, man. That final fight was a complete wipe from the side of Malaysia. Indonesia, unable to do anything, outplayed at every turn. Who would have expected, man? Malaysia just striking first, pushing Indonesia on the back foot.
And it's with Loliel too, right? The guy we were talking about how Loliel is completely different, how he plays to Innocent, the usual lineup for SRG for this team for Malaysia, and Gorgeous as well in place of Cram for SRG for the representatives of Malaysia. And you can see that with Gorgeous, with Loliel, they're still able to be an absolute menace in the land of Dawn. And I think we saw it there, the fact that Loliel was able to completely outplay CW. CW didn't go for the win of nature, not at all, Rashi. Do you think that was a bit of a bad decision that CW made to not go for the win of nature going up against a Roger and a Moskov? Because he did go for the Rose Gold Meteor. I definitely get that. Stormy was dealing a whole lot of damage, and that Frigid Glacier is annoying to deal with. But also, that physical damage in the end was what killed him, right? It was the Moskov who was chasing him.
I think he was really banking on the positioning to really avoid that. But against a Moskov, you never really know, right? This was the fight earlier where I was talking about how Keyboy was able to do a lot of damage. But overall, with so much crowd control, so much ways for Malaysia to really deny Indonesia a favorable fight, the penalty zone, the wild charges, the glacier coming in from Stormy as well. You can see that whenever a fight breaks out, they're using these tools not to go for a combo, but to split apart the composition, the formation of Indonesia. And when their vulnerable members are left behind like this, like CW is caught out of nowhere, it makes it very difficult for Indonesia to get a lot of winning fights, a lot of winning situations where they can just stay protected and output their damage. Whereas for Malaysia, especially for Loliel, he has the Purify, he can be a bit more mobile in these fights, more self-protection, and Stormy has the passive on top of his own crowd control so that he can actually match his own when it comes to these very messy fights. So Indonesia, we're trying to use this diversion to really try and get a favorable circumstance to start these fights, but aside from some particular moments, for the most part, Malaysia just had their number, man.
All throughout the fights, I think we could definitely say that, right? I think a few of the misplays definitely did happen as well, because for CW here, he was dealing a lot of damage on the Gorgeous, but he decided to isolate himself from the team, and it kind of left him very, very vulnerable for Skies to just take him out. And again, maybe he kind of miscalculated there, because maybe he thought, the Roger wasn't going to deal that much damage, but it's a 6-1 Roger, right? You've got to expect that at this point of the game. At the 12th minute as well, there were a lot of misplays being made by Indonesia, using the diversion and ending up kind of isolating Keyboy all the way. And here, both of the backliners, both of the damage dealers, it looked kind of good for some time, but then as Gorgeous kept on swinging that hammer, it just looked horrible. And especially considering Loliel was able to land the Spear of Destruction to participate in the skirmish, with Sans and CW already so low, Loliel just went to town.
It seems like Malaysia has completely adapted to the global threat coming in from the diversion. And even here, look at this, Sans just gets immediately outplayed by Loliel. Yeah. He's been great with the positioning, with the Sphere of Destructions, and his targeting, right? Knowing who to go for and when he has a window to really go for that isolation play.
And here as well, the final play, I think right after Sans gets taken out, they would have still been able to actually, fend off a little bit. But the fact that CW, again, Arashi, the question I asked you, no Wind of Nature, that has to be a question that we have to keep on asking to CW, right? Was that the right call? Because maybe if he did have the win in nature, maybe he would have at least survived. I don't know if he would have been able to completely outplay the situation, you know, but if he survived, the game would have definitely gone on to, you know, later stages. But even then, it'll be kind of tough for Indonesia, right? That's kind of a snowballing comp that they have. They have an X-Work that is pretty good in the later stage of the game, but against the Moskov and a Roger, the two marksman combination, it just seems like the late game was already in favor of Malaysia all the way from the start of the game.
Yeah, they do have a lot more DPS options in the late game, but all things considered, I feel like Malaysia just had so many more playmaking tools. Whenever we talk
Agreed.
about teams that are just so high level, it's all about the playmaking, right? Who can find those moments that can really change the game. And usually we always have our eyes glued on Keyboy for Indonesia. But in this game, he was completely shut down because for the most part, that Grok was just up in his face again and again. And if they want to jump on the Grok, there's just more playmaking tools layered over by Malaysia. So I have to say that this draft from Malaysia, I think was very, very solid. And for Indonesia, it seems like a very familiar draft to us, but we've been talking about how the drafts have been changing. And maybe now it's a time for them to really be pushed to the limit, to try and be forced to try and experiment and come up with something new.
For sure. I think maybe for Team Malaysia, they definitely got the read on the meta a bit better, right? The way that they were playing and their draft as well, their layering of CC was still just more efficient, definitely. Even though they left open the Loyi, the fact that the Loyi has been nerfed with the diversion, you can definitely see that in the game, right? For Indonesia, the way that we usually see it from Sans is he usually just spams that diversion every single time it's up, utilizing the cooldown that's already very short on that ultimate before the patch to constantly look for different angles. But now with the change, it does seem like they have to kind of like hold themselves off from using the diversion too much. They have to use the diversions in the right plays for the right time. And some of these times they were able to do so, but in the end, again, they still lost out in the team fight. Maybe that's the reason the Loyi was left open. Maybe the Loyi isn't, you know, a crazy pick anymore. Maybe the Moskov is a bit more prio now. I don't know. Because technically for Malaysia, they were on blue side and they first picked the Roger, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, they first picked the Roger into the Grok and then the Moskov. So they started off with Roger, Grok, Moskov.
I think it's just the lore changes as well makes it so that Lord dancing, holding the Lord like that is just so much more punishable. So for Malaysia, I think the Moskov in particular was just such a value pick because it's not just the damage output, it's also the macro. Having someone that can kind of outplay solo also is kind of secure, but can also join all these fights from so far away and push fast. It's almost like a whole package here for the Moskov that allowed them to really get an advantage and force Indonesia to be the one to really rush the neutral objectives. We saw that when they were able to do so with the turtle, I believe, one of the turtles earlier, they were able to get an advantage. But you can see that when it's a bit slower, when they have to wait around and play along and take some damage from that Lord, they immediately just felt that change and how punishing it was to just be forced into that spot.
Okay, Rashi, but I gotta hit you with the hard hitting questions here now, right?
All
I
right.
mean, yay or nay, temporal rain Fredrin?
Right, we haven't addressed that. I think for now, nay. I wasn't sure what the idea was. I know that Fredrin is a very
You gotta use your ult, right?
heavy hero, but yeah. So the thing is, it gives you a reduction when you use the ultimate.
Exactly.
So it's not like once you use it, you just keep getting reductions. It's like a one-time reduction, if I understand the tooltip correctly. So you use it once, you get value, and that's about it, though. So technically, in a short burst engagement, the Fredrin can get a bit more value. But overall, with the back and forth, with the longer fights, I feel like an extra bit of damage, extra bit of healing maybe from the Impure Rage, or maybe even the faster clear speed with the Concussive Blast can be a bit more valuable than that.
I have to agree, man. I think for the temporal rain, it might have been a mistake. I don't know if Albert mistapped it, or maybe he actually thought, the temporal rain would be a great choice, but we've yet to see it, right? I really hope that we get our doubts erased, our doubts basically like taken out of the game after game number 2, because if he does go for the temporal rain again and wins on it, then maybe we'll see the brilliance of it. Maybe it's because of the clear in his own jungle. Maybe he can use the when he can use the Appraiser's Wrath and then straight into the clear, right? But even then, I still personally don't really like the temporal rain on the Fredrin. We've seen Brave Smites, Impure Rages still, and the normal concussive blast, and I think those 3 work a little bit better, especially now. I think the Impure Rage has been rising in popularity a whole lot. Like in the previous match, Cambodia versus Myanmar, 6 players in total in that game went for Impure Rage. That's how many Impure Rages were there in the game. It's like the new QC or the new Brave Smite, Back in the day it was Brave Smite, and then it became QC, and then now it's Impure Rage.
It's the new cool thing that everyone's just buying into. I wonder if it'll be funny if we kind of maybe ask and the answer was like, oh, the idea is to go in with the Fedrin, Appraiser's Wrath, right? Get a neutral objective steal, and then with the cooldowns you can kind of escape. So it's like an in and out playstyle in theory. It'll be pretty funny to see if it happens. But for now, they have to try and find something that really works here, because on paper, especially for the long duration fights, they were supposed to really win it out, but Malaysia just showed that it's not about just the composition, it's how you play it, how much pressure you can have around the map, what kind of flanks you can get. And if you do have everything lining up in your favor, even if your hero selection and composition doesn't really win out on paper, it doesn't matter. They can still get the upper hand.
Yeah, and Yums was definitely, another. He was the core member in that team, always getting these wild charges. I think if it wasn't Yums, it was Gojes, right? Because Gojes, if you take a look at his KD, you definitely think, oh my god, this guy's feeding. But if you take a look at the game, he's always there to sacrifice himself to get the penalty zone on the right members and to set up for those wild charges, to set up even for the Roger and obviously, towards the later stage, Loliel. And Stormy too, the layering of CC was insane. The fact that they had so much CC, again, Frigid Glacier, penalty zone, wild charge, it all just clumped up together. When you use it, it all layers in for a very, very easy victory, or at least a very easy way for the backliners, the Roger and the Moskov, to deal damage, right? Technically, it was all just a setup for the Moskov and the Roger.
On paper at least, but I think you have to also appreciate the fact that they were never really falling into a routine. It's not always a wild charge into a penalty zone and then more follow-up. You saw that on occasion, it was Stormy that just flickered forward and just laid out his full combo. So they were still trying to make sure that Indonesia is kept on their toes. They weren't allowed to really fall into a rhythm and kind of get used to the patterns here. So they were just trying to make sure that they were quote unquote as random as possible.
All right, but I think we are going to be taking a look at the last match MVP that is ready. So let's take a look at the last match MVP. Who actually got MVP? What are your predictions, Josh, for the MVP?
Oh, for my prediction, I think it's Loliel. Well, spoilers, it is going to be Loliel here on the Moskov. I mean, 4-0 and 8. This was a game with a lot of back and forth, a lot of fist fights technically, and he was able to maintain perfect KDA, and he was always in the right place at the right time. And that's even before we talk about the Spear of Destruction accuracy rate. He's always landing those again and again, even in the most critical of moments. So I think this is absolutely well-deserved.
Gotta go, man. He was coming into this lineup, I think, with a lot of doubts because of his performance in MPL Malaysia as well, right? The fact that he was able to show up and play with no new items, he completely ignored the new items. They don't need the Milfic gun. They the Sky Piercer. All they need is the pick that were already great from the last patch. Some crazy, what's it called? Global presence with the Spear of Destruction and late game damage, right? He was just able to participate in these it out and then up to become a threat that he is.
And of course, with the right tools to purify, the Wind of Nature as well. Don't forget, that was a big factor in how in that final engagement, CW was trying his best to try and find a way to deal with him, to try and turn it around. But with the Wind of Nature, there was nothing he could do. And Loliel understands that, and that's, I think, what's impressive. He knows his power levels relatively to the game as well. So he knows when it's time to really go in aggressively. because he has the backup, he has the tools ready to try and make the outplay happen. If he doesn't, he plays a very calculative style too, and just lays back and waits for the right opportunity.
Slowly but surely, just wait power spike, and all of them, even power spike, he was already active, not in the team fights, but just by staying in lane, he was actively getting objectives for the team. Bottom lane turret and then the top lane turret were actually hold up, we're getting ready to get into the draft. I think we are already in the draft, by the way, Rashi.
Right, we're seeing two. It's just that intense. But let's see here. Chip Moskov banned away for Indonesia. We're seeing a swap here in the pick order, I believe. Nolan, Moskov, and Angela. So you're seeing a lot of respect to the mobility, the clear speed, and the global play that I think Indonesia is really respecting from Malaysia. But they went for the Valentina here. So if Malaysia wants to go for the Lo Yi, that is still available. So technically, they haven't really countered. They haven't really found a way to shut it down just yet. But it seems like Malaysia prefers the Arlet and the Claude. They want that team fight. The team fighting style.
So they completely ignored the Lo Yi, right? And then the Malaysia want to try to layer that damage as well with no Moskov. Now they're placed on the Claude, and now I think it is very, very to actually show up. It's still going to be tough considering there's an Arlet, but the Claude lane is going to be really, really good.
The Claude lane. I mean, if they want to go for that, that option, that is definitely still an option. But I don't know if they want to try and get a winning lane for CW, right? He's been recently notorious for just winning it out on aggressive picks, aggressive heroes. But we'll have to wait and see if they feel like that is the winning solution here. Whoa! Out of nowhere though, that's gonna be a Beatrix.
Okay. Maybe with the new Sky Piercer, or maybe without the new items, right? Maybe the Melphic Gun, who knows? But okay, we get the Beatrix pickup with the Grok. So huge emphasis on the Grok now. I think in game number 1, the Grok was able to set the pace and dictate the pace of the game all the way from the start of turtle number 1. I think right as you get in level 4, once you get that wild charge, you just have so many ways to actually go and attack for the turtle, right? You can actually go for the initiation. You can actually just use the wild charge to enable your jungler to pick up the retribution as well. So many different ways to tackle the game. And even at the start, technically with the Guardian's Barrier, you can set up for all these waves to be frozen for your individual laners.
And don't forget those barriers. It makes a very great source of crowd control technically. But wow, Ling out of nowhere, especially with a vulnerable Beatrix on the side of Indonesia. This is a big problem. Malaysia pulling this out. I guess Mirko called it, but now it's in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Ling from Indonesia as well. So very interesting that they didn't decide to pick it up for themselves in the first phase. Because usually for Albert and for Indonesia, they're really confident to actually pull off the Ling. But now with the Ling picked up by Team Malaysia, they have to start setting up for it. They have to try to take away as much mid control or maybe even jungle control as possible. Maybe getting rid of the Baksha would be a good option because the Baksha could actually start to invade very early on in the game. And yeah, that's another good choice. The Masha too. Someone that can actually just get so much more pressure in the XP and then start rotating over as the damage dealer to start thunderclapping some of these players. Because I think everyone on this team, by the way, from Team Malaysia, Arlet, Ling, and Claude, they don't do too well against the Masha.
And I think considering how they've been playing, it makes sense, right? The fact that they want to have someone just pushing on the side lanes, relatively secure, not really susceptible to just getting destroyed 1v1. Banning away the Masha is a big part in making sure that doesn't happen for them. So great ban, value ban for them, but now for Indonesia, they're faced with the global presence coming from a Ling this time, and usually we see either a suppression being used to try and control that Ling, or we can see like an EXP laner that can really match that kind of pressure. So we have to see what Indonesia will go for. But they've renovated Terizla, so they recognize how troublesome Gorgeous is for them to deal with, right? The big penalty zones, the sustainability, I think, more than anything, was just so annoying to deal with for Indonesia in game 1.
And I think for sure for Gorgeous, he definitely has a few different heroes to pick up as well. I mean, even if the Terizla gets banned out, maybe they can go for something like a Lapu Lapu as well, right? This is kind of the same idea. It's a playmaker. You want to go in with the bravest fighter to just enable for the team, and it's going to be the Julian ban actually from Team Malaysia. Maybe taking a few of some data away from MPL ID, the grand finals and the playoffs there with the Julian picked up by Fnatic Onyx, but it was a different player. It wasn't Albert, right? This can actually still pull in here in this game, or it might actually just be forced to go back to the utility. If they do go to utility around Rashi choice, would it just be go for something like a fighter is alpha, but probably not alpha, right? There's not enough tanky members on the side of Malaysia to go for the alpha. But okay, that's a Cho ban actually, respecting Yums.
Okay, so to answer your question for the jungler, I don't know, man. I think it has to be some kind of utility jungle pick, because as you mentioned, if it's a damaging jungler, especially for the alpha, yeah, the true damage does get a bit quote-unquote wasted if it's put into this composition against this composition. So I think it's definitely something that can really help out with the layering of crowd control, because if Keyboy is going to be playing that Grok, we saw how effective it was for Malaysia, but only when there is other options that can be put in the back of the minds of Indonesia. And we're seeing a Loyi picked in the second phase. So they have the Ling, now they have the Loyi. Indonesia needs to respond with something, man. Something to deal with this macro threat.
And this time there's much more synergy for the Loyi, right? There's an Arlet and there's also a Claude. So technically with the Claude, you can utilize the diversion and put the battle mirror image behind you, and then you can go to a different lane and teleport back with the battle mirror image. That's been the combo that we've been seeing. But again, maybe with the new diversion cooldown, maybe you might not see that, but the Hayabusa with the Ruby gets locked in. That's the assassin that we were expecting, at least in game number 1, and Indonesia decide in game number 2, it's time to rock in. And it seems for Lutpi, he will be given that Ruby pick in the XP.
Man, Hayabusa in the hands of Albert? We haven't seen this in a while. There are, of course, ways to counter it, and especially in the 1v1s, I'm curious to see how this plays out, right? Hayabusa against the Ling. I think it becomes like a bit of a skill matchup. The Ling probably has more damage output without using the ultimate, I guess. But even with the ultimate, there is outplay here with the Tempest of Blades as well. So I think 1v1 isn't the idea here. It's about trying to find ways to get in the back line, or it's who can actually use their ultimate and then go for retribution when they're in that immune phase. We've talked about this somewhat a while back, Mirko, actually.
Okay, but it seems there's going to be a swap here in terms of the roam, at least, right? For the Grok and the Edith, swapping sides from Indonesia to Malaysia, from Malaysia to Indonesia. Yums was on the Grok in game number 1. If you guys are just tuning in, and it is 1-0 to Malaysia right now. They have a chance to clean sweep Indonesia. But Arashi, let's take a look at the drafts again. What do you think? Who do you think has the better drafts? Is the Valentina Beatrix the way to go, and the Hayabusa as well?
Oh man, I feel like when it comes to the back and forth, I feel like now Indonesia has a bit more of an advantage, actually. For Malaysia, I feel like they are the ones who are going to be forced to be a bit more decisive in how they want to move. If they go for a diversion play, or if they send the Arlet or the Edith a bit forward to try and threaten and engage, if they don't really get it, they can get punished very, very easily. So let's just get into the line of dawn for game number 2. Will Malaysia get a clean sweep, or will Indonesia push them into a full 3-game series? Ladies and gentlemen, game 2.
Let's see if the equalizer happens here, or if it's a clean sweep. But looking at the emblems, it does seem like it's already going to be a bit different here. No temporal rain this time around, at least not for Indonesia. I didn't get the chance to actually take a look at Malaysia. But okay, Hayabusa versus Ling. This matchup is definitely going to be an interesting one, right? Because on paper, I think if it's a pure 1v1, the Ling has a bit of an advantage. You can actually escape from the shadow kill while you're on the Tempest of Blades, and Sans and Stormy already going at it very early on. Seems Stormy will be able to get that win in the fights. Barrier, though, placed down by Keyboy. They might actually be looking to zone Stormy all the way back. They are successful at doing that. Straight into the lethal that they claim for themselves.
The early game Valentina play, and you always need to mention Sans when you're talking about the Valentina. It's just a different way he plays it, and he can be very creative with which ultimate he decides to really go for right here. So now Yums is still trying to do what he did in game 1, and going on to Albert.
Onward flicker now. Albert gonna be caught in the Tempest Ablaze, and first blood over to Malaysia. Albert punished very early on, but Sans now with the flicker forward as well will be able to claim one. Skies is gonna be next in the chopping block, but he's able to get into the Defiant Blaze, looking for another one. Finch Boys, and he gets out. Well played, the Skies, but CW somehow is able to get the kill. I think he didn't even use the flicker. He just walked up and gunned him down from the walls.
Shot down from the sky. CW reading his escape patterns. Great communication from Indonesia to corral Seki's Skies to a death there, even though he made the clean escape. But Albert trying to make sure he keeps up with the farm. But look at Malaysia, man. They're just a lot more active. And now with the neutral objective already up, both teams going for a bit of a clear contest, but Indonesia will be able to clear out first.
That will mean that they will get level 4 first, but with Albert having no purple buff, I'm not even sure if they actually want to go for this contest this early on. Diversion or read towards that bush there. Gojes will be able to get a very good position. Earth Shatter going to be used up, but not onto anyone. That's the turtle. Reset it again. Wild charge onto the back now with the Primal Rat stolen away. Sans dealing a whole lot of damage, and Gojes will be taken out. The Skies looks for the play. Gives with the Earth Shatter, knocking up Sans, but now Albert's going to be targeted down. As Albert, will he be able to escape? Tempest Blaze knocks him up. Skies not able to get the last hit, but it's going to be the Primal Rat coming in from Yums, and it's an all-out win again for Malaysia. Skies gets out, just barely there with 1 HP, and secures the Sky Piercer too.
Oh man, Sky Piercer in the hands of this Ling. Definitely not ideal for Indonesia. It was going so well for them, but it almost seems like the engage was a bit too early. Keyboy went for the wild charge, and everyone kind of had to walk up a bit more to really follow up on it. That small window allows Malaysia to really come back and trade back the play. And you can see the Primal Rat damage is great in the hands of Sans, but you can't forget Yums can also deal a lot of damage there, as both teams actually are still taking this neutral objective very, very slow. It's like the fights are more important than the objective itself.
Well, they are 2 assassins, right? It is 2 assassins in the game. Maybe the neutral objective might not play as big of a role compared to the usual utility role, but Lutpi is the one who takes the turtle aggro. Flicker, final slash now committed only onto Lutpi, though. Yums pops into Onward. Earth Shadow Flicker, knocking Albert up. He does still have the quad shadow, and he does go in. Retreat battle going to be used up, as that's going to be Albert winning it out with the help of the wild charge, and now jumps back onto Yums with the shadow kill. Sans picks up the kill, but it is going to be Keyboy that is traded in. Skies already very low, and Sans is looking to go for that one last hit to take him down, but Skies will choose the defensive route. Lutpi still hovering over now onto Gojes. It does seem like for Indonesia, they will take that small win for the roamer, just traded for the kill. And Lutpi in the bottom lane, perhaps a 1v1 here as Gojes goes in and blazing away up top. CW will be taken down. No, he's still able to survive for a bit, and there you go, the last few shots from Loliel to take CW down.
Fortunately for CW, though, he did clear the wave out, so he won't be losing out on any farm, EXP, and gold. But man, fights all across the map. Oh, Albert with the happy feet, but he's gonna get jumped on.
Okay, has the quad shadow to go all the way back, but the dispersion and the rotation will be able to catch him. Skies jumps in, the shadow kill is used up by Albert, and now gets caught with the Finch Poise as the wild charge only connects on a Stormy. The Tempest of Blaze has been used to actually go at it. Stormy taken very low, still able to flicker out to safety as Lutpi will be caught. The final slash brings him back into the tier 1 turret, and he's able to get the 3-man I'm offended right into Sans, but the Onward brings them back on the Skies to get the Defiant Blade. Now it's going to be Keyboy in the midst of it all, caught. Sans still dealing a lot of damage, and the Conceal will be used defensively. Sans the flicker as well, and gets 1 kill. No one traded in, and now it's going to be Sans who gets shut down as well. Malaysia getting all the skirmish. Victory CW! What a good snipe with the Renner's apathy.
That was a diversion to go back to base or to rotate from Stormy, but that just painted a target on his back. CW capitalizing on it. Small victory to trade back, but overall, Malaysia does seem to have the control over this game, man. When they want to fight, they will get it. And Indonesia, you're seeing that they were just kind of lost on occasion. Even though Sans tries his best to really match it out, he has 4 kills in his pocket. But for the most part, you can see how difficult it is for him to chase down the members of Malaysia to finally get 1 or 2 kills in the midst of all these really long engagements.
And now it comes down to maybe how they utilize CW and Sans, because Albert, he's quite a bit behind, but actually in terms of level, he's not too far behind. He's still on the same level as Sky as this Lutpi again takes a turtle aggro in the bottom lane. There's a diversion. Look for a flank on the Lutpi, and they go into Albert! Onward onto the Earth Shatter. Albert's still able to pop in the quad shadow in time as Lutpi goes into re-engage, wild charge, catching two. But now, no full re-engage now as Gorgeous is going to be missing out of the final slash, and the Shadow Kill deals with him. Tempest of Blades on the Lutpi, but he's still able to escape, and Skies will be gunned down by Sans of the Primal Wrath, taking him out of that wall right there. Stormy very low, CW flickers forward, gets the gun down, and now it's Yomes who's going to be sandwiched in the base, or in the turret, rather. Tier 1 down below, CW takes him out with a Bennett.
Look at Leo though being active on the other side, even taking the mid turret down. It's a great win for Indonesia, but Malaysia gives nothing back for free. Wow. Taking away that mid turret will be very beneficial, especially with the diversions they've been trying to go for. It's unfortunate for them though that they got roped into that chase to try and secure Albert, because they kind of got stuck on Lutpi. That was able to just delay them for that much longer. Looking at the items though, has claws on top of the Sky Piercer for Skies will mean that he can really hold his own in a longer prolonged battle. But Lolio, one more item to go for the full-on power spike. That is what I think Malaysia will be definitely waiting for.
Slowly but surely, Indonesia building that gold lead back, but it's still just technically even, right? It's a 500 gold lead, still very insignificant despite the 2 turtles. But fun fact for you guys, this game, I guess we're only going to be getting 2 turtles, right? Usually, we're very used to just seeing 3 turtles with the utility jungle meta, but with the assassins, I guess 2 turtles is more of the norm. No one can really focus and commit down onto these neutral objectives, as Gojes actually uses the vengeance a bit aggressively onto Sans and will be punished quite a bit with that glowing wand. But it's a Sky Piercer BOD start for CW. So, is he going to try to just look for these burst downs, look for these pickoffs? Is he playing with the Bennett more than the Renner? I'm not too sure actually.
I think for Indonesia, the Wild Charge Bennett's Rage combo will be what you're looking at, and the execute will be great for any spell, but Gorgeous alone now.
Yeah, that's a 3-man final slash, but CW just guns him down. That Sky Piercer doing work. You can definitely see the execution there. And CW's online, 5-1. Both CW and Sans, actually.
But here's the problem for Indonesia. Even if they can really match out the team fight situation, look at Skies. He's still pushing right now. And no one can really stop him. Even if Indonesia wants to send their EXP laner to stop this macro play, Lutpi cannot match up to the macro presence of a Ling. And that's even before talking about the diversion play. So Malaysia will definitely have that as an advantage constantly. And this will be a bit of a deja vu situation to game 1. Indonesia are the ones that will be forced to go for a proper committed fight. But look at that, with a conceal already used by Malaysia, Indonesia has a chance here to make a surprise play.
Wait, how is Albert a level ahead of Skies? Lutpi, I'm offended, able to catch Jones right into the first match, and final slash brings them back, but Albert is able to pop in the quad shadow just in time. Lutpi will be taken down now as CW does some damage back. Albert in the back shadow kill, getting 2 kills on the board. That's both of the assassins picking up a double kills. Albert looks for more, but Stormy gets rid of him with a shutdown, and Team Malaysia wins it out. CW now with the Wesker trying to go for the assassination onto Gorgeous, but will decide to just dash backwards again. It's Team Malaysia with a big team fight win, and CW, I don't think he can contest this, not alone.
It was a cheeky play to go with the Wesker to try and get and execute. Deja vu to a couple of seasons back where that was a very common strategy. But Malaysia, with such a decisive win, they're going to go straight for the Lord. Indonesia won't be there in time, man, but P-Boy is going to force something. Okay.
Doesn't seem like they will. Diversion gets spotted. Keyboy pops into Power with Nature. And just like that, Malaysia decide not to take it. They got the Lord. There's no real reason for them to go for the fight right now. They can just play as slow as they can. It's a 1,000 gold lead that will definitely be building. They have Ling. They have Claude. They can scale.
That's unfortunate for Indonesia, man. They were in position first. They were the ones to try and make the play happen. But in that big fight, Gorgeous, that was a massive final slash that really kind of ruined the formation of Indonesia and resulted in everything just getting so chaotic. Albert was able to pick up a kill and was having some kind of presence in that fight, but unfortunately, it's just so much more limited compared to Skies right now, at least for now. Now, with all 3 waves just being managed by Malaysia, there's, like you said, Mirko, playing it slow. They know that there's no rush at all. They want to make sure that they get as much as possible. Maybe even a diversion here.
And towards the bottom side of the map, Yums is already hovering over, trying to get a big pick, maybe onto CW or Lutfi. They try to deal with this Lord. It seems that tier 2 will be given away. It's a bit too risky to defend all the way into tier 2 because Gojes also has ways to actually displace them with that final slash, but they will be able to deal with that Lord. Still with the mid tier 2 intact. Indonesia defending this time, but Malaysia finding crazy value with that Lord. Ooh. Oh, wild charge? Into the Bennett's Rage? No, they don't decide to go for it. Good flicker out from Yums to evade from that. The onward as well. Just to open up that bush again. And now in the mid lane, they're trying to go for the clear as well. But man, Malaysia, straight with the Primal Rat. They know how to utilize their resources so well. Lutfi, I'm offended, gets knocked out by the Earth Shatter as well. No real engage now, as that's going to be Skies who jumps in onto Lutfi again. Dealing some damage, taking him to a quarter of his HP. And Albert, his purple buff is being threatened away. And that's the final slash to connect onto Albert. He's still able to get out with the quad shadows. Keyboy gets gunned down by the Blazing Duet, and Lutfi is able to survive, but it's a win for Skies. I think he took the purple buff away from Albert, but I have to see, I'll have to look at Albert before I can really confirm.
You have to wait for the visual confirmation. You're seeing Wind of Nature's built in for, at this point, both the gold laners. But for Malaysia, man, I think the response whenever Indonesia makes a play has been just so phenomenal. Every single time there's been a big ultimate, a big catch attempt from Indonesia, Malaysia just has the right responses again and again. If you're looking at the damage dealt, Sans definitely is one of the main damage dealers. CW is more of a burst hero, but it is diversion play just to send Lolio to go for a clear. Is he going to come back? Nope. Didn't set up for that play, but that's the macro play that Malaysia still has at their disposal. They've been doing all this without really relying on any crazy big diversion plays.
Alright, dealing some damage, poking Yums down. That's a slow push built up by Malaysia up top, and Yums will be opening it up right into the Bennett, doing a lot of damage, taking his immortality down as Keyboy pops into Power of Nature, but Lutfi will be caught, has a flicker. Lolio goes in and now purifies, and when Nature's out, Finch poised into the back, dealing some damage, but look at Sans doing some damage as well, back onto him. Albert with the quad shadow. Albert gets the kill. CW, oh, pops into with Nature and is able to kite away. One more shot. Stormy gets it. Sans will be able to catch him though, and he pops the winner crown to get out with the diversion, but it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Indonesia.
That was mildly surprising. Wow. I thought Malaysia definitely had it in the bag with all the control, but Indonesia, they found a way with the targeting, with the crowd control to find that back, the damage dealers for inside of Malaysia. And that was an absolute win. And even afterwards, directly going onto the Lord. Let's take a look at what exactly happened right there earlier. Wow.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get to see the replay, unfortunately, but now it's how they are actually preparing for... Oh, there you go. Now it's the replay, Rashi.
No, it's still low. You just go in and do damage. And the same way he did, Skies also went in to go for it. But Albert, just taking advantage of the mobility that Hayabusa brings, goes in, and CW as well. It's almost like when Malaysia are responding, they have all the right responses for Indonesia. But right there, when they're the ones to initially go in for a massive dive, it's a whole different story. But Lutfi already taken out. Now Yums with the conceal.
Yeah, and the diversion into the back means that they can actually look for a flank. Yums are shattered. Oh, Yums gets a knockup onto CW and Keyboy. And that's 3 on the board for Team Malaysia. But take a look at the enhanced Lord that's just doing so much damage on the base, getting the base turn as well. Sans almost taking Lolio down, forced to go with the battle mirror image back again as Sans pops into Primal Rat, now walking up onto Yums. Albert walks up as well, has a shadow kill, decides to pop it in, and is able to get out of the skill 1 coming down from Gojes. And technically, Indonesia get a lot of value in terms of turrets. They get a base turret in the far lane, but in terms of kills, yeah, they lost that one.
What's with Indonesia and Lords, man? There's always some interesting Lord happenings whenever Indonesia is in the picture. All things considered, even though Malaysia had a great sequence there, a great catch, great team fight, they lost the base turret, and it's on the far side, away from the next Lord. That could prove to be fatal. Let's take a look at the items here, though. Sans, especially with the Blood Wings and the Lightning Truncheon, he has a lot of burst damage on top of the potential to go with that, with the Primal Wrath. So now, especially if you're a backline or an assassin on the side of Malaysia, you gotta be a bit more careful because, you know, Sans will be waiting to try and do something just unpredictable.
All right. Once again, for Indonesia, It seems they're just trying to go and take this purple buff away. Suns dashes forward, but Skies will be able to retreat, securing it for himself. A CW gets that blade of the Heptases, and now I really want to take a look at the items, right, for Indonesia and Malaysia in the 16th minute of the game. It's a very small gold lead, but at this point, what is a gold lead even, right? It's technically 50-50, but the structure, how is this going to play into the next Lord, Arashi? The fact that the base turret in the far lane was taken down by the Lord.
I think considering that Indonesia also have great engage tools to really start a fight off, it's going to be dangerous for Malaysia, but they're chasing Suns a bit too far there. You can see Indonesia setting up a trap potentially. They have control over the Lord already. And with that far side, just pushing constantly. Oh, gorgeous. Ooh.
Oh, wow, good vengeance. Actually use the vengeance to get out away from the I'm Offended. Well played to Gorgeous, and that really just gave Malaysia, I would say, a breath of fresh air, right? They were if Gorgeous was picked off, that would have been maybe a free enhanced Lord.
But now it's back to the waiting game, and with CW having the Sky Piercer, the Malefic as well, a lot of burst damage in his arsenal if they get too low, if Malaysia get too low from the Lord right here. So they need to be careful, and you can see that they're the ones who are forced to play around with the Lord right here, knowing that the bottom lane is shoving again and again. Skies with the Endless Battle will be having a bit more burst potential, but you can see Indonesia now are the ones playing it super patient, no real necessity, and Malaysia are even using the diversion to certain scout for information there.
It does seem like that's the case, and the far lane, the bottom lane is still going to be there.
Oh.
Albert going to be chasing. You see Skies able to win on the retreat battle. CW gets rid of Gorgeous, and now it's going to be Albert. It's taken down by Skies. Well played. What a retreat. He walks up, and it's comboed together with the final slash of Gorgeous.
Man, that Gorgeous, I think, was the real MVP in that fight, though. Landing that final slash on Albert, it was at such a critical moment with everyone just waiting to deny him that opportunity. But Malaysia has done it. They take the Lord away from Indonesia, and now they have, once again, the empowered waves to try and make these plays happen. They're up against a Valentina and a Beatrix though, so the wave clear for Indonesia is definitely something that they still have to try and prolong this game even longer. But we've seen how Malaysia plays, how Gorgeous and Yums have been so active. They can try and go for a fight and catch Indonesia off guard before they can even set up for a proper defense. We'll have to see how this goes.
Okay, they're actually trying to just put it away, but item-wise, Arashi, before the siege, how is it looking?
With the Divine Glaive, with the crown as well, Stormy is all set up to try and make the most daring of plays all the way in the front line. And with Loliel just trying to finish up his final item right here, he might be able to get it by the time the Lord reaches the base of Indonesia. Okay, there you go. Immortal in his pocket as well. They're just gearing for a full-ditch effort, and they have the diversion into outside the map play if they want to go for it.
Let's see, man. The bring Gorgeous away, but he's all alone, can't find the final slash, goes in with a vengeance, and will be CC'd down with I'm Offended as well, and the vengeance will not be enough to get him out of there, and it'll be Gorgeous taken out. And for Indonesia, they'll be able to defend this. That means that they can actually just get rid of the Lord as Malaysia disengage with the conceal.
All in all, Malaysia equalizing on the base turret situation, but man, Gorgeous was left alone right there, and Keyboy gets out with the wild charge for now, but that won't be up for a while. So now Malaysia can once again control the vision, the information, and now there's no longer a way for Indonesia to match it.
Oh, there was an onward by Malaysia earlier, and now we're going to take a look at the replay, but I really wonder what's going on in the team fight right now, and it looks like Skies is going to be able to jump into the back. Lutpi going to be taken down. Skies again with a double kill as he finds all the blades. A diversion to the back will mean that Stormy will try to look for an angle. Skies hovering over. That's 2 for 1, but the 1 was already earlier. Shadow kill on the Stormy, but it's onto the minions as well. Gorgeous buys the immortality, and for Stormy, he was able to just walk in wave.
When you thought you were gonna see a bit of a replay, but no, Malaysia says, hang on, there's more. Finally here, we take a look at a bit of a replay. Lutpi there just getting jumped on. And unfortunately for Indonesia, they were trying to go for a proper fight right there, but in the back line, man, the fact that there's so many immunity tools for Malaysia, once again, is something that they are absolutely abusing.
For sure, and now that base turret almost gets taken down by the cannon minion. Lutpi and Sans will be respawning back in the Atlanta Dawn, but I don't know if it's going to be in time here. It seems from Malaysia, they're just going to go for the burst straight onto the Lord. And CW, will he try to go for the Renner Apathy steal? Doesn't seem like they'll be able to. Skies gets it again. That's a retreat battle win as Indonesia look to go for a team fight, but Malaysia are just way too clean. They get the Lord, they back away, and now in the 21st minute, this might be the final Lord of the game.
Possibly the beginning of the end right here for Indonesia, as the Malaysians, with a full inventory slot on almost everyone, even the Queen's Wings in the hands of Yums, he is geared for an all-out fight to decide this once and for all. Diversion.
Oh, 3 members are going to take it. Sans will be able to read it. Does some damage onto Lolila, but so far only 1 wave is pushing down. CW has the Bennett. Gorgeous is looking to displace them, and Lutpi is bringing the Lord all the way up top as Albert deals with the wave up top as well. Now another wave in the bottom lane coming down as Lutpi is going to be taken very low. I'm offended with the final splash. Catches all of them with a blazing duet. They'll be able to dish out some damage. Demeter's passion used up as well as Albert now goes in, but the base is wide open, and they're just going to go for it straight up. Malaysia clean sweep Indonesia 2-0.
Malaysia, what was that? Indonesia taken out without any chance of retaliation, showing again why they've been feared by so many other teams, man. Malaysia announcing to the world, like, we are an absolute contender and you will pay if you don't take us seriously. Wow.
Man, Skies on the Ling as well. The fact that he was able to perform at that level, right? The way that he was assassinating people, but especially the retribution, Arashi, from Skies. What a phenomenal game. What a phenomenal performance for Team Malaysia. And this is what the hype is all about, Arashi. We've been hearing back and forth all throughout the MLBB world that for this team in particular, man, they've been monsters in scrims. And for the most part, most people have doubted them. Have been saying, you know, it's just in scrims. They're probably not as good on stage. They're probably not as good in the main tournament. But here, they definitely showed, at least against Indonesia, that they are able to clean sweep Indonesia, taking it quite convincingly. We'll take a look at the highlights here, Arashi.
You can see that even from the beginning, Yums, again, it might be the experience, it might just be his style, but he's always finding ways to sneak into the jungle and always be a thorn in the side of Indonesia's team right here. Always active again and again, and that is part of why they've been able to contest so much ground, get so much control around the map. And afterwards, whenever Indonesia again makes a play, the response from Malaysia has always been so good in this game. They have the AoE, they have the damage, and like you mentioned, for Skies, it's not just the retribution, it's the aggression he's able to use, is how he's able to maneuver around the map. The decisions in the split seconds of these fights are always so good. And that's something we usually talk about for Indonesia. That's usually a lot more scrappy, a lot more fight heavy in a more calculated fashion. But Malaysia has shown that now, that's something you can say absolutely for Malaysia as well.
So clean all throughout the game, and I think here as well, I think Skies, right, all the way from the early game, the fact that he was able to get the kill onto Albert and then constantly do that. Albert was having a real tough game this whole game, all the way from the start even to the mid game, and we did see for a bit he was able to kind of recover, but it wasn't really enough to take the momentum away from Skies. And I think it was a certain point in the game where I actually mentioned that it's interesting to see Albert being 1-5 but still ahead in levels compared to Skies, but in gold it was still definitely Skies. We get to see a beautiful Renner's Apathy there onto Stormy, by the way. And let's take a look at the team fight, because this is, I think, the only team fight, or one of the only team fights that Indonesia won.
Well, it began with everyone kind of circling around, just waiting for, finding a way to really get into the backlines of Indonesia particularly. But by doing that, they kind of made Stormy kind of stuck out in a weird situation. And here, man, Gojas against every single time he gets caught, even when he's kind of just picked off, it seems like it's always something more, you know, you're always kind of worried about the next follow-up. And you can see it here again. His final slashes in this game have been absolutely critical for Malaysia to really have that edge in these fights. And as a result of that, Indonesia are forced to kind of use a lot of their resources, not for outplays, not to try and do anything extra, but just to try to kind of equalize and recover from the initial displacement or the initial shock of the crowd control. And you can see afterwards, Malaysia thought that, okay, we're winning so much, we have to try and capitalize on the momentum. But you can see that when they're using so much to try and go forward, it's almost like Indonesia are the ones that are in Malaysia's shoes in the team fights that are going like this. Because the backliners, especially Stormy, can't really follow up as well. So you have to remember, when these assassins dive in like that, the whole team doesn't automatically follow through with them.
It's all about the positioning as well, right? Because we were talking about how, they got the lore, they got the enhanced lore at that point of the game, and it looked like that was going to be the momentum that they would utilize to at least make the game go even further or take some advantages. And they were able to do so technically with the far lane, but all right, let's give some props over to Gojas though for this wonderful setup for Skies to just come in and retry, right? Because you're right, I think you definitely got to give more of a highlight to Gojas in that particular fight, because if it wasn't for the final slash, it would have been more 50-50. Maybe Albert would have been able to win that out. But because Go just went in, sacrificed himself almost technically there, and got Skies so much more room to go for the clean retry, it was so good. And here, dude, the fact that Yums, he didn't decide to go back. He decided to flicker forward. This guy has been so good for SRG, and now he continues to be good for Team Malaysia. It's so awkward the way that he plays the game, right? Like, most people would actually flicker backwards or maybe would disengage after getting that low, but he decides, no, I'm going to create a line for my backline to deal damage properly, and that was what kind of got them the win there. I think at that point as well, Indonesia kind of had a few resources ready to go for a fight, and if they all dove in towards the backline, it would have changed something. But player of the match here, Rashi.
Well, player of the match is going to be Stormy here, 4-2-12. And he was making the macro plays with the diversion, but even in the team fights, his positioning, knowing that there are assassins around, knowing that he's a vulnerable target, he's always been a lot more bold in his positioning. But looking at how Yums was playing, like you're mentioning, Mirko, I think it's part of why he was able to do that, part of why he even dared to do that, is the fact that there's great communication and trust in this team. He knows that if he walks up and he gets jumped on, it will come at a price to Team Indonesia, and his team will absolutely capitalize. And that is what I think they've been using, right? If whenever they kind of give something up, they know that it's fine, because I know that my team will try and get something in turn. And that just leads to such clean, such calculated gameplay. And unless something really unexpected happens, they just seem so stoic, man. They don't seem flustered at all.
They really do, man. And again, for Stormy, what a phenomenal performance here by him. Well played. But really, for every single member on Team Malaysia, I think everyone really played well, right? We can't really just say that it was just Stormy. He was player of the match. He did, create some diversions to actually give the team a lot of different angles of attack. But we gotta give props to everyone else on the team. Gojes, he was sitting on the bench for the most part for SRG and MPL Malaysia, for the fact that he is starting for Team Malaysia and he's doing so well after, again, sitting on the bench, right? Most people thought, this guy is not going to perform, especially here, considering he's been on the bench for so long, but he proved the doubters, the haters wrong for sure. Even Lolial had a phenomenal performance. He leveled up by so much, and we're seeing a different level entirely from Team Malaysia right now.
It's just such a scary situation to be in, because usually Malaysia, great surprising moments, but they're kind of too flustered. But now they're just a bit more calculated, a bit more, crafty with their aggression. And I think that's scary news for any team all across the world. But Malaysia is your winner. So Malaysians at home, it's your time to celebrate. And it's definitely a big statement, beating Indonesia out of nowhere and in a clean sweep fashion.
It's the group stages though. By the way, for everybody watching right now, if you guys want to see exactly how the groups are looking right now based on the few matches that we have seen from this win from Malaysia against Indonesia and some of the off-screen matches, because there are matches that are being broadcast, or technically not broadcast, there are matches that are being played right now off-stream, and you can see the live results at www.iesf.gg to check as to who's leading in the groups for Group A and also for Group B. But I think with that win, Malaysia sits very, very comfortably at first place now, and Indonesia will have to get a win against Vietnam to actually go and I think qualify from the group stages to the playoff matches.
But I think we have a bit of a special guest here. We might have an interview with the Malaysian side. Do you know who it is, Mirko?
Of course I do, man. Hello, Coach Arcadia. How are you
Hi,
doing?
Miko. Hi, Arashi. I'm doing great. Like, hi.
All right. Well, I guess I'll ask the first question here, Arashi. Right?
Sure.
Arcadia, I think you're like you're not new to this kind of like stage as well. But I want to ask, for the most part, everywhere in the world, a lot of people have been saying, the hype for SRG, the hype for Team Malaysia, they're overrated. They're good in scrims, the general consensus, but how are they going to perform on stage? And here, you kind of proved to the world that Malaysia is ready for the international trophies, for the international tournament. So, what do you think? What do you want to say to all those haters or the doubters?
I think for the haters and doubters, I just respect their opinions because, every people sometimes have their own opinion. So we just want to don't focus on these distractions, and then at the same time just focus on our gameplay, our own play style, and just make sure that we keep improving each day. So basically that's our main focus on our own. Yeah.
Wise words from Coach Arcadia. But the fact that you were able to beat Indonesia 2-0, a lot of people across the world have been thinking it's going to be at least somewhat close, at least if you can win, it's going to be a 2-1, but it's a 2-0. What do you have to say to all these people who have been claiming like, no way, impossible, 2-0?
Yes, we're very thankful for this win. I believe we're very fortunate that we got this sweep. Because to be honest with you, Arashi, going into these IESF qualifiers kind of challenging for us because as you can see, we cannot go full SRG, right? Because we also have imports. So the training was really challenging to fit for our MSC schedule because we need to practice for MSC also. So our training was very limited going to the qualifiers. I mean, for the IESF team, it was very limited. So we're just happy that we were still able to get the win, and I just want to give a props to my players, and then also to Becky, my co-coach, and then just want to say their hard work's really paid off.
Yeah, I think we can definitely see that hard work pay off here in this performance, right? But what is your vision? Because you said, you got a limited time to practice for this tournament. You're practicing for a different tournament as well. Firstly, I mean, how do you balance that, right? You said what's the priority set at, by the way, right? Like there's this and there's MSC. How do you balance all that? It's crazy.
Yes, it's really it's challenging, but we just if I'm gonna be honest, our scrim is like one scrim for IESF, like that. That's how our training schedule is. But we really working overtime for us to perform at both of the tournaments, the MSC and then this qualifier. So we just really working hard at this past few weeks.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Coach Arcadia. Do you have a final message right here to all the supporters, the fans from Malaysia that has been just so passionately supporting you so far?
I just want to thank all of the fans that are supporting us, and also to my family, friends, and loved ones, and also to all of our supporters of my players. And also, I just want to say thank you to all MPL community for supporting us in this journey. And hopefully, we qualify going to Riyadh.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Coach Arcadia. With that, I think we'll end the interview right
Thank you,
there.
Coach.
Thank you so much, and good luck
Right, thank
in the
you.
future as well, sir. See you around.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Thank
on the
you.
win, man.
Man,
Always such a
what cool
stand-up
guy.
dude, man. Yeah, right? Like, dude, I mean, it has been a trend here, Arashi, for IESF. All the interviews, people have been actually talking like humans, unlike the normal interviews that we do.
Like
where,
humans?
yeah, these players usually, they answer us like robots, Arashi, right? But I'm glad to see
Right.
that, we can finally get to hear some of their thoughts, some of their actual opinions.
I mean, it's always nice to actually get some info, right? Some kind of, insight to how they're feeling, what they're thinking. But I think with that, Mirko, we're going to head towards a break there. It's been an intense match. And I think we need a bit of a break just so we can go full on, full power for the next match. So ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to ISF as we are in the Asian Regional Qualifiers, day number 3. And we are heading into match number 2 as we were able to witness a 2-0 victory from Indonesia in the early stage of the day for match number 1. But now we are moving forward to our second match of the day, Cambodia versus Thailand. And whoever wins this should be able to make it to the playoffs for them to eventually go onto their road to Riyadh.
Welcome to this match. I'm sorry, I got kind of like, spooked there. Is that Eterna with glasses? This is the first time ever that I'm seeing this, by the way. So yeah, okay, Eterna. But yeah, amazing fight that we have here, obviously, for the next slot in the playoffs for Group A. Because for Group B, we've already confirmed the 2 teams. Indonesia with the win up against Vietnam. They've been able to just secure that victory, and now they are in the playoffs with Malaysia. Grouped in, later on, I think you will be able to see the brackets as well. If you guys want to see the updated results, iesf.gg. Go ahead also for you guys to check out Group A, because this match is going to be a super high-stake match. It'll be Cambodia possibly securing their playoff slot, and also for Thailand to have the chance to do the same. Thailand are standing at 2-0, Cambodia are standing at 2-1.
And with that, with them being doubled and tied in, we are going to see a very intense match and a very big deciding match between both of these teams to see who will be able to qualify, because so far we've had a little bit of a taste for Cambodia as we were able to see them on day 2 yesterday going head to head. But for Thailand, we haven't really seen a match from them, especially being streamed in, as most of their matches have been done offline. So finally we get to head and see a little bit more of what Thailand and their gameplay has to say, especially going head to head against Cambodia, who has done quite well so far here at ISF in the Asian Regional Qualifiers.
It's unfortunate that they weren't able to beat Myanmar, right? But they were able to get it so close. It was 2-1 in favor of Myanmar. So they were able to take a game off of Myanmar. It was even a close game in game number 3. Very climactic. I'm expecting Cambodia to actually get the job done here up against Thailand, with them having much more experience compared to Thailand, especially in the international scene. I think we're no stranger to this lineup, Eterna, for Cambodia. We've seen Siu Soon for a long time, but maybe here one of the concerns for a lot of the fans is the fact that for Siu Soon, they've been playing with 2 imports for the longest time. How are they going to adapt with the rest? I think yesterday, that's why they kind of suffered against Myanmar, but now they should have already adjusted and adapted properly to their full Cambodian lineup.
I mean, technically, that's kind of the same concern that we saw from Indonesia, right? With the full Onyx roster, they didn't have Kyrie in the jungle. And so Albert had to step in for a full Indonesian lineup. Sure, we did see them kind of fail against Malaysia, I think, to a lot of the hatred of a lot of Indonesian fans and, of course, the disappointment of the Indonesian fans. But today, right, against Vietnam, they really pulled through. They won very convincingly, very dominantly, with even Albert in the jungle picking up a maniac in almost a 10-minute game. It was 9 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. So perhaps we're going to see the exact same dominance coming through from this team, as we are going to take a look at the official team lineup here for Cambodia. We have Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run. And these are kind of familiar names already, right? We've seen Ra before in the mid lane, and a couple of the other members as well, Mirko.
Yeah, for Ra, Lucas, Boxy, Felix, and Run, I think mainly it's Felix, Boxy, and Ra that have the spotlight on them in MPL Cambodia. They have been able to go through quite a lot, I think, in this regular season, for at least for MPL Cambodia, right? Because I think in the regular season, it looked like this lineup was really struggling. It looked like they were not going to make it to playoffs even. A lot of fans, a lot of analysts predicted them not to make it to playoffs, but they were eventually able to do so. And now they are, again, representing their country, not only later on in MSC, but here at IESF. And what of a better way than to start things off by going full aggressive mode, right? Because even up against Myanmar, the one win they got in game number 2 was through the early game. If they get that early game snowball, they're a team that just completely dominates their opposition.
So we're also going to take a look now at Thailand's official team lineup, and I'm going to apologize in advance if I do not pronounce these names properly. We have Mizi Mink Lord Flash, 007, Nile, Easy, and 3333. Is that a double 33? I think from the last player here in the official team lineup for Thailand.
33.
Third, yeah, three. That's gonna be a tongue twister for Mirko to do the play-by-play later on.
33. I'll just call him 33.
Okay, deal. 33. And I think Thailand has quite a similar playstyle. I mean, probably from different players and of course different teams, but from what we've seen from Thailand is they're also quite aggressive in their playstyle, right? And with the meta shifting so heavily and dominantly in the early stage of the game, we're gonna see a clash of playstyles, of course, unless we see a different layer of Cambodia. I think the last match that they played in against Myanmar, you were expecting a little bit more of that early game threat from Cambodia, and instead they're kind of playing towards that late game. So maybe those kinds of adjustments is exactly what Cambodia needs to go head to head against Thailand later on.
I hope that's exactly what we get to see in the drafts now, because the Roger has been such a core member in that early aggression for Cambodia. They decided to ban it out straight off the bat here on the blue side. So already very, very interesting. Usually Cambodia want to leave that Roger open so that they can first pick it themselves on blue side. But for Thailand, they're going to get rid of the Ling. Already pure respect so far based on the banning phase, at least at the start. Something that we're not really accustomed to. Usually it's the blue side that go for more of a respect ban, and it's the red side that goes for more prio. Maybe they're just going to try to look for the trades on these big picks later on in the drafts. Maybe go for the trade Lo Yi as well. Alright, so we were talking actually off cam about how the Lo Yi hasn't really been finding a lot of success. I want to add one more hero into that not finding a lot of success category, which is the Chip. The Chip was super broken for the longest time ever. It was prioed every single region, but now we're seeing it get left open a lot. And even when it does get left open, we don't see the big impact on it anymore. We don't see that early snowball going as crazy as it did before.
I mean, that's kind of what we thought about the Luo Yi, right? And then Indonesia came and picked it up in the second game of that first match that we saw earlier against Vietnam, and they were able to kind of slaughter and snowball with the Luo Yi. So maybe we're gonna see kind of a similar thing with the Chip. We do see that it still does get banned out here in the first phase. And I mean, technically the Chip didn't have any adjustments in the recent patch, right? Is it to do with the items?
I think so. I think it might be because of some of these items, and because some of these utility picks have just become stronger. I think that Angela has been a very, very good pick, and that's why we're going to get to see it as well. Banned out by Cambodia. Angela is probably the most prio pick in the game, maybe with the Roger. It's like contested that much. Especially if you let the Ling open, right? If you get that Angeling combo, usually we see, even before the patch, that it's already like at a very high win rate once you get the Angeling. Now that the Sky Piercer is built in as well, some of these assassins can go for even crazier fights with the War Cry. Yeah, the Angela becomes super prio, but it seems it's still going to be that Harith that will be banned out. Leaving a couple of picks open here. I don't know what Cambodia want to go for. They actually first pick the Claude. Oh, early, okay.
All right, that's actually quite interesting, right? Because if we're talking about the gold lane, I think off stream as well, we had a little bit of a discussion about the gold lane, how it feels like a lot of these teams and a lot of these players are still experimenting as to the priorities in that particular lane. Obviously, the Roger is one of the biggest highlights, but of course, the Roger was banned already. So I think they're going to go for a Claude here in the first phase of the drafts. I mean, technically, the Claude is quite a safe pick, right? I mean, it does quite well in the early stage of the game. As compared to maybe the Moscovs, right, of the game. But of course, when it comes down to the later parts, they're also still very impactful in these team fights, especially when it comes down to already taking in those important items in the Claude's kit to dish out that damage. But Thailand will respond quite quickly here with a Matilda and a Charizla. One of the two priorities in that lane as well, right? With the Matilda just really amping up in terms of priority. And so has the Charizla along with the Yuzong. The Charizla, again, still a very great utility tool to, hash out in these particular team fights. In the laning phase, it doesn't do as bad as well. But do you think perhaps Cambodia wants to go for something of a counter towards the Charizla? Is an X-Borg still good against the Charizla in lane is a big question.
Yeah, actually, the X-Perk has been finding a whole lot of success here in the current patch, I think. The fact that you get the War Axe, and it technically is already a War Axe and a Bloodlust Axe. 2 items that you could utilize really, really well. That's also technically why, though, we get to see the Terizla a whole lot. But this is the more natural pick up against a Terizla. Not in lane. Like, in lane, you actually don't bully the Terizla. It's more of a 50-50, but the Terizla does have a little bit of an advantage early on. Yuzong would just want to try to survive the laning phase to go and look for those fights around the turtle. But same idea with the Yuzong, right? You get so much more value with the new revamped War Axe, and it seems it's also going to be the Valentina to try to steal away that penalty zone or even that circling eagle, depending on the moment. For both drafts, understandably for now, it's kind of like reactive actually for Cambodia, and for Thailand, it's more of that proactive, prio-centric draft that they're going for. Last pick in the first phase, and they're going to go pick up that Moskov global presence, one of the global presence heroes that still actually finds a whole lot of success with the Angela, because as we said before, low Yi chip, there's something with these global presence heroes and them just not being as strong as they were before. And to a certain extent, it also applies to Moskov. He isn't as strong as before. His early game has kind of fallen off a bit. Even his mid-game power spike is not as crazy as it was before, but the fact that you can participate in all these early team fights is still an advantage that you can utilize. And it seems we get the respect ban there, an Odette ban, coming in from Cambodia towards Thailand. We haven't seen Thailand at all, but maybe that's how they've been able to get some dubs.
Yeah, maybe they've done their homework, right? Because Odette is definitely not a pick that we see quite often in the mid lane. Usually we see the Valentinas, the Novarias. A lot of Feramises has actually been picked up recently after the patch, but the Odette, very interesting. I mean, technically, it still can be utilized really good potential in these team fights with the AoE damage. And then we go for a Fanny ban here from the side of Cambodia, followed in with an Edith takeaway. So with this current composition, now Thailand does have first pick. They've already picked up the Moskov, the Terizla, as well as a Matilda. So we're lacking in the jungle as well as that mid lane. Assuming, of course, this Matilda is going to the roam. For the mid laners, what do you think will pop up here? Vexana? I guess Vexana is still an option if they still want to prioritize these team fights.
That's true, but if I'm looking at Thailand's games here, they're actually... Alright, I was about to say that they actually have been playing a whole lot of the Valentina. Maybe that's why it's going to be denied away from them in the first phase, but they go ahead and go for the Kadita pick, which is usually something we expect from Indonesia, right? I think for Thailand as well, this is going to be the first time ever that we get to see the pick on Kadita for them. Yeah, it was Xavier once, and then he played the Angela and the Valentina twice. So a debut pick on this Kadita for Thailand, as we get to see the response now from Cambodia. You know, early on, I think, again, off stream, we were talking about our expectations for this match. We expected Thailand to be the ones to go for aggression. Okay, they do. They finish off the draft with a whole lot of aggression. I was about to say, the Valentina, the Yuzong, and the Claude, it's aggression, but it's not Thailand level of aggression, at least from the first 4 picks. But then they ended up with a Hayabusa and the Cho, a signature pick for Boxy. And now I really wonder how Tuzu is going to play in the jungle, because I believe that is also a substitute. We were expecting Lucas to play for Cambodia. Now that it's Tuzu, maybe he's just more comfortable on the assassins. Maybe that's why we get to see the Hayabusa.
We've seen the Hayabusa pop in. I think with Indonesia, Albert picking up the Hayabusa, it didn't do too well. Like, despite the changes to the Hayabusa, despite I would even consider it being like a buff to the Hayabusa, right? But it hasn't really found much success. We'll see how it does, because of course one sample isn't enough. And I'm excited to see whether or not this works out. And as well, with the Cho being picked up, the Cho has also been adjusted, right? That damage is a lot higher. So will we be seeing a Cho damage or a Cho more defensive, a Cho tank in this roam position? Because of the changes and the adjustments to the Cho, it's very likely that they would go for a little bit more damage, right? It's a little bit more worth it for the Cho to go damage. So an assassin Cho.
Ooh, I mean, we did technically see that as roam as well in Indonesia, right? With the lethal ignition as well. Shout outs to Drion. But it seems we're just gonna head on to the game first, Eterna.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 1 in this best of 3. The deciding match of who will be able to step forward to the playoffs from the group stage as they are inching closer and closer to get to Riyadh for WEC. But as you can see here, taking a look at the emblems, right? Still concussive blast for the Cho. So assuming that they're gonna go for a little bit more defense and utility for this Cho instead of the damage. But by the way, that was the last pick, Martis in the jungle. I'm actually excited to see whether or not this works out.
All right, that Martis pick in the early game is going to be really good, but you can already see that damage from the Cho, that passive doing work already. Now there's a little bit of physical defense shred built in for the Cho. So it actually makes sense to combo it together with an assassin, right? We were talking about the adjustments. I think the main adjustment has got to be that Jeet Kune Do now getting more range, and also the passive that you can actually see now. There's an indicator where the mana is supposed to be. Usually that's just empty for the Cho because he doesn't use mana, but now we get to see exactly how he can utilize that early damage on towards Nile and Mizzy Mink, forcing them to move back already. Ra and Boxy winning out this mid duel so well.
I mean, you would think, right, with the Matilda as well as the Kadita, that they would have a little bit more mid-trio prio when it comes down to the mid lane. But how much damage that the Cho is actually doing up until this point has really been able to help Cambodia in their rotations. And as you can see here, you can see a rotation coming through from Lord Flash in the top lane, going to be able to get in that jungle creep. But for the most part, right, I think now though, Thailand wants to go in for the contest of the damage. Doesn't get that much yet, as both of these teams are going to start setting up for the next neutral objective, which is that turtle.
Yeah, and the fact that Mizzy Ming actually already used the Petrify is a bit concerning. Boxy was able to shun Pu out of that. Gets the Jeet Kune Do, that passive again, getting it procced down, but Lord Flash is already first onto the turtle, doing it so fast with the Impure Rage, doing some damage to Zu, walking up, and it goes for the Retribution, but it's still gonna be Lord Flash who picks it up, now with the Mortal Coil, looking for one last Whoa, he actually went in a bit too early there, and Felix won't really be able to fully go for it. Mistargeting for Lord Flash. I think he was going for Boxy, but was unable to go for a Jeet Kune Do flicker combo right into Felix. Now is that's gonna be the Breath of the Ocean used up, penalty zone, connecting onto Felix, only onto Felix, as Nile gets the guiding win to bring his XP laner back to safety.
That was a really great disengage though from Thailand, right? They were, focusing on to the objectives. There was a re-engage coming in from Cambodia, and then they went in for another re-engage from the side of Thailand to perhaps look for a little bit more after that neutral objective take. But at the end, there was no trade-in coming in from Cambodia. So in the first 3 minutes, we do see that Thailand is holding a little bit more control, especially after that neutral objective take. Now looking at the items, we do see a lot of warrior boots being built in. They are going to be respecting in that physical damage coming through, especially if we take, a little bit of a teleportation into the gold lane. But that looks like is that a Sky Piercer being built in?
Does seem like that's the first item, Sky Piercer for the Martis, and you can see the damage coming in from the Breath of the Ocean into the rough waves. Mizzy Mink able to punish Boxy, who was way too overextended there on the Cho.
And it looks like Lord Flash is going to be picking up a neutral, an XP lead for that neutral objective contest. And again, right, the Hayabusa, a hero that we thought would have a little bit more kill pressure, especially for the past times that we've seen this Hayabusa being played in. We haven't really seen the impact of this Hayabusa, still sitting at a 000 KDA in terms of neutral objective take, gonna be falling far behind Lord Flash on the Martis. So we have kind of yet to see the advantage of picking up this Hayabusa despite the hypes coming in, especially after the changes into the patch. But now both teams going to be centering once again on this neutral objective. It looks like a corrosion scythe has been built in by the Claude. Will he be able to participate and have a little bit more say in the damage given? As, oh, look at that.
Again, a good catch onto Boxy. They use the Decimate too, though, so two big ultimates going to be used up as Nile's going to be taken down. The Decimate stolen away by Ra. Now going for it again. One last execute should get him, but now it's going to be the Mortal Coil used up once again. Now Run the King able to escape as the Furious Dive goes into the back, and Lord Flash is able to get a trade off. Spirit Destruction connecting onto Felix, but now it does seem like at least for IZ, he's just gonna prioritize the turret up top. Cambodia getting some kills, but losing out on some big shots onto the turret shield. IZ, good rotation.
3-for-2 trade, right, for Cambodia. So they are clapping back here in the first 5 minutes of the game. It looks like Boxing going to be able to give some vision as well as information for their team as to the whereabouts of Nile on the Matilda. But we are going to take a look at the replay of what happened earlier on, because initially it was a great call coming through, right? But they did have to burn in a lot of the resources, right? And so Cambodia, they were able to capitalize over that. But I think in the early stage of the game, with how things are progressing, that mid power spike coming in from Thailand is coming through. Tuzu finally being able to have a little bit more say in that team fight, dishing out that damage. But Lord Flash is actually able to pick off Run the King in the gold lane. Meanwhile,
We're on a turtle. It's going to be Cambodia who secures the neutral objective. But take a look at IZ. That veterancy from this player. As a purple buff gets stolen away as well by Lord Flash. 007. Maybe that's why we get to see the 007. He's an absolute spy. Just invading the enemy jungle. Not letting Cambodia get any free trades around the map. But so far, it's still a 300 gold lead actually held down by Cambodia. I do want to leave a fun fact out there, by the way, for those people, for the people who are actually watching, who've been watching MLBB for the longest time. I just noticed, you know, for Thailand, wait, there's a little bit of a skirmish up top with the quad shadow and the shadow kill. IZ is gonna be next on the chopping blocks. They go for the assassination under the turret. Run the King, getting the last hit down as Tuzu goes and pops that quad shadow back towards safety, towards his own jungle. 33 and Felix going at it in the bottom side of the map now. Felix actually winning it out just with the passive there. And it seems from Ra is looking for another skirmish. Petrified and Furious Dive committed down, but 33 is able to flicker out. Another fight up top is actually the way the dragon onto Mizi Mink, but he's still able to survive. Tuzu, quad shadow again onto Lord Flash. Okay, both of them disengage. Shoutouts to IZ because he's an MSC champion, actually. Boxy again, Way the Dragon, knocking Nile down, has the guiding wind, the Spirit of Destruction connects, and IZ will not take it. Man, alright.
that's going to be it. It does look like Cambodia is going to be able to get a little bit of a trade here at the bottom side of the map, picking up that turret to go for that 1v1 equalizer in the, of course, turrets and as well as the structures. But finally we get to see the damage coming through from Tuzu, right? I think initially I was wondering what this Hayabusa game plan was, because technically neutral objective take should be more in favor, but wait a second.
Good Kundo right into the Decimate. Ra again, constantly stealing the Decimate. And now the quad shadow follows IZ back with the shadow kill. IZ gets the help needed, but still it's going to be Tuzu who survives that onslaught of damage. Boxy with the Way of the Dragon, just bringing Lord Flash all the way to the back. No follow-up now, but Felix wants to go for the dive, it seems. Gets a few shots from the turret and will be forced back. Boxy on the show again. Now looking for the flank on the 33. Gets hit by the hammer. The penalty zone will be able to connect on the Felix, but he can just use the Furious Dive defensively as Lord Flash gets poked back. Tuzu. All that was a distraction, turns out, from Cambodia to get Tuzu free space to get the turtle.
And that's a level lead now. And so the entirety has kind of shifted back over onto Cambodia, right? Because in the early few minutes of the game, Thailand was the one holding a little bit more pressure when it came down to these neutral objective fights, the rotations, and of course the dominance over the map. But Cambodia, they are fighting back, and they're fighting back hard with Run the King on the Claude, already picking up another structure in the top side, and it looks like that wave is still crashing in favor of Cambodia. They really do need to think about housekeeping now for Thailand, as Boxing over and over. Wait a minute.
Good Purify out by Run the King as he pops in place, and when a Decimate follows through, and Boxy will be decimated now. It's going to be Run the King that falls as well. A good double kill by Lord Flash as he uses that Decimate really well. But the Black Dragon form now is going to be used up by Felix. Almost taken down from the skies. IZ taking a whole lot of damage as Tuzu just tries to hover over. But again, before I was interrupted by these fights, right? These amazing fights, I wanted to say that IZ is an MSC champion. 2017 back in for Thailand for IDNS. So the fact that he's still playing and still representing Thailand is just crazy, man. Veteran. We got an absolute veteran here.
And that experience and that knowledge should be able to get into his gameplay. But wait a second, a 1v1 in the top side.
Oh no, the caster curse. I just called him a veteran and he gets assassinated by Tuzu. Oh, you hate to see it. The instant curse. Right live here as Boxy goes for more. Nile, the Circling Eagle, that's a good combo with Missing Mink as he goes for the Guiding Wind, and that's gonna be the penalty zone, locking him down with now the Decimate following through. Boxy's gonna be next on the chopping block, but the Guiding Wind gets popped in by Flash, so he actually rotates back instead of taking Boxy. Turns out maybe it's a good way to actually escape, because that could have been a shutdown for Cambodia to take on Lord Flash.
Again, right? Cambodia picking up that pace, and it looks like Tuzu on the Hayabusa has actually opted to go for BOD, the Blade of Despair, so additional damage. And that was before he went in that 1v1 against Izzy on the Moskov. And you would think that Moskov, as a gold laner, is actually one of the most independent, especially with the kit that he has, that CC coming through with a spear. But against Hayabusa, it looks like in that 1v1, he's not going to be able to have that global presence as initially thought for. But Black Dragon form opened up already, and it looks like they're going to be able to pick up that Lord.
Penalty zone as well. It does seem like Felix will be forced to use that Furious Dive defensively. Very, very low. Mortal Coil going to be used up, and Felix gets a Petrify. Based on Decimate now in the back, it's going to be a good rough ways with the Petrify from Mizzy Mink. But unfortunately, not able to catch anyone. Boxy again, just with the Jikundo, trying to go for some of these feints. Cambodia losing Felix, but getting the Lord. Another Quad Shadow just to go to his own purple buff.
15 seconds left on the clock for Felix to respawn into the Land of Dawn, but you can even see that most of the Cambodian players, they are still pushing in the pressure, trying to prevent Thailand for picking up anything. Easy going to be able to clear in that bottom lane. However, that top lane is still pushing. So far, he still only has 2 items on the board, right? A Corrosion as well as that Golden Staff. So he is still apart from that power spike that is supposed to hit for the Moskov. Meanwhile, the Claude already with 3 with the addition of the DHS. But meanwhile, look at that damage coming through.
Tuzu with the Quad Shadow into the Shadow Kill. Mizzy Mink won't be able to survive. 33 as well. Taking a whole lot of damage from that Hayabusa. As you can see, Lord Flash is in that bush now. Goes in with the Mortal Coil. No anti-CC to play with anymore. And Boxy goes for the Jikundo. Knocks him up. Gets him the kill. Meanwhile, what happened in the back? It seems for Thailand, they're not even able to enter their own jungle. Cambodia taking the jungle away from Thailand.
They want to get as many points as possible. They want to be able to make it as they go in for more.
Another Shadow Kill as Ra picks up the kill, this time without even the Decimate. Thailand wants to go to the bottom lane, trying to defend here, and the Turret Splash has already been used up. Boxy again is feinting Tuzu. Goes in with the Quad Shadow, now into the Shadow Kill. He does have the Quad Shadow to go back, and he does use it just to distract for Run the King, to run to the turret to take it down. Boxy, again, just using that Jikundo. This guy is so annoying on the Cho.
Extremely. That pressure, that kill pressure, that utility in his kit, that CC. The fact that he's able to get the Way of the Dragon, but it looks like the Black Dragon form has already been opened up.
Yeah, straight into the back. Oh, Petrify into the Furious Dive right as he baits out the Purify, but IZ will still be able to survive with the help of the Photo and the Guiding Wind from Nile. But they will still be able to utilize that as a distraction to go for these turrets. They've gotten 2 base turrets with the first Lord, and now it's giving the Shadow Kill onto Nile. Not enough stacks to take him out just yet. Mizzy Mink barely survives there. The Spirit of Misery does connect with a fadeaway, but Tuzu gets out with the Quad Shadow before it can land.
They were clumped up as 4, Mirko. They were clumped up as 4. And Mizzy Mink nearly got taken out by the Shadow Kill, by the damage coming through from Tuzu. And it's so unfortunate to see, right? Because Cambodia, they are whipping out everything that they have. They're whipping out all their aggression on the board. And the fact that they are leading with a, how much is this? For 8k gold lead right now in the 13th minute of the game. It looks like Thailand are looking for opportunities to push this back into their own hands. Because so far, Cambodia, with the kill pressure that they have, with the utility that is built in into the kick, and with the Malefic Roar, by the way, now built in for Tuzu, it looks like they're going to look for more.
Oh, Voxy with a magic trick, man. Say goodbye to Lord Flash in the bottom lane. Still a split push as well, as it seems Boxy alone is able to zone them all behind towards the bottom side of the map. And it seems even with their rotations, they're not able to get anything on the board. Thailand completely out-macroed here in game number 1. They don't even need the jungler to take the Lord. Felix, by the way, you see that damage by the Lord? Almost taking Felix down now, though. Oh, good shots by Izzy to take Tuzu down. Finally, shutting him down, punishing him for overextending.
And that's great. And hopefully, right, he can actually catch up to the lead that, of course, Run the King has been able to build in for himself. And now Tuzu with a 501-3 KDA, that is going to kind of remind him just a little bit. Like, hey, okay, you've been able to hold a little bit more ground from that early game to this mid game. But of course, we are also catching up on our items. And we do also have that damage coming through. And we can see that being portrayed. But look at that.
Three-man penalty zone. Good purify now as Boxy will lose the immortality, but now the re-engage comes in with a blazing duet as well. The Decimate not able to take him down as the Mortal Coil gets the knockup done. Good way the Dragon to lock him down, and that's going to be a trade, but Lord Flash only loses the immortality. Felix doing some damage back again, but the sustain is insane. Hold up, the Lord is marching to the base, and only IZ can recall. Look at the mini waves crashing down on the base. The Lord just going for the hits. How low is it going to be? IZ trying to look for the defense now as that's mid-33. Lord Flash and the rest of Thailand trying to look for the defense as well.
No.
The base is wide open. No ranged members to actually go to hit the crystal, but Boxy gets a Jeet Kune Do again, and Thailand, wow, are still able to defend. Maybe not for long though. Tuzu, Shadow Kill clears out the wave, does some damage on the 33 as Boxing is forced back again. Tuzu gets out to the Quad Shadow. Thailand able to prolong the game a bit longer.
That was so close. That was a little bit way too close for comfort, especially for Thailand, right? All the supporters from Thailand all around the world watching ISF right now, they have got to be shaking because it was that close for it to be the end of them in game number 1. If we take a look at the items earlier on, before they went in for the Lord Clear, thankfully Izzy was able to pick up a little bit more damage items, right? The Malefic Roar to help in with that clear, and now has also picked up the Wind of Nature. So that's a little bit more that he has in comparison to the Claude, actually, who went in for the Malefic Roar instead. I think now just going on the way to Wind of Nature doesn't have that yet, and maybe that's why he was taken out really early into that team fight, right? With Lord Flash just pumping through into the back line, going and wreaking havoc onto Run the King. He was taken out, and that's a big problem if Cambodia looks to close this game as soon as possible.
Slowly but surely, Cambodia are just playing with the waves now. They're trying their best to actually freeze the waves, but it doesn't look like they'll be able to fully suffocate Thailand because technically, I mean, you can see it in both ways, right? Fortunately for them, these waves are constantly going to be slow pushing back towards Thailand, which is good for the Lord setup, but it's not really good if you want to suffocate them, if you want to take as many resources as you possibly can, because technically for Thailand, they'll always be able to farm up these slow pushes that are constantly pushing towards them. Mizzy Mink looking for a possible pickoff there. A very unique bush to stay in the Quad Shadow. Used up by Tuzo. I think he reveals Mizzy Mink up there. And see, you can already see from Boxy rotating over. Shadow Kill with the Sky Piercer. The execute is enough to take Mizzy Mink out. And now that's one man down right as the Lord, enhanced in the 17th minute, spawns in the game.
This is the best case scenario now for Cambodia to have more of an advantage when it comes down to this Lord Dance. And Thailand knows this, right? With Mizzy Mink off the board, that threat, that damage coming through from the Kadita has actually been taken off the board. So they're not going to go for the contest. They are going to be playing a little bit more safely as Izzy picks up in that Rose Gold Meteor. We are going to get a little bit of a replay as to what happened earlier on. And there you go, right? The Quad Shadow was able to open up the map, give them information as to the whereabouts of Mizzy Mink, and they were able to punish that oversight coming in from Mizzy Mink. And additionally, I think he thought that he would have had an advantage against Tuzu going for the burst, that 1v1, take him off the board right before the neutral objective taken. That was the 50-50, the gamble that Thailand actually went for, and unfortunately it didn't pay off, and now this Lord is going to be marching in this mid side.
3 lanes gonna be worked on now by Cambodia to go for that push in the mid lane, but it seems the mid lane will be pushing a bit further in first. No real mini waves coming down. The penalty zone now locked in as Lord Flash is able to use the Mortal Coil to go back, but look at the damage coming down, just very slowly melting them away. The Winter Crown going to be bought by Lord Flash. That's going to be a good Petrify to take Tuzu before he can even go for the Immortality. Run the King with a Blazing Duet, and now the Guiding Wind with the Circling Eagle will be able to take one down. Run the King forced back again, and the Lord gets dealt with. Cambodia struggling to end in the 90th minute of the game. The chase continues on to Boxy, and you can see for IZ, just with the Abyss Walkers and now the Breath of the Ocean, even with the Way of the Dragon, it does not matter. Boxy will be taken out, and that's a killing spree for IZ.
What a defense from Thailand again, right? 2 times in a row they have been able to pick up the pace, and they have been able to create such great defensive plays. And yes, it looks like a 2v1 is happening. Run the King needs to be careful.
Okay, Felix just doing some damage onto Mizzy Ming. 5 seconds onto Tuzu, 7 on Ra. So for Thailand, maybe the best case scenario would just be to take this tier 2. They won't really be able to go for much more. That's a good Furious Dive into the Black Dragon form. Now chasing IZ down. Seems they might want to go for the fight. But look at IZ's damage. Already dealing a whole lot now with the Spear of Misery actually disengaging for Felix. Felix still going to be in the front side now, taking a whole lot of damage, getting the sustain from the War Axe and the passive, but will not be able to take anyone down. Good guiding win by Nile there to save 33 for what looked like a full collapse by Cambodia.
That was a chunky boy. I mean, they were dishing out so much damage, and you would think that Easy at until this point has enough of the penetration and the base damage to go in for that 1v1 against the Yuzong, but man, Felix, right? Buying so much time. And unfortunately, Thailand couldn't look to capitalize over in that particular team fight, seeing as there was follow-up as well from the Blazing Duet that came in from Run the King on the Claude. But a lot of these skirmishes, a lot of these team fights, the damage has actually been from Ra on the Valentina, and we finally get to see why, right? So aggressive in that itemization. We do see the Holy Crystal being built up as with the glowing wand, and then she goes in for, of course, the Blood Wing. So more sustain, more damage. There's utility built in as well. And now she's actually picked up the Winter Crown. So we're gonna see again this 5v5 Lord Dance coming to play, and it looks like they're going in. That's a Flicker burns out.
Good penalty zone, but look at that. Oh, Izzy, way too forward there, goes in way too overextended. Tuzu able to pick up that kill now, as that's gonna be the Circling Eagle to lock Tuzu down, but will not be able to find enough. That's good to Decimate onto Ra, taking him out again. It's gonna be 3 members knocked up by Boxy. Felix looking for some damage. Lord Flash still has to reset on the Decimate. Meanwhile, the waves need to be dealt with by Thailand. Still a good trade for Thailand based on the members here. It's 4v3, 2 members down for Cambodia, but it seems now they want to just go for the end with the waves. Mizzy Mink gets baited in, and the Furious Dive with a Dragon Tail gets rid of Mizzy Mink. Now it's gonna be Lord Flash looking for the defense with the help of 33. Felix taking a whole lot of damage, but has a sustain with the War Axe, with that passive as well. Run the King with a BMI forward, trying to go for a shadow kill as well. The Decimate going to be used up, but it's only going to be used up onto the Immortality. Another one now onto Run the King, who has the Immortality again, but now it's going to be Lord Flash, who ultimately takes him out. Again, Thailand are able to defend and win a team fight.
They were under in terms of manpower, right? Cambodian, yet they still wanted to go for the commitment onto Thailand to look for an end. They're getting hasty with this decision making, and maybe they thought that perhaps without Izzy on the board, they don't have much damage coming through. But man, the fact that the Terizla was able to buy that much time and create those kinds of distractions and buy that much time for the rest of the members to pop in, especially Lord Flash on the Mardis, it created so many calculations coming from Cambodia, and they were able to once again go for a successful defense. And here they go again. Do they really want to commit onto this? This is a 3v3 right now.
Oh, they do. They go straight for it. A Spirit of Destruction too. Izzy, I don't think he'll want to take this one though. Run the King down. Still will be up in 3 seconds, but now with no Felix, they have a chance to just go for the Lord, and Izzy will be first onto it. Boxy trying to go for an angle perhaps. Izzy taking a whole lot of damage from the Lord. Good petrify. Tuzu still able to escape. The Mortal Coil gets used up as well, and Tuzu has baited in some of these big ultimates already. Boxy jumps in, not able to find the way to Dragon, as Izzy is able to escape. Now the Blazing Duet from Run the King goes to the back with the helmet of Decimate, but Izzy is still able to escape for a bit. Tuzu with Retribution, but no! Lord Flash wins it. The Shadow Kill not going to be used up just yet, as 33 will be melted down by Run the King and Rod together. Still has the Immortality and the Guiding Wind to get him back to safety, and with the Lord, they can still use this in the 23rd minute of the game. But take a look at the waves, slowly but surely clumping up together. It's gonna spawn in the 42nd, that minion wave. That's gonna be the Circling Eagle trying to delay the inevitable right now. It's actually now just gunned down from the skies. Lord Flash going in, Mizzy Ming trying to go for the rough waves, but Run the King's able to dodge away from with the Battle Mirror Image. And now it's gonna be the Winter Crown bot just in time, pops it in. The Lord spawns in, Run the King with the PMI again, dodging away from the penalty zone, jumps back in with the Blazing Duet now onto the mini waves to get some sustain, as 33 is desperately fighting with the Evolved Lord with the damage reduction. Run the King gets him down with the Battle Mirror Image. Once again, the Winter Crown gets bought, but Felix has rotated in time. And finally, 33 will be taken down. Cambodia, they get the Game 1 victory in the 24th minute of the game.
And they lead the series of a huge and risky play. Who would do that, right? You have a Lord on the way already. You are under in terms of manpower, and you still commit for the siege. You could still commit to go in for the end. And that could have went so badly for Cambodia, right? That could have been that ender to them. But with the fact that they were able to calculate it so well, they were able to close out the game. But man, that was a big 50-50 play they committed to go for that end. Whew.
It really was, my lord, right? Without the lord, it looked like it was going to be another defense for Thailand. It looked like they were able to actually delay for the lord to actually spawn up. And if it did spawn in with some of those members still alive, I think they would have actually been able to pull off that defense, because Evolved Lord gives you the damage reduction. But we are going to be taking a look at the highlights here, Eterna, for game 1.
We saw that in the early stage of the game, right? 4 minutes in, there was a little bit more to say coming in from Thailand because they were able to have a little bit more rotations coming through. The pickoffs were there, but Cambodia in these 5v5 team fights, they were able to also find that opening with the damage finally coming through from Tuzu. And then it was quite 50-50, honestly, from the start of the game, right? And then we move on to the 6th minute here in the top side. Run the King does get a little bit more kills in and was able to get to that power spike a lot quicker, which is why we saw that Cambodia had a little bit more priority and a little bit more of an advantage, especially when it came down to that mid game.
Slowly but surely, they were able to take the game. It didn't feel like, the normal Cambodian style where they get a massive snowball and utilize that to steamroll their opponents. In this game, they were held back by Thailand in a lot of these early skirmishes, and I think we've got to give props to the trio mid. All 3 of them played so well in the early game to go for these team fights, sometimes even winning it. But this, again, was the moment that I was talking about. Izzy was praising him as an MSC champion. I'll never do that again. I'm very sorry, Izzy. I just had to point that out, man. But
it's your natural caster curse.
Yeah, dude, it's so unreal that it happens right as I say that. This guy's an MSC champion, right? Whatever. It happens. It happens to the best of us. But the fact that Thailand was able to hold on in the early game, kind of already. Oh, this is a crazy combo too, by the way. The split in the team fight. It kind of gave them enough time to wait for Izzy to get to his item power spikes, and that's why Thailand were inevitably able to defend. Their defense was really good because the wave clear came through from the Moskov. If it wasn't for the Moskov getting the item power spikes, I think for sure Cambodia would have ended like around here in the 13th, 14th minute of the game. Izzy was taken down here actually, right? Oh no, this is the moment where he actually got the photo.
And I think one of the biggest highlights was actually Ra as well, right? From the side of Cambodia. He dealt so much damage, and the way that he used his IMU was also very flexible and very adaptive according to what the team needed, right? Sometimes he would actually even pick up the decimate to go in for the last hits, the last kills, and he was the biggest damage dealer in some of these team fights. I mean, look at this point, right? He goes in for the decimate, was able to kind of take in to that immortal, and this was that really unfortunate moment here for Mizzy Mink. They went in for that 50-50, they went in for the risk and the gamble play, but the fact that they were able to vision him out because of the quad shadow was ultimately how he was taken off the board. And there were so many moments as well from Mizzy Mink, right? Despite him being on the losing side of the first game in this best of 3 match, there were a lot of moments that was actually created by Mizzy Mink on this Kadita. So it's a pick that we don't see quite often, but in this particular sense, we do see the value of the Kadita, especially on the hands of Mizzy Mink.
I think if you take a look at that earlier fight, Izzy just played it so well. Utilized the space, but right as I say that again, the highlights even, right? We get to see him overextend. That timing is a bit too scary now. It's a bit too on point. But yeah, for Izzy, he played it so well inside of his own base. But around these team fights around the Lord, it does seem like, positioning wise, he's trying to make that big gamble, that big play to actually get the game for Thailand. But it eventually became a big loss for them. The fact that Izzy died so early in that team fight meant that for Cambodia at least, they could actually just run down. And I think this was a very good choice to make. The fact that they didn't go for the safe route, which is just go for the Lord, they actually tried to go for the end. That was pretty cool of them. Actually, they were able to almost take the base. Unfortunately, some of these moments didn't go to plan. They got knocked up a bit too much. They got taken out as well. But in this final team fight, it was just Ra. The guy you were talking about, the highlight. Ra in the back together with Run the King. Izzy has always been able to play around the team with the Wind of Nature. If Ra can actually find an angle to attack, then that's what's going to happen, right? There's too much damage for him to deal with, and it's too many layers of damage as well. It's not just physical. Ra, again, though, with the steal on the Decimate. I think if you count how many times he stole, any one of the ultimates from Thailand, he stole the Decimate the most. He really likes going for the execute. He's always that aggressive mid laner for Cambodia. I love to see it. Again, here with the Evolved Lord, it was just unfortunate that Thailand wasn't able to fully delay for that Lord to spawn in, because if it did spawn in with some of those members still being alive, it would have been really good for them. They would have gone on damage reduction. I think they would have been able to utilize that value, that benefit that you get with the Evolved Lord to maybe pull off another miracle defense, but it just looked like after the 17th minute, it was inevitable.
It really was. Actually, no, it was kind of 50-50. I thought it could sway both ways, but the player of the match, our MVP, goes to Run the King. Of course, on the Claude, being able to, despite having a little bit of a rough start in the game in the early stage, he got bullied here and there. He was still able to get to that power spike as fast as possible. And his itemization choices was actually quite standard. I think earlier on he went for a little bit more damage as compared to defense. I think Wind of Nature, one of his last choice in items, and that's why he was taken out in that particular team fight against the Martis. But as an overall, you can see his damage dealt, you can see his stats, and of course he was very impactful in these team fights from that damage that he was able to take out. But I think, again, honorable mention for me has got to be Ra on the Valentina. Being that aggressive, by the way, on a choice of spell like the Purify is quite insane, right? Because if you want to make the big plays, you want to make the big things happen, especially with the IMU, if you want to go for things like the Decimate or even some CC heavy things, you would opt to go for a Flicker to be able to get to that spot a lot quicker, so you avoid as much damage taken as possible. But he chose the Purify, and that's how much impact that he was able to have. So imagine if this kid picked up the Flicker instead.
It almost seems like, at least for this game, right, the Purify enabled him to go for those aggressive maneuvers, because the Flicker would be a bit more aggressive. You get that blink forward, but I think for this particular game, there was just so much CC coming in from Thailand, right? So if he dashes forward, or even if he flickers forward, he'll be very, very vulnerable to the CC layering. There's a penalty zone, there's a Breath of the Ocean, there's a Petrify, and a Circling Eagle knockup too. And with the Purify, he was able to do whatever he wanted in these skirmishes. Go in, dash forward, get the Terrify. Whenever they engage on him, he goes for the Winter Crown, goes to the Purify, gets the help from the team, and gets a Decimate, right? That final Decimate. Boom! Right into them. I don't know. The flanks that... it really looked like he had a Flicker, by the way. If you just take a look at how he was able to maneuver around his opponents, it looked like he had a Flicker. There's no way you should be able to flank like that on a Valentina up against a Mathilda and a Moscow. These two heroes, very mobile, very agile in these skirmishes, but somehow, some way, he was able to find these plays together with Run the King. It makes sense for Run the King. He has a blink. Valentina. Exactly. I'm looking at the highlights again, and it's crazy that he got so many of these angles. It's about, I think, the smart pathing that he takes around these bushes, where he decides to show up, when he decides to go for these dashes. It's all really well played by him.
And also, you gotta give props to the chemistry, right? Because most of the time he's always diving into the back line, but he's not going in alone. He's always with the Cho. He is always with Boxy that can actually facilitate these aggressive plays as well. So big props to the Cho, by the way. I think we were talking about it earlier on, and I was expecting a little bit more damage from the Cho with the changes in the recent patch, but even going for a little bit more of a defensive build, the damage in the early stage of the game does still show. So big props to all the Cho users out there that can actually maybe look for more aggressive angles in the early stage of the game. And I think that's also that was a big setter towards the tempo from Cambodia, right? We saw that wave clear happening, that damage coming through against the Matilda as well as the Kadita in the mid lane. And it's a interesting thing. That's why I just really enjoy having tournaments right after patch hits. That's true. Always so curious as to how these teams actually layer the changes, and we had a lot of changes with the items, we had a lot of changes with the emblems as well. There were so many adjustments on several different heroes. I'm actually waiting for Bane Jungle that hasn't popped up yet.
Oh yeah,
right? So we'll see. I mean, because Hayabusa went in for Warcry as well, right? So very aggressive emblem choice, a little bit more damage. I think additional 8% damage for the Hayabusa. And yeah.
I think Eterna, you know, I just have to take the time to you know, dissect what you said at the start.
What did I say?
Are you shouting out, you know, all the Cho users or a specific Cho user here? You know, Eterna?
We have Q-Boy.
Yeah, we have Q-Boy.
Right? Drian. I love me some Drian.
Okay. You know, yeah, okay. So Cho users, not a very specific Cho user that we all know that used to play for a team that, you know, is the color of your background. Anyways, yeah, the Cho, I personally think, especially on Rome, it makes sense for you to go just for pure tank because you already technically have additional utility now. You have physical defense shred with your passive, which is so good.
Yeah.
That's why they went for the Claude and the Hayabusa, I think. And technically even the Yu Zhong. That's why they went for 3 physical damage dealers. Because when the Cho goes for the Way of the Dragon out, if you get the proc on your passive before the Way of the Dragon, technically it just gets you to a spot where you're kind of like a Kaja Dairoth merge man. You get a kick, you get a pick off, and you get that shred with the physical defense, so the Claude and the Yu Zhong and the Haya can all deal with him very easily. I like that new change, man. You know, fun fact, Keyboy actually doesn't really like the change to the Jeet Kune Do. Now the range of the Jeet Kune Do is a bit like it's longer. It's actually you can actually dash further. But he doesn't like it because he can't stay within a bush, particularly the bush in the mid lane. Sorry, not the mid lane. You know, the one right next to the turtle, the small bush. Like this turtle, there's a bush here, and there's the wave. Yeah, that small
there
are
a lot of bushes, but I'm gonna just
the mid lane.
like,
you know,
I know
bush near to the mid lane. That small like circle.
Oh,
So
near the Lito?
Yeah, the one near the Lito.
Okay.
So usually back then, at least before the patch, you can actually use the Jeet Kune Do inside of the bush, and you won't reveal yourself. But now because you actually travel further with your Jeet Kune Do, when you use it in the bush, you're not going to be in the bush anymore. So you can't even go for those crazy ambushes anymore. There's a give and take, obviously. More range equals to, you know, better plays. You can go for pickoffs around the map a bit easier, but maybe for ambushes, not that good.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep an eye out for that, seeing whether or not they're actually going to pick up the Cho once again for Cambodia, as it looks like both of these teams have actually opted to go on a different side. So now Thailand has the first pick. They're going to utilize the bans here for the Ling. We have the Luo Yi being banned out as well, and it looks like Harith has also been taken off the board. So still these teams are respecting that Luo Yi and that chip potential that we were talking about, and they're still gonna go for that. The question is, are they gonna go for the Angela and the Roger ban as well, or are they gonna go for something different to try and, you know, facilitate that first pick Angela or that first pick Roger?
Yeah, I think the only change, there hasn't been any changes technically. There's only been a change to the sides. There's also a change to who bans what. It was Cambodia who actually let go of the Harith in game number 1. It was Thailand that was forced to go for the Harith ban on the red side, but this time it's a bit too prior to let go. It does seem though the Mathilda will be respected away from Cambodia by Thailand here, and Cambodia will go for the last ban. It does seem like for Thailand at least they're trying to set up for one prio pick to be left open, whether it be the Roger or the Angela. We're gonna have to figure that out here as we see Cambodia's final ban. Maybe they might just actually leave both open, but no, they go for the Angela ban, leaving the Roger up for grabs. In Thailand, they have a chance to pick up that super prio hero. Great flex pick, really good in both roles that you can flex him in. The jungle, I think he's a bit better than in the gold lane. You get active way easier on the map early on compared to, you know, in the gold lane, and you get to participate in a lot of these skirmishes. So let's see, Thailand, first pick. What else is up for grabs? Terizla?
Yu Zhong? Terizla? I mean, last time we saw that Cambodia picked up Claude in the first phase, but it looks like Thailand are taking their dear time. They're really thinking about this, despite the Roger being open. So if they don't go for the Roger, that is going to be able to be left open for Cambodia to pick up. And remember, we are at match point, ladies and gentlemen, in this best of 3. But no, they don't want to go for the gamble. They understand that prio and that Roger will be picked up first and foremost. Moskov is actually now the choice for Cambodia. They don't go for the Claude instead. So already a different kind of gameplay and strategy that Cambodia is utilizing here in game number 2.
The Moscow pick and the Terizla. Alright, so this time we get to see the Terizla on the side of Cambodia. You know, with the Terizla and the Yuzong, I would say, especially in these team fights, they're a bit more 50-50. I think the Terizla has a bit more presence in the early game, but in the later stage of the game, the Yuzong definitely kind of outscales him in a way where he can sustain, he can deal damage, he can also engage, and has more layers to his utility, I would say. But if you want to actually snowball from the start, that's what Cambodia usually plays around. The Terizla pick just becomes so massive. And I think now, you know, it's cool and all that we get the jungle in a place now that you can actually go for different picks like the Roger, the Ling, on top of the utility picks that we are very, at this point, bored of. But now it seems like the XP is having a little bit of a jungle arc. We're only seeing Terizla and Yuzong. We're seeing... We used to see Benedetta, you know, CC, Xborg, so many different picks in the XP. Now it's mostly just Terizla, Yuzong. Hopefully, Cambodia batted out from Thailand, so we get to see at least a different matchup here. It's the Grok priority for Thailand, and also that Valentina. Taking it away from Ra, knowing how good Ra was in Game 1 with that Valentina, it's a great take.
And remember, right, with the Grok being picked up as well, there's just so many things that they can utilize, especially if they want to focus more on the neutral objective takes. You know, the Grok clears super quickly, so that's already good mid-prio with the Valentina, who also clears fast. And it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of hold on to the tempo in the early stage of the game now that Thailand has picked it up. But Cambodia, once again, going to go for the Hayabusa pick in the jungle, and there's absolutely no flex. Meanwhile, Thailand can still kind of flex in their roster, right? This Roger can still be in the gold lane, or they can even flex it into the jungle. So that's definitely a layer that can be utilized to the advantage of Thailand as we enter the second phase of the drafts. Because, you know, for Thailand, it's a little bit more straightforward, right? If you want to limit the mid lane, you can go for that. If you want to limit more of the roamers, you can also go for that as well. But meanwhile, for Cambodia, they kind of have to think about it, right? Do we go for the prio into what lane? But it looks like the Yuzong, like Mirko anticipated and like Mirko wanted from the very beginning, does get banned out. So I think at this point, right, Xborg, right? Is Xborg not doing well? Is that why we haven't been seeing him too often? Because before the patch hit, we've been seeing a lot of Xborgs to try and go for the counters towards these beefy heroes, right? Like the Terizlas, the Barretts, the Baxias. Where did the Xborg go?
Yeah, I think it's because of the lack of the beefy heroes. Usually we have 3 beefy heroes in a composition, right? Only the mid lane and the gold lane isn't a beefy hero. They're usually, the only squishy picks are usually mid and gold. But the fact now that the jungle is seeing a lot more damage dealers, more assassins come up, it does seem like, you know, for the Xborg, it has lost that damage value. But it has the what's it called, that survivability value with the Faraga armor, right? Up against the assassins. I think a lot of people, a lot of teams as well, have been banning the Xborg, not to set up for their tanks, but to actually set up for their damage dealers, for their assassins specifically. Because when you have an Xborg, you already have 2 HP bars. That's already hard enough to deal with. You get immortality, and you make that 4 HP bars. So assassins will have a tough time assassinating the anti-assassin man himself, Xborg. Let's see if Cambodia actually get rid of that, because I think it would be still a very, very good ban if they decide to go for the Xborg. And yeah, they actually do. Even though they don't have any beefy members, not a lot of beefy members, only the Terizla, it's double value for them. Xborg does well in lane against the Terizla, and it also can survive up against this damage from the assassin.
So the question is, what is the next ban for Thailand, right? They've picked off the Xavier, much to my dismay, by the way. I was really wanting to see a Xavier being picked up in this current meta, and they also go for the Carmilla ban, right? So what's the option here? Do they go for Vexana to try and facilitate more of these team fights, especially with the Terizla, right? They can definitely go for that. Obviously, it's a big resource that can be taken away by the Valentina. So what's the choice here? Novaria, Vexana. If they want to go for more clear, they go for Lilia. There's just what mid laner can you utilize that can't be capitalized over by the Valentina? There isn't a lot, right?
I guess the Lilia is the safest option. You give the black shoes over. I don't think you want to give these big ults. Usually I would expect up against this composition, if there was no Valentina, to just go for something like an Edith, but giving the Primal Wrath away or giving the real world manipulation away is usually something you don't want to be given out like that. But it does seem like for Cambodia, they're going to get value out of that. If they do give the real world manipulation away, that means for Mizzy Mink at least, he'll be forced to just stand his ground in that team fight, and that does give the Hayabusa a bit of a better way to flank in and to go for the assassination. But there you go, yes, we get some diversity in the XP. I think this is the first Benedetta of the Asian regional qualifiers, and it's a Ruby pick too for gold?
I think Ruby XP.
Roger Jungle?
Oh no, wait. Roger Gold Lane, right? Roger Gold Lane, Grok, Rome, Ruby. Wait, what?
Place your bets, man.
Who is going where, ladies and gentlemen? I'm having a hard time kind of placing where these heroes are going, because technically Benedetta can also be a jungler, right?
Oh.
But we do have a Tigreal being locked in for Cambodia for the last pick. And by the way, the Yve has just gotten a buff, right? The first skill has additional damage, so it's a lot quicker for her to go in for the clear, which was kind of a big problem with the Yve pre-patch that hit. You wanted to say something?
I think the logical roles for this would just be Roger Jungle, Gold Lane Ruby, XP Benedetta, and it does seem like with the trades, with the swaps in the draft as we enter the game, 33 is on that Benedetta, so that should be the case. I wanted to say, with the Yve, technically it's a double buff. She's been buffed 2 patches in a row, right? The new patch and the one previously with the cooldowns being a bit reduced. It's been reduced. I think it was skill 1 that was reduced. So very good stuff for the Yve. Let's see if she comes back. Also, she got like a visual revamp.
Oh, she's looking fly. But ladies and gentlemen, let's get to game number 2 in this best of 3 series, match point for Cambodia. And of course, their tournament lives are at stake here. If they want to move forward to the playoffs, they do need to ramp as many points as they can here in the group stage. And if Cambodia can go for a clean sweep here, they will be able to advance straight to the playoffs from this group stage. A lot of, very aggressive plays coming from Nile already from Thailand on the Grok, going for the invades, despite the additional damage that, of course, these invades can actually pose onto himself. But I think that does give them a little bit more time to have an advantage in this jungle. But so far, the Roger going to be able to go in for the mid clear, but they took that lethal away, actually. The Hayabusa doing work here. Tuzu once again on his prior hero.
Clean retry steal there, but now he won't have retribution for his own camp, and it seems for Lord Flash he wants to just go for the steal. Has a retribution, goes for the retry, but actually misses it there because of the pressure placed in by Boxy. Shadow Kick can be used up onto Nile, able to flicker out of it just in time. Well played as Izzy rotates towards Tuzu, wants to deal some damage. Run the King, that's a good Spear of Misery, connecting on to Izzy, forcing him back, and Tuzu gets the gold crab too early on, and a lot of small victories clumping up for Cambodia.
We're seeing that actually play into effect here in the first few minutes of the game. We're actually heading to minute number 2. And right now, Lord Flash at level 4, we do see that Tuzu is on the same level. So when it comes down to this neutral objective take, it is a little bit of a 50-50, unless both of these roamers say otherwise. But what?
Lycan Pounce going very aggressively. Lord Flash unable to get the kill down, and Tuzu now jumps back in with the Quad Shadow to find first blood. Oh no! It happened to Lord Flash around the green camp. Now it happens again as he over chases Boxy.
And now without a jungler, it looks like Cambodia has a little bit more space to work around these lanes as well. They don't directly go for the turtle. It looks like they're waiting in for the level 4s to hit just in case they go for a 5v5 team fight. But wow, again, Tuzu with the Sky Piercer on the Hayabusa. So much damage coming through as they go in for the neutral objective take.
Good dodge, secures it as well. Not a Spear of Destruction, and that's gonna be the Shadow kill now with the appearance of Run the King. 33, trying to deal some damage. Ra able to flicker out of the eye for an eye at 33. I don't know if he's able to escape from this, man. He has the dashes, but no eye for an eye. They're actually just gonna be taunting him in front of the bush, waiting for him to show himself, and now goes in for perhaps a trade. But Ra just spaces perfectly around that ability. And man, for Cambodia, what a great start for them. 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah, 3-0. I mean, 4-0 technically if you count in the turtle trade in favor of Cambodia. And they are ramping up when it comes down to the items. Look at that Look at that confidence coming in from Tuzu as well, going in very aggressively onto Nile on the Grok. And you can see in from the items, he does go for the gloves as well as the Fury Hammer. So there's a lot of adaptive damage. He actually has 2 of those gloves, by the way. So that's additional adaptive damage as well as the additional physical damage coming in from that Fury Hammer. And you know that he means business. He should be going for a little bit more later on, but so far the tempo has been taken in. But that's a trade? Not yet, actually, as they were able to outplay that. So unfortunate as Terizla, Felix is still able to get out.
Very unfortunate stuff, man. Thailand, it seems like they're always so close to getting these kills, so close for going for these trades. But the timing might be off. Spirit Destruction all the way into the mid lane. Tuzu goes for the shadow kill. Now will be able to soak in some of that damage. Has the wild charge, but will not be able to use it. That's a good real world manipulation as well to zone them away. A Boxy, whoa, walking up. I think he really wanted to go for an implosion flicker there. But yeah, a bit too risky to go for. Lord Flash now might have to use a retribution onto the camp. Will do that as Boxy just dashes forward. Now gets picked off and gets a lot of that HP taken out. Gets the implosion down to 33. A good eye for an eye as Tuzu rotates over. A good penalty zone as well to lock him down. And the Petrify will be able to connect on to Boxy with the Phantom Slash, dealing some damage to take him out. That's a trade though from Mizzy Menk as Lord Flash is very low. Tuzu has the quad shadow too. Sorry, I'm Felix just going with the hammers, bumping it down onto Lord Flash. That's skill 1 not connecting, but Tuzu has the quad shadow, will use it in the end, and that is going to be an assassination for Tuzu with the last hit connecting. Run the King trying to go for the Spear of Misery to pin Nile down. Meanwhile, Izzy go for the chase onto Tuzu. Spear of Destruction again. Run the King gonna follow it all the way. A good Purify to get out the wild charge, but Mizzy Ming is doing some damage. A good shutdown as well from Izzy as Run the King is trying his best to escape. Where does he go to? Izzy is in the bottom side. Mizzy Ming is gonna be in up top, and Run the King is able to escape. Oh, good dash and the shove over. Izzy with one last hit. Run the King will be taken down, but the real world manipulation will lock them down into the penalty zone as well. Good Phantom Slash now as the Eye for a Night gets popped too. 33 trying to go for some damage with the final blow, but unable to really go for it. Not for Run the King at least. A good implosion to lock Lord Flash down as the Lycan Pounce gets used up. Sorry, I'm Felix using the body of Smith to go for the damage reduction. Boxy very low. Lord Flash, no Lycan Pounce. He can go for it one more time, and the Lycan Pounce will be enough.
Oh!
No! Sorry, I'm Felix with a fadeaway. Cool guys don't look at explosions.
That was one of the longest clashes we've seen so far, and of course it has to go down between both of these regions. Thailand and Cambodia once again is showing that they love the clashes, they love the aggression, and they love the drama and the spice coming through. But look at this, Tuzu still gonna be able to pick up that retribution despite the displacements coming through. And wow, it's just so dominant coming in from Cambodia, and it looks like Easy utilizing this Ruby in the gold hasn't really found as much success, right? Run the King still at 112, gonna be able to farm, and the level is also still the same in terms of that EXP. What do you think was the idea with the Ruby in the gold lane?
I think it's just to try to enable the Roger, but at this point they're falling so far behind. Izzy unable to find anything. Now very low implosion flicker. Boxy again finding Izzy, and the instant burst from the team, the instant follow up. Run the King able to go for the Abyss Walker now with Spirit of Misery, but the Shadow Kill will be used up onto the back line. Has the Spirit of Destruction as well. The Wild Charge knocks him up, and it is going to be an outplay finally for Thailand. They're able to punish Tuzu.
Yeah, he has got to be shut down, right? 423 Sky Piercer earlier on with a War Cry emblem as well. He is dishing out that damage, and he definitely has the kill pressure to go in for this 1v1s and have a little bit more say when it comes down to it. And Run the King not wasting any time. Once again, he was the MVP from game number 1, the player of the game. And here you can see kind of why, right? He's very quick with his decision making. He's really quick with the macro. But you're right, what happened in that 1v1? Felix gonna be able to take the Benedetta down, and now he's sitting at a 6-0-4. It looks like concealed play has been utilized.
Yeah, right into the implosion. Only connecting on one member though. As the quad shadow gets placed down as well by Tuzu. Just hovering over. Good, I'm offended to catch Boxy there. As the real world manipulation will be able to lock them down for a bit. Run the King dealing some damage, but there's no collapse. Not yet. Cambodia still wanting to play around a neutral objective that will be spawning back up in 8 seconds. But Nile tries to open up the map, pumps in that power of nature to get the anti-CC. But even Felix is dealing a whole lot of damage now.
For sure, right? It's gonna be curious to see what the items are actually ramping up towards, but this Benedetta still going to be able to push in the map, right? Play that far lane, that macro heavy style, pushing in that top lane. But meanwhile, that's a lot of damage onto Felix, actually.
Good time offended as the penalty zone locks him down. Now, there's going to be the Spirit of Destruction from Run the King, teleporting towards the bottom side of the map as Izzy is going to be completely assassinated here by Tuzo on that Shadow kill. Now, doesn't have the Quad Shadow, and that's going to be a 3-man Petrify into the Phantom Slash. Great kill back on the Tuzo, but the Spirit of Misery catches him. A good fight for an eye, though. Lord Flash able to go for the Lycan Pounce as Run the King is able to kite them away. Boxy goes over to knock up, but Mizzy Mink gets the splash of damage to take Run the King down. Boxy again trying to hover over, maybe going for another pickoff. Real world manipulation, but Mizzy Mink just dashes out of it. Thailand actually won in that skirmish, right? But now, let's take a look at the trade. Felix on that turret will be able to take it. Lord Flash taken very low. And Cambodia will be able to walk away with a little bit of a dub there because they got the turret in the mid lane.
It was a 2-for-2 trade, but like you mentioned, right, they were able to get that turret in the top lane, so it does give them a little bit more say, especially when they start to go for this Lord dance in the 9th minute of the game. You were talking about the Trizzler earlier. He goes in for the War Axe, the Radiant, as well as the Dominance Ice, so that damage is coming from that War Axe. And man, like, the changes to the War Axe has made this item so OP, right? So much lifesteal, so much spell vamp, as well as that damage coming through with the addition of the War Axe passive. But again, Thailand looking in to go for a better setup over Cambodia. But if we compare both of the gold laners, wait a second.
Jeez.
Sorry, I'm Felix. That's kind of a lot of damage placed onto Nile right before this Lord. They need to look for a proper setup here.
Okay, what will be the proper setup for Thailand? Will they just be to go on to Boxy?
2 levels below?
Yeah, Ra 2. You can see the constant poke coming in from that Eve penalty zone onto Izzy. Only just to Izzy. Wild Charge going to be committed down and actually catches the Quad Shadow Tuzu. Real Revelation into the implosion. Now goes back to the shot, but isn't able to do so. Good donor on Wolfgang has Run the King. Joins in a team fight. Izzy going to be taken very, very low. Jumps in with a Mistwalker. Able to get rid of Izzy, but he's going to be very, very low as Mizzy Ming and the rest deal with the other members in the back. It's just going to be Run the King who survives that skirmish. And Thailand make a full comeback here in terms of gold, as they get the first Lord of the game.
I mean, you were asking what the proper setup is, and it turns out it's to go in for a team fight before they go in for the neutral objective take, right? Because if they went for that 50-50, Tuzu is too far ahead in terms of that EXP, so it makes that 50-50 retribution battle more of a 28 or 70-30. But if they go in for the team fight, if they can shut the members from the side of Cambodia down, then of course they have a little bit more advantage. Not even a little bit, right? A lot more advantage when it came down to that Lord dance. So they did that perfectly. And Cambodia, they were caught off guard with the setup coming through from Thailand. And even Izzy on the Ruby was able to buy so much time in that 1v1 against Run the King that eventually did kind of favor Run the King. But this is the results that we're getting. That Lord is pushing in this top side. We have the Benedetta going in for the bottom side. But look at that! What?
The flicker out of the wild charge, the penalty zone to go for the disengage. Run the King will be able to get the Spear of Misery. Now it's gonna be boxing, looking for a re-engage as the Lord gets taken low. Nile walking on the power of nature. Tuza goes in for the flank. Now with the Quad Shadow, gets a dash as well. Another Spear of Destruction, but it is not gonna be able to connect. Boxy able to get the flicker down now. Down the knockup as well. Tuza dealing some damage. Mizzy Mink going to fall with the Shadow kill placed down, but look at the bottom lane. It is gonna be a trade with a tier 2. Tuza still going for the chase now onto Nile, but will have to respect the tankiness that Nile has. Cambodia able to defend and able to get a valuable trade, a good trade.
But every time they do get a favorable trade, they forget housekeeping, right? Because most of the time when they're getting an advantage in these skirmishes or these team fights, they're always in a 5v5. They're clumping up as 5. And the fact is, 33 on the Benedetta has been able to find so much value munching down these side lanes. And the fact that they go in for these team fights, they're distracted, right? And so I think. Oh, wait a second.
The Abyss Walker for the orange buff. They get knocked up by the wild charge. Well played by Nile. And for Cambodia, super greedy.
Again, right? A big disadvantage. 2 members taken out. Sure, there's a little bit of a trade by Tuzu in the top lane to get in that tower, but for the most part, Thailand has been able to capitalize over the mistakes and over these decisions that Cambodia have made time and time again. And the Roger so far doing okay, was able to pick up a Sky Piercer along with a Thunderbelt. So he's dealing the damage, but he's also a very chunky fella, as Here we go, Tuzu and Lord Flash.
Oh, I don't know about this Tuzu. He made a decision and it's gonna be, oh, I can bounce Tuzu. Trying to escape now, but look at that. He can only jump so many times right into the auto attack with the Sky Piercer, eliminating him from the land of Dawn. 30 seconds for Tuzu. And again, it's Cambodia making these very, very unique and interesting moves around the map that hasn't paid off at all.
I love that quadruple 9 damage, bro. Did you see that?
Balance, bro.
It's so broken. And the fact that Tuzu goes in for such a risky play like that despite Lord Flash already picking up something like the... Oh, wait a second.
Good damage, Run the King. Oh, that's going to be a winner. Crown used up. Good implosion to bring them back all the way to the real world manipulation. Now going to be caught there. Spirit of Destruction does connect, but take a look at Izzy and Lord Flash. They stay objective. They go for the Lord. Sorry, I feel it'll flicker forward now. The Mizzy Ming doing some damage as the implosion catches him off guard. Still it's going to be Ra doing some damage, taking him out. Izzy able to flicker out with the tough boost tenacity from that shove back from Boxy. Again, though, Thailand, they get caught in the team fight right as they get the Lord, and this does give Cambodia an opportunity to perhaps look for their own siege. It's going to be a super mini wave in the mid lane enhanced by the Lord, but now Boxy is looking for an angle, has the flicker as well. Izzy able to defend for now as that's going to be Run the King going out to the purple buff. A good I'm offended to catch Fari and Felix, goes over the penalty zone, has the immortality as well, now gets popped down. Lord Flash looking for some damage, and that's gonna be the Donut Wolf getting into the wild charge, locking him down. A good Spirit of Misery to disengage. Boxy gets a 3-man implosion, but what is it gonna be for? No one's there to follow it up. Cambodia decide to use that distraction to go and clear out the Lord, and again for Thailand, they get some kills, but they're unable to get any objectives.
Yeah, 0, right? And it's so unfortunate because the fact is, Cambodia was able to control that tempo so well in these team fights. The fact that they have a lot of utility given to them, but they've been making a lot of mistakes as well, and Thailand have been able to capitalize. So far, the Grok has been doing great, but are they going for the end here? Are they looking for an end? 2 members are down, but it looks like they don't go for it. Yeah.
Yeah, it just seems like they're just going to go for the base turret. I don't think they could have forced that. There were some major members coming back up in like 5-6 seconds, so Cambodia are still able to defend, but take a look at the objective battle. Thailand this time just winning by a whole lot. They have 7 turrets, so Cambodia's 3. Cambodia have only been able to get tier 1s the whole game.
And right now, Thailand is holding a 2k gold lead. And if we take a look at the damage dealt earlier on, again, the Valentina just has so much value and very interesting. From the side of Cambodia, it's actually the Terizla who's been able to ramp up in that damage. A lot more than the Moskov so far, and a lot more than the Yves as well, despite the real world manipulation, the constant damage, magic damage coming through. It's still the Terizla that holds that number 1 position in that damage dealt.
And it's concerning because for the Terizla, for the most part, right, Felix won't really be able to deal damage to the back line. So that 66,000 damage, it's been mostly to all the frontliners from Thailand, and they're very happy taking that damage, and that's why they've been able to win out these team fights, Thailand. They've been able to allocate their damage properly into the Moskov, into the Yves, Ra and Run. They gotta be way more clinical here in their positioning and in their spacing, because so far Thailand have always been able to catch them. Even Tuzu, technically. Tuzu has been caught off 5 times. Boxy again, gonna be caught in the tough spot. Felix able to disengage for the team. That's a wild charge. Only onto Felix. A very interesting go, and now final flow onto the back line. Able to get shoved back. Run the King gonna be caught, and he jumps forward. Implosion onto 3 members. Run the King still able to survive with one in nature, but finally gets taken down by Lord Flash with that light compounds. 33 traded for Run the King, as now they look for to go for more. That's gonna be the cancel on Winter Crown as well. Boxy still able to survive for a bit. A penalty zone stolen away by Mizzy Ming to lock him down, but only gets the immortality from Boxy. Now it's gonna be Felix around, caught in the midst of it all, still tanking a whole lot of damage as Ra and Tuzu look for some damage back onto Izzy. They get a trade back. Lord Flash jumping with the like pounds, and Tuzu will be able to go back with the quad shadow to take him out. A good shutdown. Lord Flash just a millisecond away from that immortality, as the immortality for now will be popped. Mizzy making the wild charge, but Ra is able to space out of it. Flickers out the safety. One last hit onto Nile should do it. Let's see if he can get it done. Slowly but surely taking down the glowing wand, but Nile is still able to survive. Now Tuzu with a shadow kill onto Mizzy Ming. That Sky Piercer with the execute, and 33 is gonna be next to the chopping block. Goes right for an eye. Tuzu's waiting for the cooldown for the quad shadow. He gets the kill before he dies, and it turns out to be a win for Cambodia.
And despite the shutdown coming through, the shutdown falls for Nile, their roamer. So not even going on to Lord Flash, and that does give Cambodia a huge advantage in this 18-minute of the game. And you can see that they're going in for the Blitz for the Lord. Nile looking for that proper positioning, looking for that proper moment to get into that momentum, to look in for, of course, but what? Conceal as well as Implosion utilized for Lord Flash there.
Okay, with the wild charge 2 by Nile, gets 3 members knocked up. Lord Flash goes for the Lycan Pounds, an interesting move. Spirit of Misery pinning him down. The immortality, Lord Flash. What? It seemed like Nile wanted to disengage, and Lord Flash went in a bit too aggressively. They almost were able to blitz it, like you said, Eterna, but now it doesn't seem like they even need to blitz it. They got a retreat advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm Felix, though, still looking to go in for the contest. 33 gonna do as well, but look at that damage onto Felix. Is this a problem?
Oh, 33 gonna go for it. Eye for an eye as well. Run the King gonna chase him. Now Winter Crown as well. It's gonna be Eye taken out of the back line with Rod doing the same thing there as Nile tries his best to go for the steal on the Lord, but it will not happen. They lose 4 members by desperately trying to go for the steal on the Lord, and now only Lord Flash and Mizzy Mink are left to defend against an evolved Lord.
Look at the timers, Miracle. Look at the timers. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 members are up against 6. With the Lord marching down in the mid lane. Mizzy Mink as well as Lord Flash, they're the only ones left. And look at the stage. Look at the damage as it looks like they want to go for a close.
Boxy with the implosion straight into the penalty zone and the execute. In prime Kamai fashion, they get it done. And they'll be able to take a clean sweep against Thailand. I believe putting them a bit closer to qualifying to the playoffs.
Because earlier on, they were actually tied in. If you guys take a look at IESF.gg and you guys take a look at the standings for Group 1, you will see that Cambodia and Thailand, they're both at 6 points. They're actually tied in with Myanmar as well. So the top 3 are tied in. But man, with Cambodia picking up that 2-0, that should propel them in the points and give them a lot more say to get to the playoffs, a lot more chance and opportunity to get to that playoffs, to eventually make their way to WEC in Riyadh in the later portion of this year. But again, right, there were just so many mistakes that were happening back and forth from both of these teams, because initially Cambodia, with that much of a lead, they should have been able to close it as fast as possible. But how long did that game go? It went over 17 minutes. I don't know what the last one was. I hope we get 19, a little bit of a replay. 19 minutes. I don't think it should have gone to that 19-minute mark.
I said it right as the crystal was popped there, right as they got the base in prime Khmer fashion. That's just the Cambodian way to play the game, right? It could be a stomp, but it could also be fun. Exactly. Which one do you want?
I mean, we want action and we want entertainment, and that's exactly what we got as we take a look at the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2. And again, right from the early stage of the game, that early portion of the game with Tuzu just building up that snowball, building up that gold lead, and building up that EXP lead, you could say that most of the objectives was completely controlled by Cambodia. One of the main things that needs to be highlighted is honestly the Benedetta. Sure, he didn't get as much success in these team fights, but understand that despite the control that Cambodia had, the fact that 33 on the Benedetta kept pushing those far lanes and kept utilizing and was super objective centered, it caused a lot of problems for Cambodia, and that initial plan that they had was brought into chaos with how much that she was pushing.
There's so much pressure from Cambodia all the way from the start, and we were talking about how it was so good for them, but man, there were some of these moments where, Ron, did you really need the third? I mean, like another kill onto Nile there. That was a roamer, right? And they ended up having to trade again in the bottom lane as well. Some of these, overextensions definitely need to be adjusted by them if they want to go and perform better in the playoffs. There's some good, some good matches, some good skirmishes here from Thailand as well, able to just outplay Cambodia, and I think this was one of them where 33 actually just got out, used the Petrify really well, and then Lord Flash to control the fight. But as we saw some overextensions from Cambodia, we also see the same thing for Thailand. I think for 33 going in a bit too aggressive. Lord Flash as well over chasing, because I think in that moment they would have been able to go straight for the turtle had they just backed off after that solid win that they got. But unfortunately, they went in for the fight. They wanted to get more. They were a bit greedy there, and they got punished for it. But all throughout, I think it's kind of the same, a little bit of a deja vu to game number 1, where Thailand were just able to keep on fighting, and for some reason, their synergy is amazing too, right? They're always able to get these big combos in together. They're able to go back and forth and make it a bit more 50-50 than it should be. Again, in these fights, it was always Cambodia with a gold lead. You can always see up top in the charts, they always have a 2,000, 3,000. At the start, it was 4,000 gold lead, but I don't know, man. Thailand just played it well.
But eventually, Thailand picked up the gold lead. So it's actually quite interesting. And honestly, I'm a huge fan of Nile, by the way, because with Cambodia holding on, despite Cambodia holding on to so much in terms of objectives, in terms of turrets, in terms of whatever, right, in that particular game, Nile, the fact that he was able to get a lot of these combos in on the Grok was a big value to his team, actually, time and time again.
For sure. I think, these wild charges have been able to turn the tides of these fights. And this is another example of that.
There you go.
Catching Run the King together with Boxy. Like, Boxy being there makes sense. He's a roamer. But Run the King, Abyss walking in front to go for orange buff? Yeah, it's a bit sus. And here we see that as well from Tuzu, overextending way too much. And this could have been bad. It actually did end up being bad because they were able to take the Lord and they were able to take the base turret, I believe, after this play. But for some reason here, Thailand, every single time they go for the Lord, every single time they secure it, they always end up losing 1 or 2 members. And that's why they haven't been able to fully utilize the Lords that they take. They always get traded back. And that's how Cambodia were actually able to prolong the game and to minimize the potential of those Lord pushes from Thailand.
It feels like both of these teams are very trigger happy, right? Like, despite being at a disadvantage when it comes down to a team fight, if they get re-engaged, they're like, okay, let's go. You want to fight? Let's go. And so you can see both of these teams actually catching each other off guard. And so it was quite a ping pong match, especially coming to the later stage of the game. You can even see here, you think initially it was a good moment for Thailand in this particular team fight, but Cambodia re-engages, but then Thailand re-engages again despite them being at a disadvantage. See, again, like Lord Flash jumping back in and he gets taken out. It's the re-engage battle from both of these teams because back at its very core, both of these teams, they love the brawls, they love the team fights, and they love the action.
Yeah, and this definitely showed it as well, right? The fact that Suzu was able to get the kill before he died. You have to give the benefit over to the Sky Piercer for that one, because I think if he didn't have the Sky Piercer, 33 would have been able to survive just with a little bit of HP. But in this final skirmish, man, it was a nice try by 33. He really tried to take the Lord, steal it away, maybe get some damage in. But in the end, they just had more members to play with, way more resources, and were eventually able to end the game. This was a good engage again by Boxy, though. We were seeing that a whole lot in this game, but towards the later stage, I think Thailand were able to adjust properly to Boxy's engages because these implosions never really connected onto more than 2 members. In the final fight, it's unfortunate, they didn't really expect that. Felix gets the MVP.
Beautiful. 9-3-15 KDA. We saw the impact that Felix was able to have in the first game when he picked up the Yuzong, but coming into a different pick, an entirely different pick onto the Charizla, we saw the impact that he was able to have as well, right? A lot of follow-ups from the Charizla after the implosions that are happening from the Tigreal just really put a spotlight onto him. And at the early stage of the game, he actually even went in for a 1v1 against the Benedetta and won, right? And the damage dealt, we saw time and time again, Charizla #1 with like 60k worth of damage, and it's all thanks to him and of course his intelligent itemization. He actually even went in for the Queen's Wings at the later portion of the game.
Yeah, it was well played by him, man, for Felix as the initiator. And now we get to really see why the Charizla is super prio. With the War Axe, full defense builds right after that. Usually we see the Fury Hammer, right? So you're still going to be very tanky. You go and rely on the Brave Smite. But now that we have the War Axe, we're seeing more and more XP laners like the Charizla go for Impure Rage instead of the Brave Smite because they already have the sustain built in for the War Axe. They would much rather get the Impure Rage to get more mana as the fight goes on. They'll have that additional sustain when it comes to mana already built in. Bloodlust Axe with the War Axe, so get the best of both worlds, Eterna.
For sure, and I hope we get the best of both worlds when we take a talk with the players. And I'm wondering, who will we be seeing? Do you think?
And who's it gonna be?
Who's it gonna be? Do you have any, ideas?
I don't know, man. Maybe Tuzo? Maybe Felix?
I hope we get to talk to, boxing. I think I'm a big fan now of his Tigreal. Why are you smiling
name?
like that?
Nah, I don't know. There's something with you and
Sassy.
Romers, man.
No. But it looks like it might be Paragon, actually. Ring, ring, ring. Hi, how are you?
Oh, hello, Marco. Hello, Internet.
Hang on, let me
Alright.
readjust my audio real quick.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Paragon, congratulations for that 2-0, of course. How do you feel about that game? How did you feel about your team winning?
Today we feel very excited that we're gonna pass the group stage and we're gonna face, I think, Malaysia because they top one in group. So we number 2 gonna face number 1. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So next up, Malaysia, Mirko.
Yeah, Malaysia is definitely, a tough opponent later, so I want to ask you that later. But firstly, I want to ask, Paragon, you're a substitute for the Rome position, yeah? And I just want to ask, we have been seeing Cambodia swap here and there from the jungle as well. Up against Myanmar, it was Lucas. This time it was Tuzu. What was the plan here? Why did you play Tuzu over Lucas? And who's the main jungler for the team?
Actually, they both can play as the main jungler because we want to give them an opportunity to play for national team. So Tusu also can play as a main jungler. Lucas also can play as a main jungler. They both can play together.
Okay,
I mean,
my
they
next
both-
question is...
Can play.
Okay, so it's interchangeable, Miracle, their lineup. So it makes them that much more flexible, right? Their opponent, they're going to keep on guessing as to who plays next. But when are you going to be playing, Paragon? We're excited to see you hop in. Do you think we'll see you in the next match?
I don't know, but we'll see later, maybe or not.
Man of secrets. I like that.
Yeah.
They gotta stay secretive, right? Especially later on. But I want to know your thoughts here, Paragon. In the group stages, or no, just the Asian qualifiers in general for Southeast Asia, who do you think is the strongest opponent that you will get to face later on? Because we have Myanmar, we got Malaysia, Indonesia, even Thailand earlier were really, really good. Who do you think is the strongest?
For me, I think Malaysia and Indonesia. As we can see, Malaysia, they beat Indonesia 2-0, and we're gonna face them in the next playoff. And I think it's a very tough opponent for us, Malaysia and Indonesia.
Malaysia and Indonesia. Okay, I'm not gonna ask him to choose between both, right? Because I mean, that was a 2-0 for Malaysia. But Mirko, do you have another question for him?
Honestly, I want to know, right? Because against Myanmar, at least game number 2, when you guys were able to get the dub, it was a dominant run. But here against Thailand, both games went the distance. It went to over 20 minutes for game number 1. Game number 2, it was also quite long. Is that just the Cambodian way to play the game? You want to just go for these team fights? Or do you think, okay, this is just against Thailand. Next fight, be more disciplined. What do you think?
Actually, it's not goes as a plan. As we think that we can end that game so fast, but we fell at mid and late game that make the game it so more slow. But I think in the next game we will improve and fix all our mistakes, and we hope that we can end the game faster than.
All right.
Great
We
stuff.
also hope, just continuous success on your journey here at ISF. Good luck for your next match. And yeah, we'll see you moving forward and hope we get to see you in your next match with Team Cambodia. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much and congratulations once again. Bye-bye, Paragon.
There you have it, man. Paragon with some solid answers here, man. You know, it would be really cool to get some of the other members later on if they do get another win. Obviously, they will be qualifying into the playoffs, I believe, with this win. But it seems like they're still gonna have to wait, Eterna, a bit, because if Thailand actually win out against Myanmar, there is a possibility that it could be like a 3-way tie. I think that might be the case. I think that.
Wait, really?
Yeah, possible.
Well, if you guys are, you know, anticipating what will happen next, you guys can, you know, keep updated on isf.gg because everything is updated there. We have the standings, we have the rankings, we have perhaps even the groupings later on for the playoffs. But this is going to be our next match, ladies and gentlemen, Myanmar and Thailand. And remember, earlier on, all three of these regions were actually tied in, Myanmar, Cambodia, and Thailand, but it looks like Myanmar and Cambodia are now both at 9 points. So if Thailand can actually win this one against Myanmar, that will also propel them further up into the standings. And like you mentioned in the early part, right, it could be a 3-way tie.
There's a big possibility that actually happens here, Eterna. We'll have to see if Myanmar can get it done, because even Cambodia were struggling. And if we saw, you know, if you guys watched yesterday, Myanmar versus Cambodia, the opening match of the day, it was a really close battle.
Best
especially
of three,
in game
full,
number 3.
right?
Yeah, a full best of 3. We don't get to see that a lot. We haven't seen that at all today. So unfortunate, but you know, hopefully this next match, hopefully Thailand can pull off a great fight. They're fighting against the odds, definitely, you know, because they just lost as well. So they don't have the momentum by their side. I still think though that they will be able to pull off a good fight, looking at how they performed against Cambodia.
So before we get into the next match of the day, ladies and gentlemen, our next best of 3 between both these regions, we are going to go on a short break. There is going to be a little bit of trade with the caster, so Miracle, we'll see you later on. But thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned, and we'll see you after the break. Bye-bye.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to us, day number 3 here for the IESF Asians Championships. It's the road to the WEC, and now once again, it's me, Nice, joined here with Mirko to bring you the action. We'll have another caster with us later today, but we're kicking it off here with an exciting matchup. It is going to be Vietnam versus Indonesia, as you guys saw. Some of you are already piling into the stream. So real quick, before we talk about the matchup, I want to invite you guys as well to check out the official website to stay updated to the standings. You can go to iesf.gg. You'll probably see Nightbot putting it in the chat in the YouTube, and you guys can check out all the standings and the groupings and stay up to date. Now, with that being said, Mirko, it's been 2 days, man. 2 days of a bunch of action already. I feel like some surprises as well. So for this matchup, how are you feeling? As people like to ask you, how are you feeling, Mirko?
It should be okay. I should be feeling good. It really depends on the result later, right? If Indonesia can get it done or not. But it looks like for Indonesia and Vietnam, they're kind of tied in the standings now. It's 1-1, 1-1. So they both have, 3 points to play with now. So both teams very desperately need a win to get to the next stage in Group B. It's already kind of a tough group already. You know, we got Malaysia, we got Indonesia, Vietnam as well, and Laos. So the fact that Indonesia lost yesterday means that they cannot just, you know, take a chill pill today. They got to go all out here up against Vietnam. They cannot hold out for
too
long. They can't wait. Yeah, they cannot wait. They can't be too patient with the moves. They got to take that momentum.
They definitely do. So this is today's schedule, and as you guys see, we are going to be opening up. There's these 10 a.m. matches are all happening, right? But we are streaming Vietnam versus Indonesia, and like I said, you guys can all check out the standings for the off-stream matches that are happening. As you guys see, there's a plenty of them. And then later on, of course, we're going to see Cambodia and Thailand, and then later on Myanmar and also Thailand, and some more matches. Of course, the ending match for today, though, we go back to MLBB women's. So these first 3 matches for you guys in store for you are all these men's matches. But again, a lot is happening off stream. So if you really want to stay updated and see where everybody's kind of falling into place, then you have to head over to the website. Now, with that too, they're all best of 3s. I know we had, you know, kind of some mixes of best of 5s yesterday, and some people asked, why was there a best of 5? Again, they're all divided into a subcategory as well. And yesterday, when you saw the best of 5s, there was only 2 teams in that region, that sub-region, for example, Guam and New Zealand. So they just had a best of 5 and they moved to the WEC directly. So for this one, again, I think there's nine nations for this category. That's why you have all those games happening at once. Vietnam and Indonesia is that first match for the day. And, I think some people would be rather surprised, maybe, depending where you're from, on what happened with yesterday in Malaysia versus Indonesia. Mirko, anything that stood out to you the most on why Malaysia was able to go and get the 2-0 against Indonesia?
I think for the first thing that I want to talk a little about when it comes down to that matchup, right, how Malaysia was able to take control of the game all the way from the start as well, I think has got to be in the drafts. It does feel like Malaysia had a better grasp on the meta compared to Indonesia after the patch that we got. And Indonesia, they really tried to implement some of the new stuff, right? They tried to go for the Brody pick as well. They tried going for still the Fredgen, but with a temporal rain. And I actually just figured that out. Shout out to Arashi, by the way. He went into a custom game to test that out, how that actually works out. So you don't actually need to use your ult to get your other abilities, your skill 1 and skill 2 cooldown for the temporal rain. All you need to do is use the taunt. Because apparently the taunt, you level up the taunt together with your ult, right? So technically it kind of counts as an ult somewhere.
Got
so
it.
that's why it was used. But yeah, they tried their best to, implement some of these new strats, some of these new items, emblems as well into their gameplay, but maybe they just haven't really gotten the the full understanding of it just yet. They're still in the experimental phase, it feels. And maybe with that experience now, with a loss to Malaysia, now coming in against Vietnam, they should be able to adjust accordingly. They should also understand that maybe the prio picks, maybe the Ling, the Rogers that we saw from Malaysia might be prioritized here for both Vietnam and Indonesia.
Okay, we'll see exactly how they want to start that draft, because we've seen a lot of different things, but we're going to take a look at the lineup here for Vietnam. First, we got Zhao Miao. Love the combination there. He. Whole lot of he's there. Nart and then Fugo. So Zhao and Miao, Nart and Fugo, these guys from Vietnam. Again, we have to see exactly what their playstyle is going to be, because already on the off-stream game that we saw, or that we didn't see, but we saw on the website, they are tied 1-1 right now with Indonesia. So there's a lot of weight to this match, if I would say the least. There's a lot to wait here, a lot weighted here to going to the playoffs spot, of course, and then moving on to the WEC. For Vietnam, I'm going to just assume that they play very, very fast, because so far from what we've seen, aside from our first 32-minute game that we saw yesterday between Bahrain and Jordan, for this region, this area, man, we know that they like to clash it out and battle it out, and we saw too how big the changes are with the Lord now. So I feel like this really highlights some of these playstyles for these nations, and we're going to take a look at the Indonesian roster as well in just a second. But similarly, like what we saw yesterday, they want to battle it out. They want to test things out. And of course, for Indonesia, very familiar names here. We have Boots, Albert, CW, Sands, and Keyboy. And, at least from my perspective, I was just watching the game yesterday because you and Arashi were casting this. Yep. And I was surprised with the result, but I was also like, I can see that there's some experimentation going on, because I think all these teams really are doing that. At the same time, I would say that, it feels like Malaysia, for some reason, the meta, and I don't know, because I can't say that we have established a meta just yet, but we know that Malaysia is known for that certain strategy and that Lungar type gameplay, where they want to just battle it out. Indonesia is as well, I would say, coming here in comparison to some of the teams here from the Philippines. But I would say Malaysia just really profited in the fact that what they drafted in those games, both those games, and the way that they executed it worked out really well for their play style, and highlighted the fact that they were very confident with what they brought to the table. And I think Indonesia, I'm sure they learned a lot from the matchup there versus Malaysia. And I'm sure that we'll see some of those key changes here happen for this matchup against Vietnam.
I think I gotta agree, right? For Indonesia and Malaysia, both of them have a very, very aggressive style. And yeah, for Vietnam as well. By the way, just a fun fact for you guys, Vietnam is also the record holder when it comes to the fastest game. And it was also at IESF, just in 2022 in Bali, up against Namibia. 6 minutes,
they were the
11 seconds.
Oh,
6:11. It was even less than 15, right? Yeah, so Vietnam, they're known to go for the aggressive style, especially now consider the meta is kind of pushing them towards that way too. I think Vietnam are going to go start, shooting all the way from the start of the game. They're going to try to get an early game snowball as fast as possible. But also, I don't know if this lineup is deceiving again, because we did see Boots in that lineup as the XP lane, but yesterday we saw Lutpi play. Same thing as well. On the lineups, it was Boots, but in game it was Lutpi. So I think it is going to be Lutpi that actually comes down and plays for Team Indonesia. That has been the main XP for Fnatic Onyx for the longest time for this team. But honestly, I think the other parts that I want to talk about from that loss yesterday, Indonesia versus Malaysia, has got to be the jungle. I think for Albert, there's still a lot of improvements that he needs to make, and I think it should be because he's a little bit rusty there, right? I think for the team as well, they're preparing for multiple tournaments here and there. Maybe Albert didn't get as much training, but with that experience yesterday and now with a reality check that, they can't just take this group lightly. They can't just go and go through this group as easy as they expected. They're going to have to dig deep again and play with that meta. They have to try to experiment again, and they have to try to rebuild the confidence, because it's really strange, Naisu, to see someone like Albert, a guy that is known to play Ling, to play these assassins, to not go for the Ling when it's up for grabs, and giving it over to Malaysia. That choice to not deny the Ling or not to pick it up for themselves proved to be costly there against Malaysia, because Malaysia have a phenomenal Ling player as well in Skies, and I think it should be the same here against Vietnam. If Indonesia hesitate to pick these prio picks up, Vietnam are going to take it, and Vietnam will understand how to play it in the early game, how to utilize that big pick to snowball and take control of the game.
It's funny because I'm looking here at their matches that were off stream, because I just wanted to get a peek at what was drafted and how long they went. So like both Indonesia and Vietnam swept Laos, and they were rather quick games. So there was no game that I think that was over 13 minutes. It's looking like Indonesia did it faster with a 10:36. Like they had a 10:36 game here. And it's funny that you mentioned the Ling, because in that game that was 10:36, the Ling was picked up. So that was locked in. And then it looks like Vietnam plays the Ling as well. So it almost makes you wonder, like, with that information being out here, if they're going to contest the Ling, for example, or some of the other assassin heroes that we've seen banned out. Even yesterday, right? There was so many banned out. There was the Ling, the Hayabusa. Here in Asia, we haven't seen the Hanzo being banned out yet, like we did in
Not
Africa,
yet.
but that could possibly even pop up still. And I think just overall, you see a lot of Valentina from both of them. Interesting lineup from Vietnam, though, yesterday. They had a Valentina Zask combination, and it looks like that Zask went into the gold lane. It seems like it did. So Vietnam might have something up their sleeves, in terms of their experimentation and whatever heroes they bring to the table here. And I think, for both of them, we can just kind of expect, let's see if they go the assassin route. If they do, if it's, for example, Albert that gets his hands on this Ling, or Vietnam that gets it, they could also go ahead and play around the fact that we have seen pretty good utility junglers still. It's just they're used differently. Like you mentioned with the Fredrin, I'm glad you guys tested that out, because I was kind of wondering, like, how does that temporal rain work? But now it makes sense. You get to do it with the energy eruption, right? You mentioned it was the energy eruption, so they have that. And then Baksha has been another, I feel like, mainstay. Like he's almost coming up more than obviously the Fredrin and Barrett's before. So I feel like Baksha is doing a better time at like fitting in currently. And maybe part of that too is just the fact that he moves around the map so much, and usually when it's paired up with Baksha, you have an Angela usually. So if it's the Angeling, great. Maybe it's the Baling. I don't know if that Boxling. I don't know if that works, but that could work. And Jaxia could work too, whichever way you want to do it, man. It's up to you. But that's the thing. I think it's either the Bakshas that's contested, the Rogers we've seen constantly pop up. And for both of these playstyles, now that I've looked at the stats here from their off-stream games, they both had dominating sweeps against Laos. Now it's their time to go ahead and go against each other. And I'm hoping we kick off today with a 3-game series, because we had it yesterday. And now, today, as we get a little bit closer to the playoffs and, the seedings start to happen here, this is where I want those 3 games. Those 3 games, hopefully they're not all 32 minutes, but it was good to see finally a long game yesterday.
Day number 1, we started off with a a series that didn't go for full clean sweep, right? It was 3-1 to Kazakhstan. Day 2, we did it again with Indonesia. Actually, no, with Cambodia versus Myanmar, going 2-1. So it'll only fit the pattern. We've been a big fan of patterns here all throughout the African regional qualifiers and now even the Asian regional qualifiers. So let's see if that pattern can continue. For Indonesia and Vietnam, two teams that really want to fight for that early game, two teams that really want to fight for the early to mid-game control. It does make sense that they are going to be a little bit more of a risk taker in these games, right? Especially in the early stage. So whoever takes control of the early game, they should be able to take control of the game. They should be able to develop the snowball. But my concern right now, or one of my questions right now for the meta game is, where does Lo Yi fit in in this meta? Where does she fit in? Because it's kind of different now with the diversion being nerfed. We saw even Sans try to utilize it yesterday, and we did see some of these creative ways that you can still use a diversion, but it just feels like you're kind of limited. You're already kind of denied from going for all these spams to reveal vision, because back in the day with the Lo Yi, with the diversion being on such a short cooldown, you can just keep on spamming that. Spamming into the bottom lane, just getting vision. If someone's there, all right, don't take it. And if you do want to take it, it still makes sense. But now, because the window is a bit smaller, I think it's a lot smaller, especially in the early game when it's when you just leveled it up, it just makes it kind of difficult to utilize. Like, they go to the bottom lane, once they see the Lo Yi and bot, they know that for the next 2 minutes maybe it's not really going to be up, it's not really going to be a threat. And maybe later on in the game, if it does go to the super late game, then we can get to see the normal creative Lo Yi diversions. But even the chip, these global presence heroes like the chip, the Lo Yi, we haven't seen a whole lot of success on these two picks. Lo Yi is a bit more 50-50, I'll give him that. But for the chip,
this has been good.
He's been the top prio pick in every MPL for the longest time before the patch, and now as the patch drops, he just disappears. Gone, completely gone. And we thought, with the chip, you would actually be able to push in that early game even harder, because there's already a Sky Piercer, there are already these big items for those early game picks. So if you want to go for early game brawls, it makes sense, in theory at least, that the chip would do good, right? He brings everyone into the fight, brings everyone to go and get that snowball early, but we've seen it once, I think, in the Asian regional qualifiers, and it was from New Zealand, and it didn't work too well. They weren't able to get the win on that chip. So the two global presence heroes that are still relevant, I guess, should be just the Moskov and the Angela. Those are the two picks that have still been working out.
And I would say, is this a welcomed change? Did people have enough of Lo Yi and Chip already? Because it was, like you said, and especially in the professional leagues, it was picked up all the time, or it had to be banned. And it was in a weird kind of state where it's like, if one of the teams does get it, it's such a huge upper hand that brings to the table, which is so weird, because Lo Yi was not, she was slept on for so long. Think how long Lo Yi's been out. I'm not even recall when she was released in the game, but at one point she just got a little bit of a buff, and then boom, here she's every single match. So for me to see that change kind of unfold here for the past couple of days, I'm like, you know what? I like it. I like that she's not as strong. And to an extent, we saw some teams do crazy things with diversion, and I feel like at the same time, with the current state of the game, let's say the cooldown didn't change. Let's say it was still the same for the most part. But all the items and the changes that with the Lord and stuff came through, I think you still have to be very calculated in the usage of the ultimate, because just like I said yesterday, I was like, man, you get to the even 32-minute Lord was already kind of crazy, but it was happening before that. Even around the mid-20 mark, you're having some of these Lord fights break out, and you're seeing it. And some teams can't fully commit to just holding the Lord there. But with a Lo Yi, a lot of times before the changes came out, they just be popping diversion after diversion, not even taking it though. Sometimes it was just to juke them out, to think that they were going to go on this portion of the bush, or in one of those hidden bushes, and then come through the Lord that way. But now it's a lot more calculated. And overall, I just feel like Chip, I don't know. Chip is great. I think the shortcut can still be utilized. It's just for some reason we have not seen it work out too well. I don't know what exactly changed or made it so difficult for Chip to be able to work in a lot of these compositions. I think he still fits. Maybe it's more now, instead of him just being banned or picked up, it's he's a niche pick. he's still very valuable when it's picked up in a certain lineup, but leave it at that. So interestingly enough, we'll see if these pop up here. But like I said, I think the Ling is going to be in contention for both these teams, as now we jump into the draft here for game number 1 in this best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia. Again, for you guys joining us just now while we wait for the draft here, check out the official website for the updated standings and brackets at iesf.gg. And you guys can get a peek at what's been going on. These two teams both swept their opponents in the previous off-stream games, and they're sitting at 1-1 in the standings. So they both have tied points. Now they need to pull through ahead. And interesting, as we were talking about it, there's the chip. It's going to be banned out by Indonesia first.
All right, so they're going to be respected here, and it seems, it makes sense this time around. With the chip ban, because of the fairness ban, Vietnam really wanted to set up for that chip, really wanted to set up for the early ganks and to try to take away the maybe second HP bar that you can get with the Nether Realm. They go straight for the fairness ban. That's already very, very unique of a start, right? We don't really see a lot of fairness first ban. We usually see that for a lot of different heroes, but not the fairness. Maybe even the Roger at this point of the game, right? We've been talking about how Roger has been super prio because he's been able to be used as a flex pick into jungle, into gold, and it works in both lanes really, really well. Both roles really, really well. But it seems, again, for Indonesia, it's still going to be the same bans. Chip and Harith. They're still prioritizing that Harith ban over some of the others like the Roger as well. Meanwhile, for Vietnam, this is what we've come to expect really on the blue side. On blue side, you get so much more room to actually go for respect bans over the prio bans because red side's automatically going to be the one forced to go for the for the prio bans because of that first pick. And that's why I think across all the different regions, blue side has been getting way more successful, right? They've been getting so much more value in the meta game, and it seems it is going to be the Angela as well. Finally, we get to see a prio ban from the side of Vietnam, but I guess it's a bit of respect as well for Indonesia. They could just go for the Angeline combo if Vietnam leave it open and go for a different first pick. But now for Indonesia, the big question is that Lo Yi still super prio? Or will they go for the Roger? And it is going to be the Roger. That's the adjustment made by Indonesia. The Roger that kind of terrorized them as well yesterday, all the way in the early phase of the game. Even in the jungle, I think it was, it was Skies on the Roger, right, yesterday. And then it was Loliel on the Moskov.
Where there is light, there are also shadows.
So interestingly enough that they go this way and they make it work. So Lo Yi's locked in.
Lo Yi does get locked in here by Vietnam. Still a first pick prio, despite all of our doubts that we were talking about earlier, that we raised earlier about the Lo Yi, how limited you are to make those kind of like feints happen. Back in the day, very easy to do those feints, just pop in a diversion, make them think that you're going to be rotating back and then maybe look for a different angle of attack, or even just utilizing it to clear waves like we saw usually, right, with the Claude. You get a Claude and the Lo Yi, you should be able to clear out these waves together with that Lo Yi, but it's going to be the Ling and the Farsa. There you go, Indonesia finding a little bit of confidence to pull off that Ling, but it does give Vietnam an opportunity now to go for maybe even a Baxia, to try to stop the Ling from snowballing all the way from the start. Maybe if they want to go for additional CC, the Fredrin could still work. I'm not a big fan of the Temporal Rain, though, still. Even though, now it makes sense, why you would go for the Temporal Rain to get the cooldowns out for the taunt. Me and Arashi, we kind of agree that for Fredrin, at least, it's still the 3 best picks on the emblems, at least for Fredrin, has got to be the Impure Rage, the Concussive Blast, or the Brave Smite, either one of those 3. And it is going to be the Claude and the Fredrin locked in, that combo that we've been talking about with the Lo Yi. You can go for the clears, but it works a bit differently now. You do that and you're open to a lot of attacks, and you technically have a time restraint as to how long you can't make creative plays happen.
I like the, this is almost going back to pretty much what we had before, like meta-wise, Claude, Fredrin, Lo Yi locked in from Vietnam. I'm wondering if there's going to be that much of a change, though, for the last 2 picks. But you can see that Terizla locked in. So I'm assuming Indonesia might want to go ahead and ban out the Yuzhong at least to force a different pick in the XP lane to deal with this Terizla. Also, another hero we've seen pop up constantly and do really well is the X-Borg, Mirko. So, you know, that might be an option too, because main thing here is really allowing this Ling to shine. Like I said, in their matches off stream, Albert obviously loved playing it. They had a very quick game. We're talking about 10 and a half minute game when he played the Ling against Laos. So, you know, with that, I want to see how they kind of complement it. They already have a ton of damage with the Farsa too. Great lockdown with the penalty zone. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and lock down the R-Lot, not being able to be picked up. So we'll see if that is going to be another XP lane ban or possibly even roam, because right now you still have to see where that wants to fit in. Looks like a Nathan ban, a late game potential security there. So this also might mean Indonesia wants to pick up possibly, I'm wondering if they go Brody. That was the other hero they picked up in their game against Laos. They picked up Brody. You mentioned you were a fan of it currently in the meta. Look at this Masha. Here's the Masha ban. So interesting last bans. XP lane for Vietnam. I'm almost just assuming, like I said, the Yuzhong does get picked up, but they'll probably go for one more gold lane ban. I'm wondering if they actually want to go and ban out the Brody. I'm not sure if it's worth the ban, but it's definitely a solid pick.
I think the safer choice might just be to go for a roam ban here. I'm not too sure what roamer, though, would actually fit in for Indonesia, right? Maybe Minotaur could be a good option as well to go for the neutral objective contest, but they end up going for the Moscow ban. That was a big pick that we saw picked up instantly in that Indonesia versus Malaysia match yesterday in the first phase, even with the Roger for Malaysia. So not even utilizing the flex pick of the Roger, but going for that. But the Grok will be left open. This is a signature pick for Keyboy. He gets himself on that Grok. And I guess they're really just trying to see if they can actually utilize the Brody in lane, right? Because there's one thing about the Brody, even though it's great with the Sky Piercer and all these new items, that's a glue pickup, by the way, from Vietnam, but if you're up against a lot of CC, if you're up against people who can actually dive you, it'll be very, very hard as a Brody who cannot really utilize the flexible battle spell choice that we are used to seeing from Natan, Moskov, Roger, even the Claude. All the meta gold laners right now, they have an option to actually go for Purify or even Sprint to some of these, like Claude, over the Flicker. So that adds a lot more flexibility to how they can actually play out that hero in lane and in these team fights. And that's something that Brody can't have. So maybe for Indonesia, they're really just trying to see. That's going to be the Kaja as well for Team Vietnam. This is an interesting draft from Vietnam, right? The Loi Kaja combo as well. So they're going to be very reliant on using the diversion together with the Kaja to get him into different angles. But even then, Indonesia should still be able to read it out in the early game, at least, when the cooldown is still, you know, massive on that diversion. So Indonesia, big decision to make now. Do they want to go for the safe choice, which is probably the carry, or they want to go for that Brody? Go straight for the early game with the snowballing of the Farsa and the Ling. Take the game under their control and start. That's what they go for. That's a Brody.
I was gonna say, man, when you asked, I was gonna say I was leaning towards the Brody for the, especially when we saw the glue and the Kaja locked in, because you want to play with the range, like you want to play with that advantage, having that range available to you, and you get that too because honestly, whenever that Tempest Blades or wherever Albert goes to set things up, and even the Feathered Airstrike, like think about how much overloaded damage that is against Vietnam. The Brody should be able to easily just get the shots off, get the marks, and then hopefully, you know, fade away torn apart memory. That's the best part about Brody. It's very, very finesse-like. And so for the lineup for Vietnam, they have a great way to kind of cause chaos with diversion alone. But I think this is a huge game for Nart on the Kaja, because if he's able to lock down the right targets, it doesn't have to be Albert, man. Like it could actually just even be CW or Sands. If he's able to get the lockdowns with the Divine Judgment and they lose one of those major sources of damage, then the extended team fight will be great here for Vietnam. So let's jump into the game here. Game number 1. Again, it's a best of 3 between Vietnam and Indonesia, both tied for points currently in the standings. And whichever team will get off to a good start. Oh, Nart. Okay, he's going to be fine, actually. So let's jump into the land of Dawn here. First team to get first blood in the series is going to be off to a good start, securing that slot into the playoffs here as we get a look at both teams starting up. For Zhao on this Fredrin, he's rolling the Concussive Blast. So he's at least on one of those emblems. Oh, look at this. Focus on the top. So they already BMI's out, but has that concussive blast. I think this is better for this. The interesting that I want to point out, man, is Nart is on concussive blast as well. Usually we see Kajas roll with focusing mark because it gives that little extra oomph, you know, to get the damage and get these early kills on. So I'm wondering, you know, they just want to kind of push some of the lanes in, have a little bit of that extra damage, I suppose, and tankiness, dealing with the amount of burst damage that's going to be thrown at this lineup from Vietnam. And you can already see it, right? Both teams kind of just getting their rotations down, setting up. It is going to be the Lithwander already taken here by Albert. He's almost level 4. Zhao should be as well. First items, interesting too, fall into place. You can see some of the difference there. Already does go ahead. Oh, hold on. He.
All right, Albert trying to go for the dive here. Goes for the retribution as well and will be able to pick up first blood in the bottom lane. Good job by Lutpi to give Albert that free way into the kill. Meanwhile, up top, Keyboy's going to be traded down, though. Zhao going to get that kill down, and it is going to be equal on the board in the early game. The XP for the roam. But I would say, if we're talking about the concussive blast, right, I really feel like for Nart, the idea is he wants to match the clear speed of the Grok plus the Farsa in the mid lane. Try to give the Loyi a little bit more pressure to play with, and also, as we can see here, just get the better clear against Keyboy.
Yeah. So Turtle's up here. Actually, they're both teams getting in position.
Penalty zone, gonna be able to lock 2 members down. Zhao, though, will be able to get a taunt down onto Albert. Now with the Tempest of Blades, still able to get out, gets the Blades, and will be able to just dash towards the Turtle once again. Nart, no Divine Judgment just yet, still level 3, as that's gonna be Keyboy with the Power of Nature, just holding it down. Wild Charge as well. Albert securing Turtle number 1 for Indonesia. Suns deals a bit of damage to Nart. We'll have to respect Nart here. He's about to get that level 4. It turns out, no, he's actually still quite far.
Yeah, he's got a little more time to go here. You saw that too in that exchange. That CW first item was the Sky Piercer. He picked that up. So definitely want to play around at this first item. Yeah, there it is right there. It does get the level 1 boots as well. So with this, I mean, what we just saw too, Albert being able to go in and get that kill, swoop on out, get the turtle, is good for them because he's sitting on a double kill on a Ling. Like, this is the best case scenario you can be on with a hero like Ling, and we know it's a signature on that. So it's up for Vietnam to kind of stop this from getting out of hand, and that's where Nart comes in at this point. You know, and I think it's going to be a little bit tricky on being able to catch Albert. So it might just be finding the target that you can. Oh, here they go.
Good wall charge on the Nart right into the Defiant Blades, and that's going to be a killing spree that Albert picks up. Now on the signature Ling, jumps in with the Finch Poise onto Fugo with the Tempest of Blades as well, gets the knock up, and that's the damage coming in from the Feathered Airstrike from Sans in the mid lane to take Fugo down. Indonesia 4-1.
4-1. 3 kills on Albert. He picked up the Berserker's Fury as well, so he's in full snowball material right now, snowball mode. They're already, what, 3,000 gold ahead with that, and so this early portion of the game, 4 minutes in, they're setting their eyes on possibly a quick game. You can see the idea from Vietnam here on the top lane trying to make a play, but Keyboy is going to spot that out perfectly fine, there to help CW in this exchange if it does break out. And that's what I'm saying. It's so hard because for Vietnam, really the play this entire time is just on Nart. There's not much else that they can do, really, if you think about the initiations, because even with Fugo, he has to, once again, decide on where he wants to put that diversion. It is crucial. He's got good, good damage, especially with the passive with Luo Yi, drops down a rotation, that second skill, but it's still difficult for them, because even that, Yandere needs time on the Claude. In comparison to Brody, he just picks up the Corrosive Scythe for the Claude. And when you're going against a CW here, it's tough to deal with that damage. So now with this turtle up here, Vietnam gets in position once again.
Good penalty zone again, lock Joe down. Meanwhile on the back, it's going to be the slam pass on Albert, but he gets the Tempest of Blades now, goes straight for the turtle, but actually misses out on the retribution, still able to get the last tick in as Lutpi does some damage to the Joe, able to dodge away from the Appraisers. Rat dealing some damage back, and actually taking a kill without actually dying as well here. In the bot side of the map, Lutpi outplaying Zhao and the other 2 members, and it seems for Sans, he's really just going to be staying there in the vicinity. Fugo pops into diversion now with the dispersion as well. Up top, CW getting a lot of those stacks down. Last hit, turn up our memory, and no! The Sky Piercer cannot take him down just yet, but Albert will. Right with the Finch Poise and the Defiant Blade. Fugo going to be caught under the turret with the Feather Airstrike. Dodging with the Flicker as Dart walks up together now. Doesn't have the Divine Judgment to really lock anyone down, and Lippy will just be munching on these stacks from Glue, getting all the sustain he needs, and pushing Hehe back again. He just respawned, he just rotated back towards that bot side of the map, and he's already forced down to so low.
My goodness, what a fight. Albert go in to clean up another kill. 5-0-1 already here. Indonesia very dominant.
Again, with attempts to blaze, Nart will not be able to survive that one. And now with the Finch Poise, he gets out as well. Yandere trying to go for the blazing duet, but a Feather Airstrike deals with Fugo with one last shot from CW2. Indonesia on a roll in this match against Vietnam.
Hey man, like I said, it's tough to catch Albert. He's 6-0-2. He did pick up that Sky Piercer just last item, so we didn't get to see it proc for CW, but for Albert now they have to watch out for both. Vietnam in a very tough situation to be in, because you're just seeing them really struggling because everything is being thrown at them at different directions, and that's the tough part about it. And like you mentioned earlier in that turtle fight, Loopy has been on point with these penalty zones, man. Whether it's with the Flicker or not, the combination is there. Yandere,
whoa,
in trouble.
Good prediction too on the battle mirror image there by Suns. Flies in, throws it at the battle mirror image. That's the Suns we know.
Yeah, again, kind of dealing with this whole 360 lineup, I would say, from Indonesia for Vietnam. Their head has to constantly be on a swivel, trying to find out where Indonesia is coming from. And even with this, they're going to use the diversion. So they find their own placements. Let's see if they can do it.
Nart with the Flicker and Divine Judgment, but now cancel out with the Wild Charge. CW going to be taken down, but they're all going to be stuck in the Clump Zone, and now the Feather Airstrike deals enough damage with together as Albert and Lutfi swing their hammer. Albert will be able to walk in towards the Turtle, getting it down. The Finch Poise to re-engage on the Joe, who gets a 3-man taunt, but they're all hitting, they're all taking him down, and his HP bar will not be able to handle that much pressure. Now with one member left standing, Hehe, running towards the wrong side of the map. It seems for Indonesia, they'll be able to pick up this kill as they say Hehe to Hehe.
So they get him there, and this is just devastating, Mirka. I mean, we're talking 8 minutes in, 10,000 gold ahead for Indonesia, and it looks like Albert just so confident he's gonna go ahead and take this purple away.
Almost getting Fugo, now getting knocked up, so there's a cancel there. Good save by Joe in the bottom lane. Wild Charge right into CW with the smooch now, and he doesn't even need to commit a torn apart memory. Just a few basic attacks is enough with the help of that Wild Charge.
Okay, like I was saying, this is a massive lead right now for Indonesia, and looks like they actually want to just possibly start knocking it on these base turrets even before that Lord comes up. It was not a good usage of the diversion. You called it. They used it, they went to the bush in the mid lane, and then they were left to their devices for the rest of the team, and it all just got collapsed on. Like I was saying, man, it's a 360 lineup. You don't know where Indonesia's coming from. So now that they get this Lord here, that could possibly be the Lord. I know it is only the first one, but this could be the Lord that Indonesia uses to end the game early on. We saw both these teams go for 10 to 13-minute games in their previous matchup off stream. Sans?
Gonna be caught, doesn't have the Flicker, and will be taken down. Sans with the signature overextension as well, right as they get the Lord. And it will be Sans who gets taken out here. Albert picks up a BOD, 12-0-4.
Jeez. That's also just war cry. Like, I don't know. Are you sold on the war cry now? Like, do you think it's a pretty good emblem to pick up here?
Yeah, I've got to say that the war cry is really good, especially considering, on the Ling, when you use the Tempest of Blades. Even before that, I think, just when you use the Finch Poise and then Defiant Blades into the front, you already get the proc. So it's very easy on Ling.
Oh, man.
Sans,
3 members. SPA, 3 members having the Sky Piercer. Even Sans wants a part of this, and so they're going to deal with that. This is very tough for Vietnam, not only being down nearly 13,000 gold, now working against the SPA, the Sky Pierce abuse. And so Lord makes its way top side. Vietnam on the defense. Indonesia looks to go in with conceal.
Penalty zone, locking 2 members down. Keyboy still holding on to that wild charge right now. Sans is able to pop the wings by wings. The Divine Judgment to lock Lupi down to the back line right now. That's going to be the base turret taken out. Indonesia still going for this fight. Hehe. With the slam and the pass combo to the front. And Joe will be able to get the taunt down onto Albert. But now is very, very low. Hehe. Will still be able to escape with the split as Vietnam get rid of the Lord. But now another wave comes in into that mid lane with the bottom lane as well. It seems for Indonesia, they'll just have to be satisfied with 1 base turret.
That's all they get. I'm actually surprised that that is all they get in the exchange, given how far ahead Indonesia is right now, and even with the 3 Sky Piercers. But I think it's also just a form of discipline that they're showing for Indonesia right now. With the lead that they have, they probably could have punched it in even further. Oh, hold on. Wild charge.
W with the winner crown actually gets up to Divine Judgment. The Torn Power Memory takes him out with the help of the Feather Airstrike. Now as Albert goes in towards the back, is very, very low. Needs to be careful. Goes out, escapes. Joe goes in, and that's going to be the double kill secured by Sans. As now it's going to be Hehe running away with the split. Another chase down up top with the Finch Poison. Albert will be able to get rid of Joe up top. Now another 1v1 as it's going to be Yandere who tries his best to take Albert down, but he's a bit too slippery. Still with the Finch Poise escaping. Another Feather Airstrike onto Yandere. One last shot should do it with the Sky Piercer, but he's unable to get that final hit. Still, Hehe and Yandere trying to go against the defense of 5 members sieging down their base. Albert will just dash towards the back, go for it right now, and they're gonna go for a few more kills, a few more hits onto the Vietnam members before they ultimately secure game number 1.
Ooh, decisive game here from Indonesia, man. 12,000 gold ahead. It took them a little bit longer than what I thought because with that first Lord push. I was actually expecting Indonesia to end it there with how far ahead they were. And then 3 Sky Piercers. But, you know, for Vietnam, there's a lot. I feel like that their lineup just was not able to hang with the pressure, the speed that Indonesia was at for this one. And like I was saying before we went into the matchup here, Mirko, I was like, you know what? There is, like, Vietnam's playstyle looks like it would be able to be similar, at least match up against Indonesia. This game was different, though, because the lineup is a little bit slower, you know? And, like, when you look at Indonesia's lineup, and even if you just see a Ling, like, you know, the idea is to snowball, and I mean, anytime an assassin gets picked up, like, that's the general idea. But then they paired it up with Sans on the Farsa, and they had a Brody. So, I mean, the Brody takes a little bit longer, but traditionally, I would say Brody is like, he's like a 2-item marksman. Like, once you have probably 2 items, you're already actually quite a bit of a threat in comparison to the Claude, for example, where you need many more items, you need a lot more time. But, you know, late game, it's not up to CW just to pump out all the damage because of the fact that you have a Ling and a Farsa already that covers so much damage potential from start to mid game. And that's what we saw here as we take a look at the highlights, right? Albert came out swinging is an understatement. The guy was just everywhere that he needed to be. He ends up eventually just snowballing out of control on this Ling. So for all you Albert fans that wanted to see him play this Ling, now you get to see it on stream, and man, was it a dominating game. And also, that was just in part to the amazing setup potential from Loopy and Keyboy as usual. These guys got all the sets, as you see from the wild charge, that they needed. Really good usage of just even the Guardian's Barrier a lot of times to make it even more difficult like that to get out of, you know, any of these aggressive plays from Indonesia early on. Again, this is only 3 minutes to the 5-minute mark. And this, you know, the setups that Keyboy and Loopy were doing, like, look at Loopy. He's going 1v3 for the most part. Takes out a kill and stays alive. That's why Tarizla right now, I feel like, is probably going to be maybe the #1 pick for the XP lane, if not the second pick, because he's just massive right now. And I don't know if it's just, you know, some of the changes with the items, but just Tarizla was great before, and now he's even better. And so teams are definitely going to have to look out for that. With this, again, like I said, it just took too long for Vietnam's lineup to really, like, pull together in a game that is against its time that they're both after, but with different timings and power spikes. Indonesia just knew theirs, which was really in the early game. And even this fight, man, they just get smashed here. And great placements time and time again from Sans with the feathered airstrike, able to find the right targets, even on the BMI. Really, really well placed on finding that. And, you know, at this point, like I said, it's in full snowball territory. He really just trying to run away, but he gets taken out here, and there wasn't much he could do on the glue. I didn't feel the impact of the glue at all in this game, just because of the fact that it got way too out of control, where you're the tanky guy. You know, you and Fredrin are the ones that are supposed to go and start some of these fights or get to the back line, but how can you when you're getting blown up like this? And we're talking about Sky Piercer as well. It wasn't... Sky Piercer was a first item for CW, but that was pretty much it. You know, it took... Albert picked it up, I think, second or third item, and then Sans gets it later on. So for the most part, these tanky heroes, you couldn't really use them the way they needed to be in comparison to Lutfi and Keyboy. You know, they had way more value out of the tanks they had because they just scaled up better too and quicker with the snowball that they had. So for Vietnam, with a lineup like this, they definitely need to cover more grounds in terms of that early game. There was a lot here for them for that late game. And we see this once again. This was interesting because they forced this fight, and a good response from Keyboy to go ahead and collapse down and start this all up. But, you know, in the mid lane, this is, where they diversion out of here? No, that was earlier. So, you know, again, team fight after team fight, you can already see massive leads for Indonesia, and for Vietnam not able to withstand that pressure, that momentum that was built up here. You still got to go, you know, you got to see all the team fights that unfolded between them, but MVP is probably going to be Albert, you know, on this Ling. I don't know if you agree with that or change it, but here, let's go ahead and look at it. Yep, player of the match, MVP for match number 1, Albert, 13-0-5. This is a nearly, I would say, every Ling player's dream to have a game like this, especially when you get to snowball like crazy.
For sure. I think, you know, Albert being the MVP here is a no-brainer. He was 13-0-5. He took the game to his own hands. I think after the first 3 kills that he got in the game, and around the turtles as well, he was perfect, securing every single neutral objective on the Ling. You'd expect him to get 3 kills early, but I don't think you would expect him to out-retrade, to outtake the Fredrin on the neutral objectives, especially considering there's a Kaja on the enemy team. But I do want to talk a little bit about that Kaja pick, Naisu. It definitely did feel like there were too many targets to go for. Kinda.
Yeah.
Like you said, right, in the draft, the Kaja could go for Sans, could go for CW over Albert. And again, maybe the fact that, you know, you could go for all these members makes it so that it's just very, very confusing for him. He doesn't know who to go for in the end, and they have had those countermeasures. I think after a while of trying to go for Albert but not being able to catch Albert, after a while of going for Sans and not being able to go for Sans, he decided to go for CW. And he was able to get that, I think, in the second turtle, around the second turtle. Good Divine Judgment with a flicker to catch CW, but then that's why we saw the adjustment from CW. Instead of the normal Wind of Nature or a Rose Gold Meteor, he decided to go for the Winter Crown. That is now Adaptive Attack. So yeah, he can still get the value out of that Adaptive Attack to go for physical, and while simultaneously also getting that suppression down, getting an untargetable item used up so that he can actually escape from the Divine Judgment. And that's actually what we get to see, because he popped into Winter Crown and Nard popped, tapped on the Divine Judgment. The Divine Judgment went to Lutfi, I think it was. And very, very good baits, very good adjustment from Team Indonesia in this game throughout, up against that Kaja. After some of the successes that we saw from the Kaja, it responded to it almost instantaneously, right? So maybe something like a Kaja with the Loyi, it doesn't work as well anymore, because we were already talking about, you know, how we are doubting the Loyi pick. We're doubting how prio Loyi is in this meta, with the chip too, to be fair. But the chip did get banned, the Loyi didn't, and maybe that's why they didn't ban it. Maybe that's why now they're actually banning the Roger over the Loyi. You're so limited now on the Loyi. It just feels like that creative diversion is no longer creative. It becomes super easy to read. And even if you pull off 1-2 good diversion plays, you know, send the Kaja back, once you do that, and if you don't get the big play, you're done, right? The diversion is going to be out for such a long time. And I think for the Loyi as well, at this point, maybe we might see like a fleeting time Loyi. Maybe they might like try to go for some additional cooldown on that big ultimate. But yeah, I don't know. It doesn't seem like the Loyi has been getting a lot of success. Sans tried to pull it off yesterday, didn't work out. Now today, it's Vietnam who tried to pull off the Loyi, and it still didn't work out.
times are changing, and like I said, it's
For the better.
good.
I hate Lo Yi.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's good for me. I'm happy with the way things have shifted. I'm glad that at least the mid lane, for the most part, too. Even looking at some of the off-stream games, there's still good variations for mid lane. I mean, like yesterday, we even saw the mid Terizla, which threw me off, right? But
Yeah.
I think there's still a lot of good variation and flexibility that can happen in the mid lane. And for the longest time, it was just, Lo Yi Novaria, and maybe, a different hero here and there. But so far, I think even from the African qualifiers, now here for Asian, we've seen a good mix of different heroes in the mid lane, and it's refreshing. I think Lo Yi had her moments in her time, and she can definitely still fit in some compositions. It's just she's not as OP now because of the way that diversion works, and you really have to be careful in using that. So, and I think it's a good thing you pointed it out, like the combination of Lo Yi with the Kaja. In this, you lack the damage because for one, Lo Yi, we know she can actually do pretty decent damage early with her passive and everything, and dropping rotations and getting those the yin and yang combinations off. But the problem with this is, like you said, at some point, especially when the radiant armor started to come online, it's you lose so much damage in comparison to a Farsa combination. Like Farsa alone, her damage is pretty good throughout the entirety of the game. And I couldn't recall on exactly the build path that Sans went, but I love the magic items right now. Like I love the fact too that even with the glowing wand, it has that built-in Necklace of Durance passive now in it. You have the Wishing Lantern, which we got a glimpse of yesterday. But there's still a lot of the same paths that some of these heroes are taking, and it's just for Lo Yi to be most effective, you need to be utilizing the utility she brings to a team. And so far, it seems like that was the biggest hit she took, was the fact that she could use that diversion that way. So I think teams will slowly start to feel this. They'll really adjust to it. And this opens up more room for diversity in the mid lane anyways. I know we also still see a lot of Lilia pop up, which still is a great hero to put there. We actually saw some Gourds pop up here throughout the tournament. So I think, overall, the next shakeup we need to see happen is also the XP lane. I was saying before the patch that I love the XP lane because we did see quite a diverse range of heroes picked up, but man, to be honest, so far for IESF, it's been the Yuzhongs and the Terizlas, and that's about it. There's been a couple maybe here or there changes, but I think you're seeing just how strong the XP lane heroes are that are commonly picked up, which is Yuzhong and Terizla, and it's still the same though. Like Miracle, I would still say it's still XP lane is probably still the most impactful lane for me right now, unless we get to a situation where it's like the assassin jungles just kind of get out of control with this new patch. I'm not sure if it'll get to that point though.
I think there's a case to be made for the jungle though, right? Because looking at the Lings that we've been seeing, the Rogers as well, even to a certain point, to a certain extent, the Bakshas as well. The fact that you're able to dictate the game so early on, maybe the jungle could take the role back of the most impactful role in MLBB. Because for the longest time, it has always. I think it's got to be M3, maybe M3, around M3, and then M4. We still saw a few junglers taking the game into their own hands, but Kyrie. But after that, really, the jungle became a retry only kind of lane, retry only kind of role, where you're there specifically to go for retries, to Lord dance, and that's it. And I love the change.
Get that retry.
Exactly. Hold that Lord, LDE, they enjoy those Lord dances, right? And a bit too much, I feel, they enjoy those Lord dances a bit too much. But now with the Assassins coming down with the damage dealers as well, I'm very, very curious to see how the meta actually shifts again. Because so far, it seems like we're only seeing the Lings, the Rogers in the jungle as Assassins. We have seen Lancelot from here, time to time. I think Ken was able to pull off the Lancelot, but again, he lost on that. Albert tried the Hayabusa, lost on that pick as well. So I wonder if some other Assassins can actually make their way into the jungle and be super prio too. Because so far, it's just 2 picks that are really prio that you can make work in as a first phase pick. That's crazy. Assassin first
It
phase,
is.
damage dealer jungle first phase. It's something we haven't heard since what, M3 it has to be, right? That was the last time we saw the assassins really fully prio, and even the marksmen in the jungle with the Roger too. But yeah, now that there are some changes, I really hope that they maybe figure out something, maybe like a Granger to come back in the meta with the burst. The Sky Piercer should be pretty good on the Granger, right? Especially with the Death Sonata. The fact that you can have the Sky Piercer with that kind of range as well. Very interesting
Granger
stuff.
Jungle?
Granger Jungle, yeah. I'm talking about Granger Jungle.
yeah.
We saw Granger Jungle, I think, a couple of times already. Not in this tournament, but, in some other tournaments, the Granger Jungle has been popping up. It's still very, very easy to pick off in the early game. Very vulnerable, and I get to see why. But maybe if you can get winning lanes in mid and XP, or mid or gold lane, 2 winning lanes, maybe it sets up for a pretty good Granger pick.
I almost feel like we're going to see a very well-known player from North America maybe bring it out in one of the tournaments in the future here coming up.
MOBA
But,
man.
I hope to see it because, I am all for jungle becoming that kind of role again that is not just retributions, like you said. It's not just that role that, stick them there, deal with the Lord, get the retribution. Because I think it changes the path of the game, of course, like when the jungles can be like this, like we just saw from Albert. But so far from even the tankier jungles that we've seen, like the Fredrins, like the Bakshas, they actually, the pacing of the game isn't so different, I mean, when it is utility, I can't recall when the last time we've seen really like tank for tank jungles though go to head. It's usually been one utility versus one assassin so far through ISF. So we'll see if that changes here. Draft though for game number 2. Indonesia going to be on that blue side, so they will get that first pick. Vietnam here on the red this time around. Bans coming out. I'm wondering if Vietnam wants to ban the Ling. Like, they ban the chip. That's kind of what we used to see, I would say, is teams ban the chip.
Barats.
They go for the Barretts. So I wonder what the game plan is for Vietnam. After a game like that, and very, being very one-sided there, you've got to have an idea of, number one, I would think, I don't want to play against Albert's Ling. We can't do that because also, Angela's banned out. So Indonesia is the one to ban it out. And we'll see if this last one is that respect ban towards Ling. Even if it is, what do you think's open here for Indonesia in the first pick?
I think the Roger's going to be up for grabs. They go for the Ling ban, but it does leave the Roger up for grabs. And it should be a pick for Indonesia. Both Albert and CW play the Roger really, really well. It's also just a really, really good flex pick. Unless they want to try the Lo Yi again, right? Maybe it didn't work out against Malaysia, but maybe it'll work out against Vietnam. I don't know. I don't know if they even want to go for the global pressure of that Lo Yi. I think a few times before the patch, at least, we saw that the Moskov was super prio as first pick as well, but I'm not too sure if Indonesia actually want to go for that. I think the safer choice has still got to be the Roger. That's the safest choice you can go for. Or maybe, you were already talking about how the XP is very impactful. Maybe go for something like a Terizla, but they go for the Harith, which is something that's super prio as well. I think has lost a bit of prio since the patch. It's not as crazy as it was before, but it's still a really good pick in the gold lane. You get the snowball really quick in the game, especially when you get level 4. Once you get level 4, it almost seems like, I don't think any gold laner is really able to go 1v1, duel
1v1,
against the Harith. Maybe the Esmeralda, if we do get to see an Esmeralda, like we saw yesterday. But it's going to be the Fredrin and the Roger, so removing the potential of the flex instantly, putting the Roger into the gold lane, up against a Harith. Roger wants to win the lane, Harith does the same thing, and I think does the same thing a bit better, at least for the early phase, especially after level 4, so Vietnam, an interesting choice to go for.
When you're talking about the Harith here, it makes me think of yesterday where Al was playing that Harith, and he was able to really just kind of keep himself in the side lane, and what ended up helping them win that game and push it was the fact that you couldn't 1v1 him. Eventually, especially 30 minutes into the game, Harith just gets to a point where it's so tough to 1v1 actually from level 4, but even late game you kind of have to send at least 2 people to kind of deal with Harith, unless you're able to eat through those shields, which is, like you mentioned, the Esmeralda would be great. But wow, Indonesia, okay, on the response here, they're gonna go ahead and give their chance at the Lo Yi. So let's see how they utilize this pick this time around, and also the Noland, who has so far done pretty decently, in the way things are kind of shaping up, just like we saw from Takiza yesterday, right? Takiza is the one that played the Nolan, if I remember right. We saw the Nolan come out with some success, and I think it was also with a combination of a Nolan and a Harith, if I remember right, from yesterday. So, and then the last pick for the first phase for Vietnam, they're going to pick up the Terizla this time around, placing that in the XP lane. So they might, I don't know, maybe just deal with the Yu Zhong if it slips through, unless they ban it out. That looks like, that's Tigreal, right? Tigreal being banned out.
All right, Tigreal ban. All right, so we're really respecting Keyboy here with the Tigreal ban, but we haven't really seen Tigreal come out a lot here. I guess anticipating maybe the way that he could use the Tigreal with the Luo Yi to find those creative angles, with the flanks. I guess I could definitely see that as well, but maybe for Indonesia, they might be going for just a standard Grok as well. I think that would still work out. It's a good Terizla pick, by the way, for Vietnam, right? The fact that they picked it up, it's a good deny away from Indonesia because they really need someone tanky in the XP lane now that they have technically 3 damage dealers in their composition. Novaria ban to try to deny that scouting potential of that Astral Echo, especially when you want to use the Luo Yi to get these angles, to get these flanks. You want to take away that Novaria because I think for the Novaria, every single ability, could be used to actually scout out. Put the Astral Meteor down, you get vision of the bush. You can throw out the Astral Recall, second part of it, the Astral Sphere, and you can get vision across and Astral Echo as well. The Grok will be banned out. I was expecting the Grok for Indonesia, and it's a good read by Vietnam to take that pick up because it feels like with the Fredrin even, right? It doesn't really matter if the Fredrin is better at contesting these neutral objectives than any of the assassins that's picked up by Indonesia if there's a Grok in the hands of Indonesia. Because then they'll be able to just utilize that wild charge CC around the walls, get that CC down on the Fredrin, and it basically becomes a full 100-0. No 50-50 at all for the Retribution. Full easy retry for whoever the jungle is, and it's gonna be the Valentina ban. So again, also respecting the fact that maybe they want to be going for these big ults. I think the Minotaur might show up now because the Valentina, as of right now, the 3 picks that we have for Indonesia, there's no real pick that actually warrants, the Valentina ban. Maybe the Diversion, but even then, we don't see a lot of Valentinas go for the Diversion anyway. So maybe they're just going for some big ults in the second phase. Maybe an Arlet and a Minotaur. I think both those could work.
I was trying to think here too for Indonesia, maybe the Kaja or Edith Rome also. I'm not sure, but Kaja, like this is, if it is Kaja, they could be just a complete pick-off esque lineup. I know we already shared our thoughts about Kaja with a Luo Yi though, and so it might be, might not be something they want to do, but if it is locked in, then we get to see Indonesia try that combination this time around. Another thing I could think of is, of course, the Edith Rome that has popped up a couple times, and again, it really, like, they're so overloaded on magic damage right now, and we saw what kind of happens to teams that do this before. So I think, you kind of have to take that into consideration. So it looks like the Arlot is going to be picked up. That's also a good source of physical damage, but it's mostly that final slash that you can use. And if you're just trying to sweep them into the Zaman Force, that might be a game plan already. Wow. Okay, interesting that a Guinevere is going to get picked up here, and I'm assuming that is going in the XP lane to, unless it's going to be Rome. Like, Arlot could go XP lane as well. Who does better against the Terizla here, do you think?
I think the Arlet definitely needs to go to XP, right? The Guinevere XP, though it can work, I'm more of a fan of the Guinevere as Rome compared to XP, but that's going to be the Phoveus as well, and that's a great pick by Vietnam. So many dashes from Indonesia. Every single one of them can actually dash, except for the Luo Yi. So incredible value here as the last pick comes into the XP lane. And oh wow, I'm really impressed with the Phoveus pick. We don't get to see Phoveus a whole lot, and we finally get to see him here. We usually see him even in the mid lane, and I think that's what they're gonna do. The Phoveus will be in the mid lane for Fugo, not on the XP. It's gonna be Hehe still on that Terizla. All right. What do you think, Naisu? Do you think the Phoveus is better as an XP laner or a mid laner?
I think for this, mid lane, because you want to be rotating wherever the Nolan is. And like, so you want to be able to, you want to be able to join those fights, those early skirmishes, and possibly once you have the demonic force available, like play around that. So I don't know. It's tough to say, but I think this is better. It does fit with this lineup, and mid lane is the way to go here. I think before, Actually, no, even with like thinking some of the major teams, I think it just depends on what the lineup's going to be. He works great in XP and mid. So with that, let's find out exactly how it's going to be executed in this land of dawn. Game number 2 here. It's match point for Indonesia. Looking out to close out the series against Vietnam. And again, remember, they are tied for points. Hold on. It looks like, I'm not sure if that's going to result in anything, but they were pretty low there as they got to the lanes here. As we take a look at the junglers getting set up. Albert already rotating in, gets that level 2, and you can see it, right? Again, Vietnam needs to even out the series here, get to a game 3, because they're tied in the standings. You guys, real quick, can also check out the standings on iesf.gg to stay updated with everything happening. Now, as we take a look, even at the emblems here, nothing crazy that sticks out except for Fugo. He's got the war cry on the Fovia, so this is going to be the first time that we actually see this. Well, first time in for a pick for Phoveus in general, but then the Warcry emblem on top of the Phoveus pick. I'm wondering how this is going to work out. An extra 8% damage for a Phoveus, especially when he has Demonic Force, I feel like that could be kind of scary. Could be tough to deal with, plus the fact that Yandere has it as well. This is, not so new. We have seen Rogers play with this emblem now at this point, and it works out. So it's a lot of extra damage they could play around here.
For sure. And then the fact that they're going to go for the Warcry means that they want to go for the prolonged fight. They want to try to out-sustain Indonesia. In these skirmishes, Albert jumping in forward, not able to get the fracture down, so he's going to hold off onto that Keyboy, just relieving some of the pressure that Yandere has been able to put down onto CW in this gold lane, and will be able to help CW to shove this. But so far, Vietnam in the early game, they're doing a pretty good job. I think as long as Fugo is able to clear up and get to level 4 before the turtle, this is going to be a very, very good early fight for Vietnam.
You know what I'm wondering too here, Mirko, is like, what is the build path of this Phoveus in the mid? Because, with things changing, he can do quite a bit of damage with the current item. So they do get a flicker out from Loot Beast all before this first turtle, this first objective take does come, but they do get these level 4s that are crucial for the fight. So even with the flicker down, Loopy might still just try to get a play. It looks like Keyboy's trying to get that level 4 as well, so that he can contribute to this fight. But right now, they're going to control this side of the turtle. Fugo quite low. Looks like he's going to be fine, but now fighting for the turtle.
Yeah, Lippy has the final slash, can go for it, jumps in for the Vengeance as well, and that's going to be the penalty on lot Albert down, but good final slash comboed in with the Retribution. Now that's going to be the Spatial Migration and the Violet Requiem locked down together to give Albert some space to go for the Fracture and pick up a double kill on top of the turtle.
Hey, you said, I was going to say, I thought Yandere did survive, and I was going to say, good job surviving against CW using the Zaman Force under the turret. Eventually goes down. Zhao gone too.
Good fracture too, and now Albert will be able to use the dash, but now is gonna try to bait Fugo into the turret. I'm not sure if Fugo wants to take this, and he does with the Demonic Force. Gets pulled way, way too far away from his turret. Is forced to use the Purify. Now it might be the re-engage from Albert, catching Fugo, overextending. And Fugo has lost the entire minion wave on top of that, right? He's gonna be so behind in gold.
I'm not sure, like, if he was just like, oops, if that was an oops because he goes too far.
It was like multiple oopses.
Yeah, I would have stopped 2 before he even got there. But, it's unfortunate because even looking at the gold, he's already fallen quite behind Sands. 600-700 gold already. And this is a 5-0 lead now for Indonesia, very similar to what we saw in the previous game. So Vietnam struggling. And look at this, invading that purple buff.
Razor's Wrath and Retribution combo together. Violet Requiem, though. My goodness, Nart gonna be knocked up straight into the Fracture and a Dispersion. Now it's gonna be Lupiu because it's gonna be combat. A Diversion gets placed down, and Sans will be able to escape. Keyboy next to the chopping blocks as they go for the chase. A Demonic Force as well. The Keyboy will be able to enter again onto the Spatial Migration, getting Joe knocked up. CW rotating back again as Joe goes over the top, but CW has rotated, goes over to Synchro Fission, and it's gonna be Hehe completely isolated, alone. The other members went back, and the Terizla will be taken out 7-1 as Joe is still looking for an aggressive maneuver here into the enemy jungle. Has a Retribution as well, but it seems Albert will still be able to pick it up for himself. That 2-level lead coming in handy for the Retri battle.
I'm so, it's hold on, it's mid lane. I don't think Nart?
Again, the Vengeance resets with a Dispersion, the final slash. Nart gonna be displaced and taken out by the Vengeance, and now Joe can't even go and utilize that Retri advantage that he got from the purple buff invade. Albert's just gonna pick it up for free, no Retri needed, and they're gonna plow through the next engage here onto the enemy jungle. Fugo caught, but has the Purify. And it seems for Indonesia, they have a 5,000 gold lead already. The diversion is going to be used down to the bottom lane to go for a flank, and that's going to be the sandwich. Albert picking up the kill together with the rest of the team as Lutpi is even winning up against the Terizla now in the lane.
Yeah, this is very punishing with what Indonesia is doing to Vietnam, not giving them the chance to breathe. Even earlier, it looked good for Vietnam when they were starting to fight back and they caught a couple, but then, oh, hold on, Nart, again, oh my goodness. The burst from Albert is just too much. He's 7-0-1.
Final slash synchro vision right into the stacks. Albert, what triple kill? And now he's going to go for more. The Maniac waiting for him, and that's going to be the spatial migration to knock him up to give the Maniac over to Albert on a silver platter. The diversion into the bottom lane. Perhaps a hut for the Savage. They don't know where Yandere is, and he will be able to recall in time, denying that Savage. But man, Indonesia, 6 minutes in, 13-1, complete dominance.
Complete dominance. Look at the damage that Albert is doing on this Nolan. 31,000 damage mid lane.
Nart again not having a good time, not even given the chance to use the Primal Wrath. The CW jumps in forward, does have the Purify now, will be able to get locked down by the penalty zone, but that's going to be the Demonic Force munching onto Keyboy's HP bar, as that will be Keyboy falling down. Lutpi with a vengeance, now with the stun as well, trying to bait out some of these Demonic Forces, and he's going to get the Purify, but will not be able to survive in that skirmish. Albert just comes in, takes him down, and wants to go for more. You gotta respect this fracture again. Albert takes the double, punishes an overstaying.
My God, Gennard all having a hard time here against Albert. 12-0-1. We saw the 31,000 damage earlier. I'm wondering what he's at now. It's got to be 40,000 plus, because my God, we thought the Ling was good. Look at the Nolan. Look at the moves, right? And for Vietnam, this is tough. This is more than a tough. This is dire. We're 7 minutes in. They're 10,000 gold behind, and that's a turtle. You're not going to see any of your buffs. You're not going to see any side of your jungle. And even with this lineup, oh, again.
Oh, I can't even say it was a spatial migration. He just disappeared. Nart, 0-6-0. This Edith. It's supposed to be a sustainable pick. You know, it's supposed to be a pick that can allow you to re-engage, but I guess when you get bursted down like that and the diversion gets placed up top, Yandere, oh no, you gotta start running, buddy. Albert is coming down now. He has the passive and the basic attack, and he won't even utilize all. Did he get the fracture? I don't even know if he got the fracture there. Is it on that short of a cooldown?
I think so. Look at the items. He's also got the Sky Piercer. He's got the Hunter Strike. He's got the Malefic Roar, man. It's just, you're seeing even the tankiest members of Vietnam just get deleted in an instance, and now the Sea Halberd to go ahead and take care of some of the sustainability. Not even sure if that Sea Halberd was needed or if it's overkill, but they'll get these tier 2 turrets down. Indonesia is just waiting for the Lord. They're still a whole minute away from it spawning, so they're going to go and get these shields. I'm not sure if they actually continue to force a fight possibly against Vietnam, but right now Vietnam doesn't have much that they can do other than just watch their base start to crumble here. And it looks like you have to keep an eye on Keyboy. Oh,
stun into the, oh my God, the final slash into the Violet Requiem. Well played, Indonesia. Lutpi and Keyboy working that synergy together. Penalty zone, locking Keyboy and Sans there, but he has the Purifiers. Yandere just gets bursted down, I think, by Albert on the fracture. And now again, it's isolated all alone with the rest of the members having to flee from the fracture. CW dashing forward, still has his Mon Force as well. It's gonna be Lutpi with the final slash again, connecting on a 2, forcing the Purify out as Nart finally gets the Primal Wrath, but not for long. It's just to survive for one last, bit of damage from CW to take him down. Yandere, Joe, and Fugo on the defense. Albert, level 15, jumping in fracture. Oh my goodness. Fugo disappearing again. The assassin is assassinating anyone. And then Keyboy with a spatial migration. Get the Violet Requiem too. And that's the combo together with the dispersion. Indonesia gonna get things done before the 10th minute of the game.
Holy moly. Is all I can say from seeing that game at 24-2, a massive game for Indonesia. I don't know what happened yesterday. I feel like they felt a certain way and they came here, and Vietnam had to deal with that just built up power from Indonesia, man. I don't know. Every single lane, it looked like they were just on point. Albert, I don't even know what the heck his KDA was for this series alone. Like, this game.
Put those stats up, man. Get those stats up, right?
13-0-1. Earlier, he was what, 12-0-1 or something like that?
13-0, I think, game one, right?
13-0. My goodness. What do you even break down from that point? And now, we're going to have to take a look here at the highlights, of course, because this is just going to be a highlight reel that we're going to see from Indonesia. Just like in the first game that they had, man, Vietnam never really had the opportunity to find a breather here. Like from the start, I mean, look at this. And it was such a good combination, too, with having Keyboy on that Guinevere. We saw that, time and time again, landing those spatial migrations. But honestly, when you're going against this type of damage on Albert with this Nolan, what do you do? Like, how do you deal with this? And this, Fugo, like, this makes sense. Phoveus, you have a Nolan across from you. In theory, it should work really well. You're dealing with those dashes. But then this overextension, it was already 4-0. And there was already 3,000 gold ahead. So even with that, again, things already fell apart. And you'll see multiple setups once again from Keyboy on this Guinevere. And even for Lutfi, the final slashes were great. And really, as we go through the highlights, there's only maybe 1 or 2 instances where we see Vietnam actually kind of have an upper hand in the fight. This might be one of them, if I recall. They actually fight back here, and it looks like they're going to be okay. I'm not sure if this is, but it's one of those instances where they fight back in the buff territory, and then they overextend again and keep losing the fight. So it was just tough for them to really kind of deal with here. Vietnam at this point, 6 minutes in, you're so far behind. Man. And it's one of those things where, like, if it's a big snowball down a hill and you try to just stop it with 2 hands, you're probably going to get crushed. And we saw that time and time again, trying to fight this fight, and there wasn't anything they could do. Even if you think about it, even if Vietnam was able to take out, let's say, who's the easiest one? Maybe Sans? Maybe?
Yeah, that's the easiest one.
That would probably be the easiest. I don't know,
yeah.
But Albert, it didn't matter because just the amount of damage he's pumping out on this Nolan. I haven't seen personally a Nolan this strong or this much of a threat, especially now that we factor in the whole Sky Piercer item. You see just how often they delete these tanky heroes from Vietnam. And maybe part of this, again, is the fact that they just had this kind of lead. A great final slash. You're going to see Keyboy land a multiple member knock up with the spatial migration towards the end as well. And, look at that. This is automatic death. Nart had a terrible time on this Edith. There it is. That was beautiful, by the way, from Keyboy. But it was tough because Nart was the person trying to find the setups for them. And on the Edith, he just couldn't, right? There was no breathing room even for your tanks to move around the map. And talk about, I don't know if this, I think this is probably one of our games with the most lead that we've seen from one team. And again, MVP of the match for game number 2 is Albert at 16-0-3. My God, I don't know what else to say about Albert here, man.
Dude, the only thing incomplete about this, stat sheet is his itemization, right? He could have gone to BOD. So for Albert, man, you could have done better, man. I don't know what he was doing the entire game, right? Like, how could you not build the BOD? I'm joking, obviously. 58,000 damage dealt, 16 kills in a 9-minute game. Usually you see that kind of stat for a team to have 16 kills. Yeah. This is a single player getting 16 kills in 9 minutes. The Nolan wasn't farming creeps in the jungle. Albert was farming heroes everywhere and anywhere, anytime, any place. The man knows what aggression is. At this point, in this game particularly, it feels like he is just aggression, If you read Albert the wrong way, it'll probably just be aggression. I don't know how you'll read it, you gotta be kind of dyslexic to do that, but still, aggression is probably, maybe his middle name, Albert Aggression Nelson, right?
It could be, but, I hope when we get to maybe speak to one of them. Maybe we get a chance to talk to Albert on the interview because
I really hope so.
I gotta ask him, man, and I'm not. So I don't even know, like, if this is just the Nolan plus the Ling. Are these his best? Like, are the best current picks for him right now, or is it just like they knew that this was the way to go because of the snowball potential with both those heroes? Because I know that, Albert at least his most signature would be the Ling, right?
Yeah.
So, like, the way that he played even the Nolan, like, this is that territory where it's just like, man, it's the threat that Albert has on any of these assassins that are currently picked up in the meta that is forming here, it's quite scary. And I'm trying to think about what some of the teams out there can do against this kind of snowball, because like I was saying in the highlights, man, I don't recall a time that we have seen this kind of dominance. Like maybe in one of the women's games, if you recall back then, but this is different because it's also just, what is it, 24-2? It was a quick game. The amount of damage that Albert had even before they ended it, remember, was like 31,000 damage. That was like almost all the members from Vietnam combined. And so, like, what do you do against these kind of very fast snowballing heroes that will lock in these kind of items, especially the Sky Piercer? When he locked in the Sky Piercer, it was almost like there was no chance for these tanks. And maybe part of that is some of the build paths that go on. It makes me think about the future, like, metas that are going to be forming. How do the tanks, how do the roams out there deal with these changes? Because when I'm watching this kind of unfold, I don't know the answer to that, man. As someone who plays roam, like in my own games, like I actually, I haven't dealt with something like this kind of snowball get out of control, but like makes me think, like, how do you stop this? Or how before, even in different leagues, we see some amazing comebacks, like just crazy defenses. Is that even possible right now with something like this, with this type of snowball potential?
Technically, I feel like the answer to your question was already answered by a different team yesterday, right? Indonesia's aggression can be answered by Malaysian aggression. We saw that yesterday. We can see maybe that in the future, maybe if we get the matchup again, Indonesia versus Malaysia, that both these teams will just be fighting for that snowball. But I get your idea right now, right? It's really tough to actually counter that kind of snowball, but I think based on the data that we have, based on the matches that we've watched, the easiest way to say that, one style that can counter that aggression has got to be, you got to fight fire with fire. You got to fight aggression with aggression. You got to try to get your own snowball before that snowball hits. And it is going to be very risky. Technically going to be a bit of a gamble in the early game. But it worked for Malaysia yesterday. We'll see if Indonesia can continue this run, now with the momentum in their hands.
Well, we're going to find out. Let's go ahead, and I think we are ready for the interview. We're going to invite Albert, actually, to come talk to us for the interview. Ring, ring. Albert, hello. Can you hear us? Hold on. I always have to unmute this. You can hear us. Great. Hello. Albert, congratulations. By the way, very dominant series. 2-0. I'm going to ask you right off the bat, man. How did you feel about both your games? Insane KDA, I think you had a 13-0 and then a 16-0. The Ling and Nolan, how does it feel to be in the current meta where assassins seem to be rising once again?
I think it's just it's because the enemy is not that strong. Yes. And we just explore the new patch, right?
Yep.
Because it's
Let's see.
Awesome.
There you go.
They're scary, man. Mirko, go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So Albert, a quick question, right? I mean, with your dominant performance today, you said the enemy is maybe for Vietnam not that strong, but I would want to ask you personally, what happened yesterday up against Malaysia, right? Do you want to share some insights? Did you guys make some mistakes, or were you just not ready to go up against Malaysia? What was it?
I think Malaysia is just he's improved a lot. Malaysian team, all their team improve a lot, and because the representative is SRG, right, from SRG, the champions of MPL Malaysia also. Yeah, that's why they so strong now.
Awesome. Yeah, I think there's a lot of teams, a lot of regions and nations that are getting a lot better. Albert, last question. Is there a team you're looking forward to facing off? Is it like a rematch against Malaysia eventually that you're after?
I think I want to fight against Malaysia again because I hope we can get our revenge to Malaysian team.
Awesome.
There you go.
Great. Albert, thank you so much. Congratulations again on the very dominant
Thank
sweep,
you, Albert.
and best of luck to you guys in the rest of the games. Take care.
Thank you.
Good luck, bro.
Bye.
There we go, man.
There you go, man.
So,
yeah,
that's from Albert himself, of course. His thoughts also on Vietnam, and they want the rematch against Malaysia.
As expected, you know, for Indonesia, I think at this point, if they suffer any losses, they want to get that vengeance, right? They want to avenge their loss later on. And so far, I think with how the group is shaping up, they are going to be coming out second in this group, unless, you know, later on, maybe Malaysia loses to another team. But no, it actually has been confirmed. If you guys want to check it out yourself, iesf.gg. Again, Malaysia now are 3-0. They have won every single game, every single match possible in their groups. And it doesn't seem like, they didn't drop a single game. This is another invincible run for that roster. We know, you know, throughout the season, I think for SRG, that team in particular, they've been going on an invincible run. And even here in IESF, they're continuing that invincible run. Very impressive stuff. But, you know, Naisu, I was for a second there thinking, okay, is he going to ask for a translation, right? Because a lot of times when we get Indonesian players and I'm here, they'll always just be like, all right, you know what, Mirko's here anyways. Can you just speak Indo to me and just translate some of these questions and translate my answer? But dude, Albert's saying, you know, Malaysia improved a lot. I'll say you've improved a lot as well. His English got way better, man. Maybe he's just been, you know, practicing with Yeb and Kyrie in the team, right?
Yeah. I was gonna say I was surprised because I was expecting, you know, I've seen it before, but big props to Albert, of course. The English was great, and
shout out to Albert.
Just shout out to Albert, just as good as the gameplay.
Maybe he can join us later on the desk.
Oh, maybe he could, man. Maybe he could be a guest for us, you know? Very, very good game. And like you mentioned, they locked in their slots for the playoffs. So, but Indonesia is going to play against number 1 from Group A, and then Malaysia will place from number 2 from Group A. So it looks like that's going to be the bracketing eventually here. But we'll look at the next matchup that will be on stream, because our next matchup is going to be Cambodia versus Thailand. This one is also, I believe, a pretty important match for both of these teams. I'm going to go ahead and look up here real quick. How are their points looking for both of them? So I know, Thailand is second currently in Group A, and Cambodia is number 3. So very important game for both of them. As long as this is updated, I think either of these will also get them that number 2 slot from Group A that they need. So very crucial match between these two. And, you know, Mirko, I know we've already gotten to watch Cambodia play, but on stream, we have not been able to see Thailand, I believe. And I remember seeing the comments yesterday on some people asking, like, what about Thailand, like the team from Thailand? So I think there's going to be a lot to kind of like uncover as those two kind of battle it out. But are you thinking Cambodia has this? Because we are somewhat familiar with Cambodia.
Me personally, my prediction has got to be Cambodia should be able to take this, right? They were really, really close to Myanmar. I think those two are really going to be the real contenders coming in from this group. But Thailand, they're looking undefeated as well. At this point, they're 2-0, 4-0 in games. So based on the group up against Brunei and Timor-Leste, let's hope that Thailand can actually, you know, come in with a curveball, maybe get some big wins here, maybe take a game off of Cambodia, because that'll be very, very interesting to see another nation, another region climbing up rapidly as well, because that's what we saw from Cambodia.